Friday and Saturday. So we're looking at temperatures to run below normal for the next 5 to 7 days.
Let's make them count.
Hi, Zubaroos. Just doing some practicing. You see, I heard there was an opening in Zoobity Zoo for someone who could sing and dance. Yeah. Matter of fact, Bravo is having all the Zoobles over for a new job. His job, running the Zoobity Zoo Theater. You see, Bravo has a chance to star in a new TV show in Zooblewood. Now, would Bravo leave his friends to go to Zooblewood? We'll find out. Go. Go.
The Zooberific poo, Bravo. Can you make me a kangaroo?
A kangaroo?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. There. It's a question.
I get it, a question. That's a good question.
Now, let's see. A kangaroo. A kangaroo has a little nose just like yours. Why don't you pose?
Oh, okay.
All right.
Like to pose.
There you are. Now, let's see. I have your nose. Now, let me see your ears. Okay. Okay, now let's see. I need to see your arms. Oh, very nice.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, like that. Now let's see. If you were sitting Indian style, how would you look?
Oh, cross-legged like that.
Cross-legged? Let's see. Uh-huh. Now, was that kangaroo sitting cross-legged?
Bravo! Oh, that's wonderful. A kangaroo. Looks just like me. Except you forgot the pouch. Oh, speaking of pouches, I almost forgot the mailman gave me this letter to give to you.
Oh, more fan mail, I suppose.
Oh, I don't think so, Bravo. Your fans always write you in crayon.
Oh, I see. Dad, Zoobles. Oh, this is Zooberific. Oh, this is a letter from Zooblewood. They want me to go star in a TV show. Zooblewood.
Oh, so colossal, Bravo. That's wonderful. Oh, we're going to Zooblewood, everybody. We're going to Zooblewood.
Wait a minute. What's that? Come back. We're not going to Zooblewood. I'm going to Zooblewood. Well, I guess she didn't hear me. Dear Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox. No one's ever called me Mr. Fox before. Zooblewood. Oh. Oh, the way we pack our trunk. Let's see. Yeah? Uh-oh.
Isn't it exciting? Zooblewood. Zooblewood. Zooblewood.
I see you've heard.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's telling everybody. We're so excited.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. Lookout's packing his runabout.
Oh.
And I want you to tell me everything. Don't leave one single little thing out. Okay?
You're not going.
Pardon?
You're not going. I'm going to Zooblewood by myself.
But was it said that...
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not that I won't miss you. Thank you. But, you know, I'll be working with all of those big TV stars, and I'll be away from my friends, and...
Yeah, well, who's going to put on your plays?
Well, you'll just have to try to do them without me. I realize it's not going to be easy, but...
That is a good idea. We'll replace you with one of the other Zoobles.
Replace me?
Yes.
Never.
Hey! Oh, I'm ready to go to Zooblewood.
Well, Van Gogh, I don't know how to tell you this, but, you're not going.
Yep. Might as well go home and unpack. The fox is going, but without us.
You know, look out. It just might work. You'll make a videotape of all of the other Zoobles, and we'll get someone to choose which Zooble will take my place.
Well, why don't we get Mayor Ben to choose?
Oh, good thinking, good thinking. I'll give him a call. We've been through good times, bad times, a lot of crazy scenes. And we've lined up and shined up some pretty hot routines. But now it's time for me to be going my way. And now it's time for you to be going yours. And that is why I find it hard for me to turn that final page. You're a good old grand old stage.
Gee, Bravo. That brought a tear to my eye, too.
What? I don't have a tear in my eye. It's dust. There's dust in my eye.
Well, me neither. Me neither. I don't have a tear in my eye. It's dust in my eye, too. Well, you ready to go shoot Talkatoo now, Bravo?
What? Shoot Talkatoo? Look out, I realize that I haven't always seen eye to eye with Talkatoo, but...
No. Oh, we're gonna shoot her. That's TV talk for videotaping her act.
Oh, of course. I knew that. Well, come on, let's go then. Okay.
That's
Everything's
it.
set.
That's it. Everything's set.
Now here's this Talkatoo.
Is that my cue, Mr. Fox?
No!
Well, you're not at the show!
Talkatoo, when I say lights, camera, action, that's your cue. Are you ready?
Ready!
All right. Lights, camera, action. It's me, Bravo. Talkatoo, that was your cue.
Did you say action?
Talkatoo screen test, take 37. Lights, camera, action.
Hi, my name's Talkatoo Cockatoo. And I'm flying. Oh, I love to fly. Oh, look. Look at all those people down there. Hi. What are those great big ugly yellow things? Oh, silly. Those are my feet. How can I be flying if my feet are on the ground? I know. I'm using my imagination. I use it all the time, you see, because I'm a writer. Kind of like a bird who writes words. A word bird. Yes, that's good. I love it. Why, just this morning, I was writing my very own autobiography, which is the story of my life. And I would love to share with you a chapter, okay? Let's go. One day I was walking through the woods. La, 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 rock, la, la, rock, la, la, rock. And I fell into a great big hole. Help, 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 save me. But all the birds were too busy. The chicken was laying eggs. Oh, that felt good. The guinea bird was too busy laughing. The only one that would save me was the little nerd bird.
No worry, Talkatoo. I'll save you. I'll save you.
And he jumped into the hole with me. Well, I gave him a big kiss on his sweet little beak, just for trying. I loved him for that, and all of a sudden, he became a big and powerful bird, full of self-esteem. I mean, he really liked himself for the first time.
Come on, Talkatoo. Let's get out of here.
And I grabbed onto his little wing, and he pulled me right out of that hole. Well, from that day forward, he was no longer a bird brain, and I was as proud as a peacock. Well, I gotta get flying.
the midget and close the barn door on the baby. All right, good. Fine.
I don't think I can do it, Talkative. Bravo's making me so nervous.
Me?
All that lights, camera action is making me nervous, too.
Well, excuse me.
Get your camera ready, look out. Okay, now, good luck, my little kangaroo. Break a paw.
Thank you.
Are you ready? Roll 'em.
Growing up by What's Kangaroo. Growing up is a wonderful thing. Think of all of the joys it can bring. Staying out after dark, painting the town, having our fun where it can be found. Growing up really is where it's at. No more was that, do this or do that. No more school, no more books, no more homework to do. Staying up late with the big Zoobles too. Every decision is all up to you. You'll decide if you'll dance or you'll sing. Growing up is a wonderful thing. May I have this dance? Yes, you may. Thank you. Growing up really is where it's at. No more was that, do this or do that. Every decision is all up to you. You'll decide if you'll dance or you'll sing. Growing up is a wonderful, all kinds of wonderful. Gee, it's a wonderful thing.
Van Gogh Lion reporting for duty.
Oh, very good, very good. Places.
Is this where you want me?
Oh, look out. Where is that little X that I put on the ground for Van Gogh to stand?
You stepped on it, Bravo. It's on the bottom of your shoe.
I did? Oh, so I did. Where you're standing is good enough. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Van Gogh Lion, perfect, take one. Ah!
Should I roll the camera now, Bravo?
Roll it, roll it.
Come on in. You're just in time to help me paint. You know, I've been working on this one since, January. Still can't get it right. But you know what? That's okay. Because a friend once told me, Van Gogh Lion, if you put your whole heart into something, paws and tails, no matter how it looks to anyone else, you know what? It's perfect. If you paint a star that looks the way mosquitoes are, paint it with a smile and perfect. If you sing a song and all the notes go very wrong, paint it with a smile and it's perfect. Anything that you might do, it can be perfect if it comes from you. Anything that you might see looks brighter in a while, perfected with a smile. Whoa! 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 If you meet a lion who's awfully tired of trying, just give him a smile, and in a little while, he'll be perfectly happy. Oh, perfected with a smile. Come on, do it with a smile. Oh! Perfect! Oh! Perfect, Bravo.
Oh, Van Gogh. As you would say, that is fantastic.
Oh, thanks, Guy.
I'd say you have a very good chance of taking my place. If I were you, I'd start packing.
Packing? Why should I start packing?
Why, to move into my humble mansion, of course. If you're the lucky Zooble.
Mansion, smansion, Bravo. Your little room behind the stage is no bigger than a shoebox.
You mean if I get the job as director, I have to move out of my tent?
Of course! The theater director must be at the theater at all times.
Oh, Bravo, what about my adventures?
Well, never mind. Come on we go.
Hey, Bravo, I'm gonna have to think about this moving business.
See here? Are you sure this is gonna work?
Absolutely, Bravo. Just turn on the camera and I'll do my stuff.
All right. Are you sure this thing is gonna work? This I've gotta see. Here goes. Oh, that's terrific. That's terrific. Congratulations, look.
Thanks, Bravo. Hey, I'm on my way to Mayor Ben's right now with all the videotapes.
All right. Toodaloo.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I wonder who Mayor Ben is going to get to take my place. Oh, well, it's not my problem. Soon I'm going to be far away from Zoobly Zoo. Excuse me, Zoobles, if I may have your attention. I would like to thank you for this lovely, lovely going-away party.
We all chipped in.
Oh, well, I'm deeply touched.
Well, we'll collect your dollar later, Bravo.
I have here a letter from Mayor Ben telling me who his choice for the Zooble to replace me is.
I hope he doesn't choose me. I'd really rather stay home and paint.
Yeah. And I think I have an adventure I should go on right away.
Mayor Ben writes, and I quote, "All of the Zoobles are so talented that I cannot make up my mind, and you, Bravo, will have to choose for yourself." Unquote.
Oh, little boy, I hope he doesn't choose me. I could never fit all my musical instruments into that little teeny room.
Yeah, and I feel so suffocated, all caged up like a little bird. A bird.
Well, actually, I must tell you that the decision is very, very simple. You know, all of you Zoobles are so nice, and you've been so wonderful that I've discovered that what I really want to do is stay here in Zoobly Zoo. So if nobody minds, I'd like to choose me.
Oh, boy, let's hear it for Bravo!
Zip, zip,
Hooray!
zip, zip,
Hooray!
zip,
Good choice, Bravo. Good choice. I like your decision.
Yeah,
All right.
Well, Zoobaroos, Bravo decided to stay where he belongs, right here in Zoobly Zoo. And I'm glad he did, because I sure would have missed him. You know, Zoobaroos, you usually can find anything you want right in your own backyard if you just look for it, especially friendship. See you soon, Zoobaroos.
Magic and wonder are waiting for you.
It's as close as a dream.
and it's bright and the bride is blue.
See you in Zoobly Zoo.
Zoobly Zoo is underwritten by Hallmark. Hallmark is pleased to bring you the very best in children's television programming.
From the creator of Anne of Green Gables, Lantern Hill, the story of a young girl who journeys to meet the father she has never known. But her parents' separation is shrouded in mystery, and a spirit holds the key to their reconciliation.
I can't keep
Sam Waterston, Zoe Caldwell, and Colleen Dewhurst in Lantern Hill on the Wonderworks Family Movie.
You know, Mozart was only from here up.
From our National Park for the Performing Arts.
But in spite of that physical handicap, the scholars say that he was fairly happily married anyway. So,
It's a rollicking musical party.
but Mrs. Mozart wasn't.
Wolf Trap presents Victor Borge, an 80th birthday celebration.
It is the policy of the Georgia Public Telecommunications Commission not to discriminate on the basis of political or religious opinions or affiliations, race, color, sex, age, physical handicap, or national origin. The Georgia Public Telecommunications Commission is an equal opportunity and affirmative action employer.
Being a parent is probably the hardest job that anybody's ever going to do. And you need a lot more to prepare you for it than a blood test. And unfortunately...
Discover empowering solutions with Bradshaw on Homecoming, Sunday morning on GPTV.
Today, astronomers are reshaping our understanding of the universe. Why does 90% of it seem to be missing? Do gigantic black holes lurk at the hearts of galaxies? Are we alone? Or do planets and life exist around other stars? Join me, Richard Chamberlain, on a 6-part voyage of discovery with the premiere of The Astronomers.
Celebrate the anniversary of Judy Garland's birthday. GPTV presents a memorable evening of Judy Garland in concert.
Some of the songs you're going to hear tonight are sort of nostalgic. And to some people, that means corny. But as far as I'm concerned, being nostalgic is being kind of, oh, nice. It's a nifty way of life. And strangely enough, you don't know what's going on back here. It's the most amazing. Strangely enough...
Joined by Liza Minnelli for the second concert, Judy Garland gives an emotional performance.
Wherever we go, whatever we do, we're gonna go through it together. We may not go far, but sure as a star. Wherever we are, it's together. Wherever I go, I know she goes. Wherever I go, I know she goes. No fight and no ego. Amigos, together. Walking, making through thin, all out or all in. And whether it's wind, blaze or shore. Speak for me and me for you. We'll muddle through whatever we do together. Wherever we go.
Ah. than I can. Come on, come on. Come on. Right, that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue. Come on now, sing along. And all dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Now sing it.
Treat yourself to this memorable night of music. Judy Garland Sings, followed by Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli at the Palladium, coming to GPTV, Saturday, June 6th, starting at 8 o'clock.
Barbara Daniels, Placido Domingo, and Cheryl Mills star as the Metropolitan Opera presents Puccini's grand opera of the Wild West, The Girl of the Golden West, on great performances.
Wednesday night at 8 and simulcast on Peach State Public Radio.
A potter, a doll maker, an actor of the Kabuki theater. Each upholds a tradition of excellence, a tradition recognized by law. For their country's highest artistic award is not a medal, but a title of supreme honor. Meet the living treasures of Japan on the best of the National Geographic specials.
I'll tell you what, be sure to join me and Scott Case of the Atlanta Falcons this Saturday at 12:20. We're going to take you frog gigging. Also, Scott's going to be in the studio with us live, and we're going to give away this Falcon boat, and you could win it. So be sure to join us, 12:20 this Saturday.
Bringing you the best. This is GPTV, Georgia Public Television, a member-supported broadcast service of the Georgia Public Telecommunications Commission. GPTV reaches 96% of Georgia citizens through a network of 9 stations.
Home Time is brought to you by the Electric Cooperatives of Georgia and Oglethorpe Power Corporation, committed to energy efficiency through the Good Sense program. Whether building a new home or improving an existing one, Good Sense features bring savings, value, and comfort to your home.
On the log cabin plan.
Well, I am. I just wanted to get a 3D perspective of one of these ideas.
Oh, I see. Here I thought you were just playing around.
Well, these are kind of fun. Don't you remember doing this as a kid?
But we're kind of on a deadline. The log cabin maker called today and said we have to have a plan on paper by this week.
I know. I just wanted to visualize this one idea.
Do you want a snack?
Popcorn won't be a bad idea. Do you mind?
No.
Okay. She's gone. Okay, hombre. This town is big enough for both of us. Oh, yeah, draw!
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you full-size pickups and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Well, after years of dreaming and months of planning, our new log cabin here in northern Wisconsin is finally underway. Hi, I'm Dean Johnson.
And I'm Joanne Liebler. This is the first program in a sequence of shows on the construction of our log cabin, starting with the log assembly package. Now, the logs are here, the crew's here, and already things are in full swing.
The logs were notched and fitted at the log homemaker's facility, and they were tagged and loaded onto trucks for their trip out here. Now, their arrival has been timed, so the first truck that gets out here also has the first logs we need, which are the sill logs. The sill logs are the bottom logs in each wall, and they're cut flat underneath to rest securely on the platform. They're set over a layer of sill sealer material to prevent air leakage where they meet the platform. And the crossing sill logs are half-notched to hide the unattractive ends of the first ones.
Well, all the sill logs are in place, so now the crew is just checking for square. We're taking a tape measurement from one corner all the way to the other, and if the diagonals are the same on this end and on these ends, then they're fine. Otherwise, we'll have to adjust the logs as needed. They did the same thing at this point during the initial assembly at the builder's log yard in Twin Lakes, Michigan. So squaring them here puts them in the same position they were in then, which is necessary for setting the rest of the logs properly. Once the corners are square, the crew drives in 12-inch spikes to secure them to the platform.
Once all the sill logs are secured, they continue putting up the rest of the logs. Now, they'll begin with a set that runs parallel like so, and then they'll work with a set that crosses over the top of those. As the full logs go in, you get a better idea of how they've notched the corner joint. They cut the bottom of the upper log to fit over the lower log, which isn't cut at all. They do lay a piece of R11 insulation at each joint as a weather barrier, and the notches can be fine-tuned so they're virtually airtight.
Corner notching is the real key to building a log home. It binds the logs together, and it helps determine the overall look of the home. This is called a saddle notch, and that's a shrink-to-fit notch. What that means is that as the logs dry, they shrink ever so slightly, and that forms an even tighter seam along here. So there's no need to nail the corners together. There are a lot of corners in our design, which combines the main living area, 34 by 36 feet, with a one-story master bedroom on the side, which is 16 feet square. Adding the bedroom there doubled the corners that had to be notched from 4 to 8, and that adds to construction time and cost, but it gives us an interesting floor plan.
About do it there? Yep. During assembly at the log yard, they notch the logs so the walls are perfectly plumb and square. And they nail in these staples like so on the top and bottom of every notch. Once they're out here at the site, they just align the logs back to these staples, and it keeps everything perfectly plumb and square. The logs are red pine, and their butts average 11 to 14 inches in diameter. And the butts are wider than the tips, so they alternate them as they move up to balance the walls. And to enhance the handcrafted look, the log ends run past the notches at random lengths. Other builders cut them to uniform length, but that produces really a less rustic feeling.
Variations in the logs will leave gaps like this. Well, actually, that's to be expected. Now, later on, we'll fill in those gaps with some weatherproof chinking material. Now, you can cut logs to fit snug without any chinking material in the Scandinavian scribe style, but that costs more money and it takes a little bit longer, too.
At the log yard, they provide gaps like this for access inside, but they don't cut out any of the window or door openings. This prevents shifting of the logs at that point. We'll cut out the window and door openings once we get the roof on, but they do reinforce the pre-planned openings with steel rebar. The rebar goes into holes drilled at the log yard. It'll hold the log ends firm once the openings are cut. As general contractors, there's not a whole lot we can do to help out the assembly crew, but there are a few things to do around the site, and that's what we're working on now.
Like the field stone that's mortared in around the foundation? We've collected all that from the property around here, and now we're stockpiling more for the fireplace.
All this debris, well, they had to clear a lot of trees to bring in the road and prep the building site. So I'm just now in the process of cleaning up some of that now. The first trailer had the initial 1/3 of the logs needed to build our home. And the crew continued working until dusk to finish it, since the next trailer would be arriving first thing in the morning.
Oh, nice casting.
Yeah, I'm just warming up. Give me a chance here, all right?
One thing to keep in mind is that you're going to need some sort of accommodations while the cabin's going up. And it's kind of nice if you can stay on site and enjoy the natural setting like we are. Well, how much longer you want there?
Well, first let me get this thing in the water. Well, they're just about to the top of the first floor. As they reach that point, you'll notice that the wall logs start taking on new roles. Well, for instance, there's one log sticking out here, which eventually will be supported by a post over in this area, will help support the roof as that comes out the back here, as will a tie log running up the center of the building and another log that will come out on that side of the building. Tie logs are used in a log building to literally tie opposing walls together, and they're notched to fit over those walls. They run through the log home's interior, so they're frequently left exposed to enhance the overall appearance. This one carries from the front entryway to the back porch, so it's actually the longest log in our home.
So the boom is at its capacity, huh?
It's about maxed out, as they say.
Yeah. Well, we're well into the second log truck, and things seem to be going pretty well. This is Dick Tuxbury, and he's overseeing the reconstruction of our log home here. Is everything going on schedule?
Everything's going fairly well. The only thing that's maybe holding us up a little bit are the trees that are on the other side of the house. The boom is having a hard time swinging around them with the log.
Well, all the same, though, things are going up really quickly.
They are going up quickly. If we try to build this on site, we may be here for 10 or 12 weeks. But the fact that we pre-built this in our log yard in Michigan, we can do things very quickly there.
Yeah, so all your homework makes our life easier.
Right. All the fitting and notching was done there. It was all tried and true.
Yeah.
So it worked well.
So they're working on the joist now, is that right?
They're putting down a layer joist right now, I believe.
Should we go look?
Yeah,
all
let's
right.
take a look.
In log buildings, logs can also be used to support floors, and our plan calls for log joists under the second floor. They're saddle notched below to fit snugly and cut flat on the top for flooring. But the ends have been left round, since they'll be visible even after the cabin's finished.
These log joists are pretty hefty, to say the least. So the spacing between them is a little bit wider than you'd find in conventional framing. And that gives us some leeway in our layout, too. Well, for instance, the spacing between some of these joists varies ever so slightly. And that's because we needed 2 of these joists to fall directly above some 2x4 walls that we'll be framing later on.
This is a wall that separates the master bedroom from the rest of the first floor. Now, on either side here, they've created what's called a blind notch. During the manufacturing process, they cut off the logs back here a little short. You notice they don't crisscross like most of the notches in the house do. Then they notch out the backs of these logs, slide them over those logs, and it makes it a lot easier to frame out the doorway. Now, just because these logs are cut off a little bit for the doorway, it kind of leaves them a little bit freestanding. But that isn't a problem because they've reinforced everything with metal rebar.
Open that. Reflector off there. So go straight up.
Once all the joists are laid across the logs that support them, the cap logs can be set in place over the joists. They're notched on the bottom to literally cap off the joists and secure them in the structure. They're also the first logs in the second floor walls, which now begin to rise as the assembly progresses.
With a tie log and cap log in place over the back porch, crew members cut log posts to support the ends of the logs. Log buildings often require posts to bear the weight of the logs, and you need footings below to strengthen the posts. They bring extra logs for this kind of posting, and they'll do the installation if your footings are ready. If not, you'll have to cut the logs yourself later on. With the vertical supports in place, they set in the first log purlin.
Purlins are unique to log home construction. Now, typically, they span from gable end to gable end horizontally, helping to support the roof and the dormers. Their ends are tied into the gable end logs, so the structure gets pretty complex, especially because of all the different features we're planning for our roof. In fact, it ought to be pretty interesting to see how they handle the dormers.
They're also moving along on the entryway. These massive 20-inch logs will be used as posts to support the logs here that will form the roof for the entryway. Because of the weight of the logs, they're using the boom truck to help position them. Now, you don't want rain pooling on the post upper ends, so they angle cut the tops with chainsaws to drain the water off. And on the bottom, they're set on a piece of treated plywood, which will later be removed as the logs settle.
As evening approached, the crew kept right on moving the logs onto the cabin. But as Dick had predicted, they were falling behind schedule. The crew had hoped to finish up with the second log trailer yesterday, but they ran out of daylight. They're just finishing up those last logs now. The purlins and posts are in position over the front entryway, and here they're building up the gable ends and the roof for the master bedroom. The gable end logs are typically spiked together for vertical strength, which makes it possible to swing 2 or 3 into position at once. These two take the cabin wall up to the same height as the master bedroom's outside wall. That's where the ridge log comes in for the master bedroom roof. It's spiked into position over the house wall, and a saddle is secured over the outside end to match the angle of the bedroom rafters, which can now be installed.
Over the house, log purlins will supply the main support for the roof, but here in the master bedroom, we'll be using log rafters rather than the horizontal purlins. Now, these work basically the same as dimensional rafters, except, of course, due to their size and consequently their strength, we're able to space them a little bit further apart. These will be 32 inches on center. The rafters are notched for the walls and for the ridge log. They're plumb cut on top to form peaks with the rafters coming up from the other side. And they're planed flat on one side to create an even surface for securing the roofing material. After the rafters are all in, short logs are wedged between them to fill the open spaces where they cross the wall logs. And that finishes the second log trailer, so they can move the final load into position.
The truck's arrivals were scheduled for the first, second, and third mornings of the assembly. Delays in reconstruction forced the third truck to wait several hours for the second one to be unloaded, and that adds to the cost of delivery.
As the third truck is prepared for unloading, they're now enlarging the main door openings on the first floor. This will make it easier to move in and out as the construction proceeds. And it's a preview of the cutting we'll be doing later on the other doors and on the windows.
A log stairway was included in our package. They cut and assembled it in Michigan, and packed it on top of the third load, so it's the first thing to come off. They're setting it inside for now since the supports for it aren't quite ready yet. They're building up the gable ends now for the next round of purlins. Now, you can build gable ends with regular dimensional lumber, but one of the reasons we went with this builder is because of their use of logs on the ends.
The logs going in now are notched and angle cut to serve several functions. The notched ends will help form the dormers, and the angled ends will support the roofing material. So they're cut to match the 9/12 pitch of our main roof. And there's a wall rising out of the second floor as the assembly continues. The ends of its logs are also framing the roof and dormers. The next log caps off the master bedroom ridge log and raises that gable end up to where 2 more purlins come in.
The purlins extend from gable end to gable end, and maneuvering them through the trees does take a while. They're notched to lock in securely with the wall logs. A second purlin follows the first one. It goes in on the opposite side of the roof. Now, the purlins will directly support the finished roof, so they're angle cut on the edge to match the 9/12 pitch. When that's in place, they continue up with the next set of gable end logs, which are spiked together for quick reassembly.
Now we want to show you a couple things inside. Even as massive as this tie log is, we still have to support it with a couple of steel posts. Now these don't exactly match the rest of the wood posts, but that's all right because later on these will be hidden inside an interior partition wall. Now the floor joists up here are supported by these 3 wood posts. The one back here is permanent, but these 2 right here are temporary. They'll come out as soon as we install the stairway, and that goes up once our landing up here is installed. Now this area right here will remain open. We'll have clear story windows up on the roof. This area up here will become a loft, and this wall right here will separate this part of the house from the back here, which will become 3 bedrooms. Up here, they've cut out an access area into the bedrooms. Later on, they'll make this a little bit larger, and it'll become the opening for the hallway. One thing that's kind of interesting is they've taken a chainsaw and routed out the log here. This way we can take our subfloor and just slide it right into that routed opening, and we won't have to scribe the subfloor to the form of the log.
As the end of our third day approached, there were still quite a few logs left, and it became obvious that they wouldn't get finished on this day.
Well, for a variety of reasons, the crew's been losing about 2 hours a day, so it's going to take them about another half day to finish. But luckily, they will finish everything up today. Most of the problems have been related to site conditions. But again, all this adds to the cost of reconstruction.
The dormers are starting to take shape on this side of the roof. The notched logs are in place, which form the dormer side walls, and they'll have the same types of corners as we have on the main wall.
Now as they near the top of the cabin, the logs get a little shorter, so the boom and cable will move a little more quickly through the trees. That means they can move pretty fast, finishing the gable ends, the purlins, and the dormer roof. Up here on the second floor, this is a dormer that overlooks the front yard. Now we'll be cutting out an opening here to put in a window to let some light into the bedrooms. Now as far as this purlin here goes, what we'll be doing once the roof is all tied in and everything supported is we'll cut this out to expose the dormer, and the weight of the roof will be covered by the outside wall here and the second purlin up on the roof.
Our plans include both gable dormers and shed dormers. The difference is in the roofs. Gable dormers have peaked roofs framed by a log ridge and purlins. Shed dormers have flat roofs that'll rest on the angled logs of the front and side walls. One thing to remember is that there are many differences in engineering a log home compared to a conventional home, especially the roof. There are a lot of architects that just don't have the background to design a workable log home.
Our log home manufacturer made a lot of changes to our initial plan. Some of our original ideas just couldn't be built. So they helped us make some adjustments that worked for us, but at the same time could be built within the confines of log construction.
And then there was one. one log that is, the very last log in our assembly. It's the ridge log, which finishes off the very peak of our roof. Well, that winds up a pretty significant step in the construction of our cabin. Getting the logs on site and assemble, but there's still a lot of work to do.
For starters, we have to do the roof, we have to put in the windows and doors and do the chinking. All these things have to be done before the house is weather tight.
And those are things we're going to tackle on our next program, so we hope you'll tune in.
You know, the rest of the work here is probably going to be done mostly by us. Do you realize that?
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you compact vans and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Live to the Georgia Public Television studios. We are here for a very short mini campaign, a membership campaign this weekend, and we hope that you will go to your phone right now and join with Georgia Public Television with a great group of volunteers from MARTA, who is down here this morning to help us out. We want to give them a big round of applause for coming down this morning and helping us. Won't you join all of them? Join us, the staff here in the studios who are here this morning to encourage you to make possible more programs like Home Time throughout the summer and next fall and next winter. We've got a new season of Home Time coming up in January of 1993. Home Time is celebrating this year its 6th season on Georgia Public Television. It's one of our most popular programs, one of our most popular home improvement programs, and we hope you'll join with us right now by calling 1-800-222-4788 and making a generous pledge to help us keep programs like Home Time, like This Old House, like New Yankee Workshop, all of the cooking programs that you enjoy on Saturday afternoons here on Georgia Public Television. It's only possible when folks like you help Georgia Public Television out by making a generous membership contribution. This morning we have some wonderful ways to encourage you to join, and beginning at our $60 membership level, we have got a brand new Home Time t-shirt, and we have got Clay here from our volunteer group, and he's modeling this terrific looking t-shirt. You can see it on your screen there. It's available for a $60 pledge, and if we can pull out a little bit, we can see here. Clay, maybe you want to step back up here on this riser so we can all see this terrific looking shirt. It's a gorgeous turquoise shirt. It's got the Home Time logo on it there, and it's yours for an investment of $5 a month. $60, maybe you'll use your Visa or MasterCard and have one of these. Maybe you have a son who wants a new sleeping t-shirt, just about that perfect size for a young home Home Time fan, or if you or your wife or whoever it is in your household that is the real do-it-yourselfer, this is a perfect gift for them. If you think about putting it on your Visa or MasterCard, if you can do that, we also have as a thank you the Home Time mug. For every gift at the $60 level or above, the Home Time mug is our way of saying thank you for charging your pledge here this morning at Georgia Public Television. This wonderful ironstone mug with the Home Time logo, a wonderful way to wake up and get all ready for your Saturday morning projects as you sit down and make that list, or get out that old list that still has a lot of things on it that you haven't yet gotten around to. Wonderful way to start the morning on the weekends with your Home Time mug. So do think about your Visa or MasterCard. That helps us to keep expenses down here at Georgia Public Television, less printing, postage, and all those costs associated with processing your pledge. More money going straight into acquiring and creating great programs like Home Time. Things are a little quiet right now. We've had, I think, 1 or 2 calls already so far this morning. You go to the phone right now, won't you, and help this be the successful starting break of this weekend's mini marathon. 1-800-222-4788. Thanks to you, Clay. And we're going to go over to the other side of the studio now. I want to introduce Gerald Bryant from our local production department here at Georgia Public Television. Things are a little quiet right now, Gerald.
They really are. Printing, postage, processing of your pledge. That's pretty good to say this early on a Saturday morning. And we are here live. It is actually 9:30 in the morning on a Saturday morning, and we all got up early and came down here to tell you about Home Time and all the fine programs on Georgia Public Television. If the kids are coming downstairs right now and saying, I want to watch cartoons, you go, no, I don't think so. I'm watching Home Time. I'm watching Georgia Public Television. This is going to be some of my private time with the television this morning. Home Time has been on now 6 years. It'll be going into its 6th season. As Amy said, in January, there's a new co-host of the show, Suzanne Egley, who is joining Dean Johnson on the show. Already on some of the episodes you've seen her, and the old hostess is going to become a comedian in Los Angeles, so you never know where you're going to end up when you're on a public television show. We have a lot of operators here in their colorful yellow Marta t-shirts. A lot of them aren't very busy right now, though. We just saw one hanging up the phone. Hopefully he took a pledge there. So take this opportunity to become a member of Georgia Public Television. Amy told you about all those great thank you gifts that we have for you. There's the Home Time t-shirt, which is a very colorful turquoise color t-shirt at the $60 level, or you can get one of the VHS recordings either on flower gardening. There's a picture of the Home Time t-shirt there. Also at the $60 level, you can get the flower gardening VHS, or you can get the log cabin VHS at the $60 level. That's one of the programs that we were just watching, those both at $60. Or if you'd like them both, we add 60 and 60 and come up with $120. And you can get the flower gardening and the log cabin VHS set. And also, as Amy was telling you, we got this nice, sturdy hometown coffee mug. We'll hold it up here. If you would like to put your pledge on your Visa or your MasterCard at the $60 level or above, in addition to either the t-shirt or the cassettes or whatever you want, we'll send you this along as an extra added incentive, an extra bonus for you, the Home Time coffee mug. Also, we have something we call Easy Gift, and that is whereby you will let the people know when we get in contact with you after you make your call, if you would like it taken out of your checking account every month at the $5, $10, $20 level a month, whatever you would like to do. And in addition then to whatever you would, whatever bonus gift you would get, we also send you a Georgia Public Television, Peach State Public Radio golf umbrella. So all sorts of reasons for becoming a member of Georgia Public Television. As we always say, the most important reason is because you are supporting quality programming, the how-to shows, the do-it-yourself shows that have become so popular on PBS and Georgia Public Television over the years. Amy, we got a few phones busy, but still not nearly enough.
But not nearly enough. Less than half of the phones busy right now. We've made a real commitment here at Georgia Public Television for this particular program, to Home Time. There we go, $120 pledge. Thanks to you for that generosity. This program has had really a unique track record. It has been incredibly popular, and because of the popularity, the number of phone calls and letters that we've received, the amount of support that this program has had during pledge periods like this one in the past, we have made a commitment to this program to repeat it on Sunday evenings. We've now brought this program back for several months. It's been in the schedule also on Sundays, and also it has had a real loyal following. This is just an example of how public television is really unique in the television world in terms of how it responds to those of you out there who are our viewers. You are really the people that Georgia Public Television is here to serve. You are the people that we care about, and that is one of the things that makes us different, that distinguishes us from any other television service, whether it's broadcast or cable. Those other television services have as their primary interest the interests of their commercial advertisers. That's what they're really there to do, is to please those customers. But you are the only customer that we have here at Georgia Public Television. You are the only person that we are here to serve. We're here to serve the public's interest and to serve and provide programs for the public's good. And that's why we're Georgia Public Television, and that's why we have these pledge drives, is because it's an important way for you to demonstrate that you care about public television, that you care about having a television resource available to you that doesn't have anybody else competing for its attention, that doesn't have anybody else who is more important than you, the viewer. So call us right now. Your call is critical to helping us preserve and nurture this unique kind of public television service, this unique kind of television service. It's only through the grassroots support of, over the entire country, nearly 5.5 million people who every year reach down into their pocketbooks and come up with pledges of $35, $60, $120. We even have people contributing $500, $1,000, $5,000 a year to public television, to Georgia Public Television, because they really believe in that important mission of Georgia Public Television. So go to your phone right now, won't you? Things are very quiet here. This first break, there's still a couple of minutes left in this break. We are going to be going back momentarily to the conclusion, to the continuation of Log Cabin with Dean Johnson and Joanne Liebler. Joanne Liebler, this is her encore presentation here this weekend on Home Time. She has, as Gerald mentioned, gone on to new ventures in Los Angeles. It's an incredible story that Home Time has to tell. Dean Johnson began as in the mid-1980s. Dean Johnson was a plastic window insulation salesman, and it was through his work at hardware stores, working with people who were trying to do home improvement projects themselves, that he realized the real need for helping people do those projects better, to better understand the materials, to plan better. And what better way to do it through television? And the only television service that offers him the opportunity to provide a service like that was public television. Without public television, programs like Home Time simply wouldn't be available for all of us to learn from and to make our lives better by better understanding how to approach, how to tackle a big project around the house, to help you save money, to really get the job done in a professional way. Think of the money that watching Home Time and This Old House and New Yankee Workshop has saved you. It's pretty incredible, I think, if you add up the hours and hours of not just entertainment, but really learning and education. If you'd had to go out and pay for those services at a hardware store or at a learning center, it would have cost you an awful lot. And it's here every Saturday, and it's here because people like you have responded on mornings like this one and made generous pledges and made this program possible for you. So don't let them pick up the tab for you another day, another weekend. Join with all of us here in the studios. Join with the 60,000 people who are already members of Georgia Public Television in continuing to make public television one of the real important resources, educational and cultural resources, and in so many ways. It just begins with how-to programs here on Georgia Public Television. Your money goes a long, long way to providing many important services, and we're going to be talking more about those as the morning continues. But right now, don't forget, we do still have the video cassettes available for you. Log Cabin, which we're seeing this morning, the entire construction from the ground up, right here, how to scribe and notch your own logs, how to build and insulate a roof over log purlins, cut and buck openings and log walls for windows and doors, how to stain and chink the logs for really weather-tight insulation, frame stud walls in log homes, what are the different kinds, rough-in plumbing and electrical lines. It's all right here, yours on the Log Cabin Home Time video. If you can invest at the $60 level right now, $5 a month, or flower gardening, if you already have got your dream log cabin built, maybe you'll think about investing at that $60 level, and let us help you with the landscaping around that log cabin with the flower gardening video cassette. Both of these, of course, yours if you can invest at the $120 level right now, 1-800-222-4788. We're going to go back one more time now to Gerald.
I got in this business entirely the wrong way. I mean, people told me that I should go to school and then get a job at a radio station. I should have become a window plastic installation salesman, and then I'd have my own national TV show in a matter of a couple of years. That is an interesting story. He was a salesman of these type products, and he found, Dean Johnson, that is, the co-host of Home Time, found so much interest out there in do-it-yourself projects that he got the idea of why not a program telling people how to do these things. And my idea of do-it-yourself is to go through the yellow pages under home repair and gardening, and if I could hire somebody to do that, I would. My wife loves this show. We end up watching this show just about every week. You've still got a few moments to call in now during this break in the Home Time show to pledge your support to Georgia Public Television. You see the numbers on your screen. You see the little Visa and MasterCard symbols on your screen. That means you can pledge on Visa or MasterCard. And if you do that at the $60 level, we will send you the Home Time coffee mug. And speaking of Home Time, I think we're going right back now to the Home Time and how to build a log cabin, one of those cassettes that's available. So we'll be back a little later. Right now, back to more of Home Time.
If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check today to Georgia Public Television, Post Office Box GPTV, Atlanta, Georgia 30392. And thanks for supporting GPTV.
Bringing you the best, GPTV on Channel 8, WGTV Athens, Atlanta.
Home Time is brought to you by the Electric Cooperatives of Georgia and Oglethorpe Power Corporation, committed to energy efficiency through the Good Sense program. Whether building a new home or improving an existing one, Good Sense features bring savings, value, and comfort to your home.
Well, it should be right under there.
Well, welcome to the North Woods. We're working on a log cabin that we started on last week's program. Progress has been pretty good. We're working with a few local subcontractors. What we're trying to do is get the whole thing buttoned up before winter, which is just around the corner.
Yeah, so it's been a bit of a race to complete the roof, the windows and the doors, and the staining. There's still a lot left, and we're going to show you how it's all done, focusing on the elements that are unique to log home construction.
Hey, don't forget about the fieldstone fireplace. We have a lot of rock yet to pick.
You know what? My back has been acting up again. I forgot to tell you that.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you compact pickups and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Too cracked up. It's a good size. Take this one. Last time, we showed you how the logs here were assembled on our site in just 3.5 days. And that quick work was made possible by all the handcrafting done at the Log Home Builders Yard in Michigan. Dean had a chance to visit that yard a few days before the cabin was done. Let's show you what goes on there.
the whole process begins near Muskegon, Michigan. They cut, notch, and assemble all the logs for every home they make. Now, they actually build the home here on location, disassemble it, and then ship it to its final destination. Now, the crews may be working on as many as 7 homes at one point in time. They may have 4 or 5 homes finished and ready for shipment, so it starts looking a little bit like an old frontier outpost. The logs themselves come from the forests of Michigan, but before they can be used to construction, they have to spend up to 10 months drying out in these racks. Green logs tend to shrink when they dry, which is bad for the log joints, so it's best if they spend a little bit of time drying out over there. Then they're also organized and stacked according to length and width. They'll range up to 60 feet long and 26 inches wide. But most logs going into homes will be between 20 and 30 feet long and between 11 and 14 inches wide. Once the logs are dried, they're stripped of their bark using draw knives, which happens to be the same tool used by the pioneers. They handcraft the logs like this to maintain the original shape of the log, with a larger butt end and a thinner tip end. It gives the log home more of an authentic appearance, as opposed to the uniform look you get when all the logs are milled at the same diameter. Once the logs are peeled, crews working on different projects select the logs they need for their plan and haul them over to the site. As you see the crews working in the yard, you'll notice that they're building the roofs on the ground. And they do this for a couple of reasons. One, it's easier to work on the ground than it is up high, and it's also a little bit safer this way. Now, of all the shells you see on the grounds, there's one we have a particular interest in. Let's take a look at it. This is a home they're building for us. As you can see, they're just finishing up the first floor, and they're putting the finishing touches on the roof. Like, this is Mark Bingham. Mark's been supervising construction of the house. Say, mind if I interrupt you a second, Wes?
No, not at all, Dean.
I wanted to ask you one quick question. Has this roof line been a real problem for you?
Well, as you can see by looking at it, Dean, that it has a combination of styles there. One, of course, is the purlin style that goes over the main part of the house. And then we switch to the rafter style out over the bedroom. And it makes for an interesting architectural combination. I think that the architect staff did a good job of making it flow together. And, of course, the guys with their handcrafting have made it happen.
So by the time we get this thing to Wisconsin, you think that's going to be a real bearcat to finish framing the roof?
Well, it's obviously going to tax your abilities a little bit, Dean, but the base is already set there, and you'll find that that it'll flow through pretty good.
Okay, you'll give us a few pointers, won't you?
Oh, absolutely. We're with you clear to the end.
We're going to need them. I'm going to check out something here on the inside. I'll be right back. I just wanted to give you a closer look at the notching that goes into these log buildings. Now, on first glance, this may look like a hodgepodge of rough timbers, but there's a real art to doing this. Just look at how tightly these joints fit. Now, the notching's all done on our house, but they're working on some of the other buildings. Let's go over there to see how it's done. All right, looks like JB's all set to notch the next one here. Now, he scribed the back of this already. Using a special scribing tool, he's transferring the shape of this log to the bottom of this log right here. The scriber is set at about half the diameter of the log to keep all the overlaps even. And it's equipped with bubbles to show level end plumb, which are crucial in getting an accurate scribe. Now, he also makes a mark on the bottom log to help line up the top log later. With all the notches scribed, JB and his partner Leon turn the log over on its back to actually cut the notches. And they shim the log to keep it from moving during the cutting. They start the notches with chainsaws, cutting grooves between the scribe marks. This log is being notched in 3 places to accommodate the 2 end walls and an interior wall. After the grooves are all cut, the waste wood can be knocked out with a hammer. That leaves a rough notch, which then has to be fine-tuned. At this yard, they use an electric chipping gun with a special gouge chisel bit to smooth out the rough spots and cut a fine line along the scribe. Now, that's what creates the tight seam with the log below. When all the notches are done, it's kind of the moment of truth as far as a fit goes. Nice.
Well, we're going to give it just a little final nudge here.
So what happens if it doesn't fit quite right?
Well, there's just a couple things that we can do here if it's not fitting quite right. We can roll the thing back out and see if we got anything hitting inside the scribe and take just a hair more off. Or we can check to see if there's any knots that we have to buzz through back here to let the log come down just another quarter, half inch.
Okay, but not this time.
Not this time, it's there.
Okay, well thanks, JB, nice work. All right, there's just a couple of final steps we want to look at in the process of building a log home, so let's do that now. When the home's completely done, they give it a power wash. They spray on a cleaning solution to remove dust and dirt that collected during the construction process. It's like a high-pressure shower for the logs. Then when a log home is clean and ready to go, they label all the logs and load them onto the trailers. They go on the trailer in reverse order of construction. That puts the bottom logs at the top of the load, which is where they're needed when the home is reassembled. Well, that's as far as the building process goes here at the log yard. The rest of the construction takes place at the final destination.
Our final plan was based on an idea that we had come up with. However, we did get some one-on-one help from our builder's design team, and they fine-tuned our ideas into a workable plan. They also had stock plans available. Most builders do. However, it's that extra service you should look for when you're choosing a builder.
At this stage, we have somebody standing the logs for us. The roof's coming along pretty well, and we even have some of the windows and door openings taken out already. Now, we'll go through all those steps, but first we'd like to concentrate on the staining process. We're using a waterborne latex stain that comes in several colors. We've chosen a light natural color. Not only is it designed to highlight the grain of the wood, but also to seal and protect the wood from moisture. In fact, Tom Tusek's upstairs working on it right now. Tom's using an airless sprayer to apply the stain. A brush or a lint-free cloth would also work. Now, the surface should be completely dry before application, and it needs about 8 hours of dry weather afterward for proper absorption. We also sanded down all the log ends to close the log grains and contracted another pressure wash to remove all road grime and sawdust.
The stain actually coats the wood fibers to protect them against fungus and mildew. But while it keeps out rain, it also allows any moisture in the logs to evaporate. The manufacturer recommends that the initial coat go on in a two-step process known as a wet-on-wet application. You go over a specific area once to moisten the wood, and then apply the stain a second time to let it soak in and surround the fibers. Then, for optimum performance, another coat may be applied 12 to 24 hours after the wet-on-wet application. We'll put on another coat of stain next year to cover the shrinkage and the cracking that occurs in any new log home. This waterborne stain weathers gradually, but safely, without harming the environment. So we'll be applying other coats as they're needed throughout the years. And we're also going to be staining the interior logs, but we'll wait till we're done with the finishing work there.
Okay, you've got it on the center there? All right, now, this is a pretty good fit down here. Now we'd like to show you some of the elements of this roof, which are quite a bit different from a conventional roof. Well, first off, we put the ceiling boards down first, then we build the rest of the roof up on top of that. So we lay our first 1x6 here at the end of the rafter. This actually becomes the underside of the overhang. Then as we move up the rafters, these boards begin to form the ceiling on the inside of the building.
We're using 1x6 tongue and groove boards that are made out of incense cedar. And this is a little different than the aromatic red cedar that you find in the lining of closets. But it might be a little familiar all the same. It's used in making pencils. And it's also machinable, which makes it good for paneling, for siding, and for decking. The tongue and groove boards already cover much of the roof. They're nailed perpendicular to the log rafters over the master bedroom, producing horizontal seams. But over the main part of the roof, they're secured to the log purlins, creating vertical seams.
We're nailing the boards in face down to leave the smooth side exposed below. To hide the joints between boards, we're cutting them so the joints land right on the log. And the inside ends run into a routed groove along the gable end, producing a tight fit. We lay down insulation wherever the boards cross the wall logs to seal out weather. and we let the boards run wild over the gable end. When we're done, we cut them all to the same length with a circular saw. After that's done, we cover them with 15-pound builder's felt to protect them against moisture.
When the felt's done, you could just put up a layer of shingles and call the roof finished. And that'd work fine in a moderate climate. But here in the Northlands, we need a roof with a little more insulating value. So we're building up from the ceiling boards with 2x8 rafters. And these create spaces for insulation. And we're doing this on the main roof as well as the dormers because we want to insulate every part of the roof, which is where most of the heat is lost.
The rafters are framed 24 inches on center. Now, they don't provide any structural support. It's actually the purlins underneath that frame the roof. And they run from the peak down past the overhang. And we nail on this 2x4 sub-fascia board here. You notice that the 2x8s are notched out to form this overhang here. What it does is create an open area where we can ventilate the roof by running continuous soffit vent right along the overhang like so.
This is rigid insulation called blue board, and it's 2 inches thick, and that gives us an R value of 10. And it comes in 4x8 sheets, but we're ripping it down to 22.5 inches, so it'll fit snug between our rafters.
We're installing 3 layers of styrofoam between the rafters for a total R value of about 30. And even with 3 layers, it still gives us a good inch between the top of the insulation and the bottom of the sheathing, which is good, because in wintertime we're going to need some ventilation here. We need cool air passing up between the insulation and the sheathing to prevent ice dams on the roof.
Over the insulation in the rafters, we're putting down a half-inch layer of plywood. And this step is almost identical to the sheathing on a conventional roof. Once the sheathing's secured, we'll seal the roof with some more builder's felt and then finish it off with shingles.
There's plenty of work to do before we get to that point. But at any rate, this should give you a good idea of what goes into a roof on a log home. For now, we just want to get this pile of plywood unloaded, and then we're done for the day.
Oh, boy. Isn't your back bothering you?
Huh? No,
On our last day up north, it was still warm enough to spend the night on our pontoon boat, but it's getting a little chilly at the lake now. So it's nice to have a spot nearby where we can clean up and rest in warmth and comfort as we continue work on the cabin through the late autumn.
That's right up against that. Okay, we'll go with that one.
This is the wall that's right up against the wetland. Now,
let's see. The windows are all set. I got 2x8 in the box. Got the chainsaw. Still feel like we're together.
Let's see. Gas and oil for the chainsaw? Scared me for a minute there. Well, then we're set. Ideally, you'd want the roof done before finishing up the windows and the doors. But once the paper's on the ceiling boards, you can start cutting out your openings while the roof's being worked on. And we've already marked a window opening here on the dining room wall. We'll cut it out with a chainsaw.
We put in some plywood shims here in between the logs. This way the logs won't sag once we cut out our opening. Now, when the home was manufactured, they put metal rebar on both sides of the window. This helps support the walls. But because we have such a nice lake view here, we took our double window and expanded that to a triple window, which moved this side of the window out past this rebar. So as we cut out the logs, we'll remove this, which isn't really a problem because we'll put bucks along the windows nailed into the logs. Those will help support this wall here.
the rough opening a little larger than recommended by the window maker. And that's for two reasons. One is to make room for any further log settling, and two is to make room for the bucks, which go in next.
We're using 2x8s for bucks. They provide the flat surface around the window frame for us to rest our windows against. Now we need these because we can't nail the windows directly against the logs. We'll put the first one in here on the bottom. We'll set it in right on top of this insulation. And once that's down, we'll nail it in place using these 6-inch nails.
To make room for settling, we cut these side bucks 3.5 inches short. We also sawed these slots for the nails. Now that way, if the logs should settle, they'll be able to move freely without disturbing the bucks. We also put these washers on the nails so that they can move freely. The top buck then goes over the side bucks, leaving 2 inches above for settling space. Now, some log builders will perform this part of the job for you, but they may require you to mark the walls and have all the bucks ready to go in.
Well, once the bucks are up, we can go ahead and install the windows. Now, we're using a variety of double-hung casement and awning windows in single and multi-units. We chose this rustic-looking divided light style that was real common in older construction. And this is a triple-wide double-hung unit here.
To cut down on heat loss, the panes are double glazed. So that's 2 layers of glass with a 1/4-inch airspace in between. And we specified a green factory finish and this flat 4-inch casing to enhance the rustic feeling. Now, we did have to do some prep work out here. We notched some of the logs so that the casing will fit flush with our bucks.
We also cut a 3/4-inch groove into the upper log with a chainsaw. That's for the top of the window trim. We sawed in deep enough to leave plenty of space above so the wall won't crush the window as it settles. We're using masonry clips to secure the windows, so we won't have to nail through the finished trim. With help from Dean Doyne, we then set it in place and slide the trim up into the groove. We want the unit level, so we raise it up and shim underneath when the bubble lines up.
That's good, then?
Yep.
All right. Hold her in.
Yeah, I got it.
And we nail the clips into the bucks. The upper trim ends up nestled in the groove we cut, creating a smooth finish with the top log.
We cut that last opening, secured the bucks, and installed the window all at once. But you could cut out all the openings first and install the windows later. Just be sure that you put in the bucks as soon as you cut each opening to maintain proper support. While we've been working on the roof and the windows, our masons, Tim Tusick and Mike Jameson, have been working on the fieldstone fireplace. We cut away the logs here for the firebox and the chimney. Now they're building up the concrete block interior for the fireplace and the fieldstone exterior as they move up the log wall. This is the same crew that did such a great job on our fieldstone foundation. And again, they're using rocks that have been picked right from the property here. Now, because the weather is so cool, the mortar is slow to dry, so things aren't going as quickly as they could. But they're doing their best to keep the materials warm. Other than that, Tim, how's it going?
Pretty good, Jojo, but we could use some more rocks.
Already?
We're using them up.
Okay, well, I'll have to tell Dean.
Thank you.
What's interesting about this property is it has this old railroad spur running right up the middle of the property. It's made up of thousands of field stones that were carried up from the lake by laborers, about 100 years or so ago. You can see them kind of laying out along here. In fact, what's kind of ironic, now we're carrying them back down to the lake to use in the fireplace.
Yeah, ironic. first snow fell a couple of days later. But by then, the roof had been fully enclosed and all the windows had been installed. So we were still one step ahead of the weather. Okay, we can start installing the French doors here on the back porch. Now, we cut out the opening and installed the bucks the same as we did with the windows. We took the doors off their jambs because they're a little bit heavy. And these have the same double-glazed, divided light features that our windows do.
Now, we weren't able to go with a factory paint finish, nor were we able to go with a 1x4 trim. So we took the frame the way it was, we removed the brick mold and put on the 1x4 trim. Then we took a 3/4-inch shim and placed that between our bucks here. This will raise the door a little bit off the ground. And we flash that with galvanized flashing that runs down behind this deck board and underneath the deck. This way we don't have to worry at all about moisture getting in underneath the door. Now, the next thing I want to do is put down a couple beads of caulk. One right here and one right here.
Now, we've already notched the log so that this trim will fit flush. And now that it's caulked, we'll set the door frame in place, make sure that it's centered. Let me get on the other side and take a look.
Okay, let's see. Up on your end down there just a little bit. And then we want to make sure that the door is level here. I'll just, okay, right there, that's good. There. And then we want to check this first side here for plumbing. I'll do that using this longer level. All right. Ah, that looks good.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and nail it.
Now, I'm nailing right through the trim here and into the buck. And that's going to hold the jamb in place. We're not using masonry clips here since the trim isn't painted yet, and we'll be able to hide the marks.
From this point on, the door installation is pretty much the same as in any other construction.
Well, we've gotten a lot accomplished so far. All the windows and doors are in. We've made some progress on the roof. We've picked enough field stone for the fireplace. All that's really left in sealing the exterior of the cabin is to put in the chinking.
And that'll be the first step of our next program, so I'm sure you'll want to join us. Chinking is definitely one of the most interesting aspects of log building, and it's come a long way since the days of the pioneers.
Then once things are sealed up on the outside, we'll move back inside, start building up on the second floor, raise some partition walls, and continue with the mechanical rough-in.
So we'll see you then.
You know, it's going to be a pleasure to work inside, assuming we get the heat on in there.
Oh, we'll make sure that happens. Say, how's your back doing?
My back?
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit better?
Yeah, I was just kidding you about that.
Oh, Joanne. Jeez.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet.
Wow, have you ever seen a log home like that before? It's a pretty incredible log home. And all the plans here on Home Time on Georgia Public Television. We hope that you're enjoying this morning special presentation of Home Time. We're going to be continuing with more of it. Please stay with us. Right now, we're going to take a very short intermission, however, and ask for you to join with us and ask for you to join with the corporate sponsors of Home Time on a national basis. They include Chevrolet trucks and also Stanley, a wonderful contributor to all of those, all of that hardware and do-it-yourself around the house tools and all that kind of stuff. Corporate sponsors are our partners here at Georgia Public Television, and we thank them. The single largest source of donations comes, however, from individuals, from people like you in their own homes who in Georgia enjoy Georgia Public Television each and every day, each and every weekend with programs like Home Time and This Old House, from everything from New Yankee Workshop to all of the terrific cooking programs that we have on. They're all here because folks like you make them possible. So won't you join with us live here in the studios this morning? We've got a full complement of volunteers from MARTA. We want to give them a big round of applause. It comes down and spending this beautiful Saturday morning with us. because they are enthusiastic about public television. They care about public television. They know that public television improves the quality of their life. And they, in their way, are reaching out to you here this morning to join with them and to join with everyone who is involved in the very unique partnership that makes public television possible for all of us. We have some wonderful thank you gifts for those of you who are real Home Time fans and who are interested in becoming members here this morning. And starting off the list, we have got Log Cabin. It's the video cassette of the entire series, the entire program of building a log cabin that we have seen here this morning. Everything from scribing and notching logs, applying a door and window trim for a smooth finish on log walls, roughing in the plumbing, the electrical, the whole 9 yards. So if you've got that piece of Georgia just waiting for you to build your log retreat, or maybe you want to have your log home for every day, here it is on video cassette. A wonderful way to begin that process. If you already have that log home, flower gardening. Also for a $60 contribution to Georgia Public Television, the way to landscape and really create that beautiful garden that we drive by. I know I look at many apartment complexes and many business complexes and lust after those flower beds that they have and never seem to be able to quite get mine. Well, here in the style that only Dean and Joanne have, they share with us how you can have just such a flower garden. 1-800-222-4788. I have a special guest to introduce right now, and she is Jamie, the daughter of one of our MARTA volunteers. Here she is modeling the final gift that we have for you at the $60 level, this terrific Home Time t-shirt. You can see it. She's wearing it in rare style, really pajama style here on this size. It's a wonderful, colorful shirt. It's got the Home Time logo with that terrific looking palladium window and the clouds behind. It's yours for an investment of $5 a month. Perhaps you'll use your Visa or your MasterCard, and when you do, we have this Home Time mug. Jamie, maybe you want to model that for us also. This terrific Home Time coffee mug is yours when you can put your pledge of $60 or more on a Visa or MasterCard. It's a terrific brown mug. Great way to get that weekend started with your coffee or your tea or whatever it is you take on Saturday mornings. And as you get all psyched up for either your weekend do-it-yourself projects. 1-800-222-4788. We have got about a third of the phones busy right now. Thanks to you, Jamie. We're going to go over to the other side of the studio now and talk with Gerald Bryant.
As long as Jamie has that t-shirt, she'll never have to worry about a place to live. She could take up residence in there with a small family in that t-shirt. Why don't you pick up the phone right now and give us a call down here at Georgia Public Television. We are here live in our studios just south of Atlanta, but of course we reach into the entire state plus adjacent states like Tennessee, South Carolina, northern Florida, Alabama. We go into all those states as well, and sometimes often we get support from those states as well. So take that 45 seconds to a minute that it will take to call one of our volunteer operators from MARTA. They'll ask for just some basic information, how you would like to pledge. Well, one thing that we like to tell you is you might like to pledge on your Visa or your MasterCard. That makes it more convenient for you, and it also helps us with our bookkeeping procedure. We have something a little special for you if you want to charge at the $60 level or above on your Visa or MasterCard. Regardless of what other thank you gift that you receive, you will also get a Home Time coffee mug. Of course, you've been watching the Home Time special this morning on Georgia Public Television. I don't know if I would even recognize a piece of galvanized flashing if someone were to hit me over the head with it. So that's why there's a need for a show like this for klutzes like me who have very little idea of what to do in the garden or in the home. But Amy was making an interesting point in one of the earlier breaks, or the only earlier break. You don't see a lot of these programs on other stations. Sure, you can hop around cable and occasionally find another do-it-yourself show, but most of them air on PBS and on Georgia Public Television. Now, the reason you don't see a lot of them on other cable outlets, certainly not on network stations, is there is not a huge demand for them. They can't make a lot of money for those other cable operations. Well, here at GPTV, we are not driven by that. We are driven by the fact that there are a lot of people out there who have a lot of very special needs and wants in their television programming, and we try to fill in that void as much as possible. That's why you see things like, well, the Civil War comes to mind from a couple of years ago, the most popular series ever to air on public television. That's why you will see the how-to shows like the famous This Old House and like Home Time, Victory Garden, and things that have been the staples at public television over the years, because we really do care about all the different segments of people, of audience out there with very special interests and needs. And one of them is the do-it-yourself show, the how-to show. The ratings reflect that, but of course we don't have advertisers per se. We cannot sell advertising time. You don't see any commercials. My wife always bugs me about using the remote control on cable. That's because men know that it is possible to watch an entire evening of television and never see a commercial, and maybe keep up with several shows at the same time. And other than the interruptions for many pledge drives, public television is like that all the time. You can sit and watch an evening of Georgia Public Television without any commercial interruption. But there is a price that we have to pay for that. The price is that it is necessary for us to periodically come to you and ask for your financial support of Georgia Public Television. Over the years, you have never failed us. You have always answered that call when we have said it's time now for you to pledge your support to GPTV. We are doing that once again, but just for the weekend. This isn't going to last days and days. This is the second day of only 3 days, of only 2 days that we're doing this. So that's not taking up a whole lot of time. That's why we implore you to pick up the phone and give us a call if you're not a member of Georgia Public Television, or perhaps you would like to renew your membership. I think we're going to go back to Amy one more time. Or are we going to go back to the show?
No, I think we're going to come back to me. We've just got a couple of minutes and we are going to return to Home Time. I want you to take a look at the volunteers around me here. They're a terrific group from MARTA. We're having such fun with them here this morning. They're here to encourage you to go to your phone right now and join with them and with the staff, with the over 60,000 people who are already members of Georgia Public Television. You can see standing in front of me here, we've got Bo Anderson, Nisia, Hakeem, and John Graham. They're all from MARTA here. John was just taking a pledge, but right now we've got this entire bank empty. 4 terrific volunteers, and behind them we've got Madison, Jeffrey, George, also from MARTA. 7 volunteers right now. Let's see if we can get every single of these 7 phones ringing and busy. Think of this as a standing ovation for Home Time. Perhaps you're a real fan of Home Time's brand new female host. Susan Egley is from Minneapolis, where she and her husband renovated a 1905 home, and it was through that experience and through really opening up a new world to her in terms of the real complexity and the real challenges involved in doing it around the home yourself and fixing up things in the real sense. Boy, if you're working on a 1905 home, you have really taken the meaning of do-it-yourself to its very limit. And it was because of that background and experience that she felt that she really had something to offer to all of us out there who are struggling with similar projects on whatever scale ourselves as we work to improve our home and our own little nest, our own little corner of the world. It's become increasingly easier in many ways, but at the same time much more complex as all the different kinds of materials, the different choices of tools have proliferated. There are just that many more difficult choices to make in terms of budget and in terms of what is just the right material, what is just the right approach for you to get what you are after. So there's a real important role for programs like Home Time and This Old House, because they take this important information and bring it into the comfort and the convenience of our own homes. And we don't have to go and go out. If we didn't have the opportunity of having programs like this in our own homes every Saturday, every Sunday now as well on Georgia Public Television, well, we would be forced to go out and take seminars, take workshops and this kind of thing. and you might just not get around to doing that, and you might end up with just kind of a half-hearted job. I know personally we have done a lot of work around our house, and it's phenomenal. Just the small tips and techniques that you can pick up go so very, very far. So maybe you want to think of your investment with Georgia Public Television here this morning as simply a trade-off for all of the money saved that these programs have contributed to, all of the end product that Home Time and Dean Johnson and Joanne Liebler have helped you with. Also, still going, I'm pleased to say we have had several gifts at the $120 level, both log cabin and flower gardening. Both of these video cassettes are yours for an investment of $120. It's $10 a month. Maybe you'll use your Visa or MasterCard and let us add to these 2 video cassettes that Home Time coffee mug is our way of saying thank you for using that Visa or MasterCard. Any pledge at $60 or above on the Visa or MasterCard receives, in addition to whichever video cassette or the t-shirt, whatever it is you like, you'll also get that Home Time mug. So we have got, well, half of the group, it looks like now. We've got Madison and George and Tom already on the phone here. Half of the group in the second row, so we're doing really well. We have got 5 of the 7 folks we were shooting for on the phone. 2 more. If we can get Nithya and John on the phone right now, we'll have reached our goal. 1-800-222-4788, less than 30 seconds, and we're going to wrap things up. So help us get these 2 people on the phone right now from MARTA, and we can consider this break a success only with your help. 1-800-222-4788. We're taking a call from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Thanks to Sloan Hallisey for making a generous pledge. Also a call from Savannah, Robert Potensy, thanks to you. Sarah Worthy of Austell, a call from Albany over there. All over the state, thanks for your calls. Thanks for helping to support public television in Georgia. We're going to continue out with more Home Time, but remember that it's only with your support that GPTV continues bringing you the best.
If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check today to Georgia Public Television, Post Office Box, GPTV, Atlanta, Georgia, 30392. And thanks for supporting GPTV.
Bringing you the best. GPTV on Channel 8, WGTV, Athens, Atlanta.
Home Time is brought to you by the Electric Cooperatives of Georgia and Oglethorpe Power Corporation, committed to energy efficiency through the Good Sense program. Whether building a new home or improving an existing one, Good Sense features bring savings, value, and comfort to your home.
Coffee smells great. Hi, welcome to the Home Time Log Cabin. We've been working on it all morning. We're just now taking a quick coffee break. About all set?
It's ready. There you go.
Thanks.
There's a lot going on right now as we finish up the exterior work and prepare to move inside. The concrete floor is being poured down in the basement. And the chinkers are starting to seal up the exterior. We'll show you what that's all about right after this.
Hey, then Doctor and I can cut out those purlins above the dormer.
Okay.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you full-size pickups and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Before starting any new work at the log cabin, let's show you what's already happened on this project, going back to the beginning. While we were clearing the land, digging the foundation, and building the first floor platform, Our log cabin was being notched and assembled at the Builder's Log Yard in Twin Lakes, Michigan. Our cabin was based on a plan we put together, but the builder's architects worked with us one-on-one to put our ideas into a workable design. Then, after disassembling the logs, they delivered them to our site. And they reassembled the logs on the platform we prepared. It went pretty fast with the boom truck swinging the logs into position, but there was a half-day slowdown because of the extra maneuvering to clear the trees around the foundation. After the log assembly, we finished the roof, had the logs stained, and installed the windows and doors. It's a pretty big project. We've hired subcontractors to do a lot of the work, but we've been pitching in wherever we can to keep the costs down.
Now, as we return to the present, our basement floor is being poured and finished. We turn that job over to a subcontractor, Tim Tusek, who's also building our fieldstone fireplace. When the floor dries, we'll be able to install the furnace and start heating the cabin. One of the specialized jobs in building a log home is filling in the gaps between the logs, which is called chinking. We have an expert from Michigan to tell us how this is done, Greg Numador. Greg's been chinking for 8 years. Well, thanks for joining us, Greg. So what are you up to over here?
Well, basically what we're doing is applying first a closed-cell urethane foam in between the logs. And after this process, then we would spread a chinking compound over the surface of this.
Okay. Well, what's the insulation value of this chinking?
Well, each chink line gets 2 inches of this closed-cell urethane foam, and that has a good R value, but what really gives you the good thermal value is the airspace that's caused when you have the inside and exterior chinking in place.
Oh, okay.
There'll be an airspace in between the two. Because the chinking adheres tightly to the logs and won't separate from the logs, then you end up with a dead airspace in between, which has a good thermal value and works like a thermos bottle or a thermal pane window would.
Okay, sure. And you do this on the inside and outside?
Exactly the same process on the inside, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll get out of your way and let you get at it.
Alrighty.
Thanks. The backer rod comes in several shapes and sizes to fill the log gaps. Greg's using trap rod, which is shaped like a trapezoid, narrow on one side and wide on the other. After the backer's secured, Greg uses a mortar bag to squeeze out a bead of chinking wide enough to leave a finished strip 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch deep. The flat surface of the backer rod helps ensure a uniform chinking depth along the joint. Greg's method is to empty the bag and then go back and trowel the beads of chinking. It's water-based, so misting with water helps smooth it out, especially with the weather near freezing, as it is here today.
Wow, you're really making some progress. Looking great.
Well, thank you.
This chinking is a vast improvement over the mortar used in older log homes. Mortar would get hard and brittle, whereas this flexible synthetic can expand and contract with the shifting of the log home. So it always maintains a weather-tight seal. It's resistant to chemicals, salts, moisture, and mildew. And it also comes in several different colors, although we've kind of gone with a light pale gray here to give us the rustic look of mortar. Typically, Greg and his partner start at the top of a wall and work their way down. That's to avoid accidentally marring a finished line of chinking. And the manufacturer recommends immediately wiping off any chinking that falls in the wrong places. Dry chinking is pretty tough to remove. Cold weather can affect the application, so we set up a heater inside to help keep the chinking material workable. And Greg's thermal suit keeps him warm.
One of the main structural elements on a log home are the purlins that run between the gable ends. They provide the main support for the roof above. But we want to cut out part of this one here because it's blocking our view looking out the dormer onto the front yard. And now that the roof's finished, we're able to do that by bolting through this point right here and this point over here. That ties into triple rafters that run up on either side here in the roof. This way we can cut out this part and it won't weaken the roof structure at all. You all set there? Dr. Doyne cuts a log with a chainsaw, first going right down the middle. Now we're taking it out in short pieces since a full log would be too heavy. It takes a little longer than cutting it out all at once, but this way, we keep the job manageable. Well, it definitely opens things up. Now all we have to do is get these small logs out of here, pull up some of our scrap plywood, and we can start putting down the subfloor.
We've had a lot of nice weather this autumn as we've been working on the cabin, but this afternoon brings us another taste of winter. The snow shower is kind of a hassle for our chinkers, but they're hoping to wrap up here tomorrow, so they're pressing on to stay on schedule. There are a lot of tools used for spreading putty, glazing, and joint compounds, materials which are similar to chinking. But believe it or not, the experts have decided that one of the best tools for chinking is a pancake flipper like this. It's got the flexibility that they need to make a smooth pass over the chinking, and all they do is cut it down to the proper width and go to town. Why, this is nice looking stuff, isn't it, though?
Oh, absolutely beautiful.
We're going ahead now with the second-story floor, which has to be built up for the heating, plumbing, and electrical rough-in. And our first step in all this was to level off all these log joists. To do that, we ran string lines over the tops of the joists to see how much they varied in relation to each other and to the first floor. Then with a hammer, we turned the screws on the floor jacks supporting the second floor to adjust the height. We'll periodically check the level as the logs settle and adjust the jacks as needed.
Thanks. All right, well, with that done, we're all set to install our 2x6 tongue and groove flooring. It's made out of incense cedar, the same type of wood we used on the ceiling, and we're actually installing it face down, since it will be viewed from the first floor looking up between the log joists. We're not concerned about the nail head showing, since this will all be covered by more framing and the finished floor. The ends of the boards slide right into the grooves cut into the logs during construction, and the grooves save us the work of scribing the end of each board to match the log.
This subfloor is just the first layer of what we'll be building up here. Later on, we'll be installing 2x4 sleepers all the way across. We'll run all our heating, plumbing, and electrical between them, and then cover them all up with plywood. So basically, we're building a floor on top of a floor. Got that one where you want it?
Yeah, if you could maybe help me down there on that end.
Sure. This is one part of the job that Dean and I can handle alone, but nailing in all the boards does take a while.
Somebody at the lodge said there's over 155 ton of field still in that fireplace.
Are you kidding?
No.
Oh, boy, imagine picking all the rock for that.
We won't have to worry about that one. Hey, we're going to have to hold off on these 2x4 sleepers for a while.
What's up?
Well, the plumber was over. He said we should take this 2x4 wall right here, turn that into a 2x8 wall.
But we can leave it in the same spot?
Yep, stay in the same spot. And then he'll run all the heating and plumbing up to that to the second floor. And he wants to run all of that before we put down the sleepers.
Oh, so we just frame around his work.
Yep, we just frame around that.
Sure.
And then, I guess the other thing he wants to change is the bathroom.
Until I get some of this wall stuff organized, as they're putting in that 2x6 V-groove.
Despite yesterday's flurries, the chinkers are making good time. They finished the front and the sides of the cabin, so now they're focusing on the back and getting started under the porch roof. Unless the weather gets really bad, they should be able to finish by this afternoon. As the chinkers continue their way around the house, we've got more work happening up here on the roof. Earlier, we built up a layer of insulation between 2x8 rafters, and then covered all of that up with plywood and builder's felt. Well, now we're going to finish off the roof with a final layer of concrete roof tiles. We've got a crew on hand preparing the roof surface for that.
While the tiles are drying at the manufacturers in Oshkosh, the roofers went ahead with building felt and furring strips that they'll need once they start installing the tile. What they're doing right now is installing copper flashing along the logs. This will keep water from penetrating under the logs once the tile is installed. To prepare for the tiles, they're nailing down a layer of 45-pound builder's felt over the lighter felt that was installed before. And that builds up protection against moisture. Then they nail in the 1x2 furring strips that the tiles will lie on. And the strips go on horizontally about every 12 inches. They'll be covering the whole roof like this to get ready for the tiles.
With the end of their work in sight, the chinkers are also up on the roof now, finishing off the gable and the shed dormers on the back side of the cabin. Their craftsmanship really finishes off the logs nicely, and it's a welcome relief inside since the chinking has sealed out the cold wind that was blowing in between the logs. We've gone as far as we could on the second floor, so now we've started framing our first floor stud walls. And that way we can start running our mechanical systems upstairs. Now, we planned our cabin interior so that mainly log walls would be visible from the largest rooms. But we still need partitions between the kitchen and the entryway and the bathroom. And there are aspects of this that are unique to a log building.
Well, for one thing, I'm notching out these cavities wherever a stud wall meets a log wall. All I'm doing is making some saw curves here with a chainsaw. I'll go back and knock these out with a hammer. After I knocked out all the extra wood, I chiseled out a nice smooth area here in the notch. This way I'm all set. Thanks, Jojo. All set to slide a 2x4 stud in here. Now there's enough room on either side of the stud to slide the wall covering or siding in between. This will make a real nice transition from the stud wall to the log wall. And I'm securing it with washered nails in slots that will compensate for log settling.
Making other allowances for log settling. For instance, this stud wall rests directly underneath this tie log. So we need to create slip joints to keep the log from crushing the wall as it settles. And one of the first steps on this is the nailers.
Now this is a standard 2x4 stud wall that you'd use in conventional framing. We just cut the studs a little short here to allow for settling in the logs. Then we attached the bottoms of the studs, we plumbed everything, and then drilled up through the top plate into this nailer up here. And we lag bolted that in place to hold the wall secure. And once the wall's finished here, once we have the paneling on the front, we'll take a trim piece, attach that to the nailer here, and that trim piece will slide down over the wall as the logs settle.
As we continued our work laying out the first floor partition walls, and as Greg Numador wrapped up the exterior chinking, the sun finally popped out of the clouds. Greg headed back to Michigan that afternoon, but he'll be back later on for the interior chinking.
Hello. Oh, Joanne, it's you. Oh, Florida, huh? Oh, what time is it here? Oh, I gotta meet doctor in 10 minutes. What? Yeah. I tell you what, how about if I give you a call tonight, okay? All right. Have a good time.
All right. While Joanne's sunning herself in Florida, there's still a few things we have to get done around here. The roofers are just about ready to start putting concrete tiles on the roof, and we'll show you that process once they begin. Inside, we moved ahead on the framing and mechanical systems. We also collected a few more field stones here for the fireplace. Now, we finished off the wall over here in the kitchen. We also framed up the walls for the master bath. And in here, we've done something a little different. We built this wall out of 2x8s. It doubles its width and gives a little bit more room to accommodate the heating runs, the water pipes, and the drain pipes that run from the basement up to accommodate the second floor. Now, this isn't a load-bearing wall, so we're able to take some pretty good-sized cuts out of it. And for log settling, we created a slip joint, pretty much the same as on the wall in the kitchen. And what's kind of interesting is the plumber here has created his own slip joint. He has pipes connected like so, so as the logs settle, they settle right down into their joint. Upstairs, he used the floor system to hide all the plumbing and heating runs. First he put down the ducts and pipes, then we came back and installed the 2x4 sleepers. This brings the finished floor up to a height that will cover all this. Now this is the area right here for the upstairs bath. This will be the toilet, the tub will go right over here, and that'll be the vanity. Now the 3 silver lines you see right here are the hot air supplies to the bedroom. And this chase right here, formed with 2x4s, is actually the cold air return. Now we have a couple of runs sneaking around in this direction, one servicing the back bedroom, the other one the middle bedroom, and then the third run is for the front bedroom. And notice none of them cross over the cavity here that we built for the cold air return. Now, the electrician has also taken advantage of the floor being open to run all of his wires. And now that the exterior chinking's been applied, he's run some of his wires in between the logs. This will form a receptacle right here. And later on, the interior chinking will cover up the exposed wires. Well, that should give you a pretty good idea of how we work with built-up flooring to hide mechanical systems. Now, next thing we want to do is lay down plywood to cover all this up. And I'll help Dr. Doyle with that. We put the sleepers down over a layer of builder's felt, which will limit the creaking between the 2x4s and the subfloor. Now, the sleepers function sort of like floor joists, giving us nailing surfaces for securing the plywood. We secured them 16 inches on center, except where the ducts forced us to offset them. We ran them along the logs at the perimeter of the floor so we could nail down the outside edges of the plywood. And to make a tight seal between the plywood and the sleepers, we're putting down a bead of construction adhesive along each 2x4. Well, we got all the plywood flooring down. Doctor's notching out some logs now for another partition wall, and the roofers are starting to put up the concrete tiles. Let's check that out. Now, this is the tile we've selected. It's actually a concrete tile designed to look like slate. It has lugs at the top to catch onto the furring strips, and a hole here to nail into the furring strip. Now, basically, it gets installed like shingles. Begin with a starter course and just work your way up the roof. There's grooves on one side that interlock with the next shingle as the roofers move to the left-hand side. And for the rake, there's a 90-degree tile like so that goes over the edge and just gets nailed right into the fascias you can see right down here. Concrete isn't typically used to cover roofs here in the upper Midwest because of the problems sometimes caused by the frequent cycles of freezing and thawing in the spring and autumn. But these tiles have a very low rate of moisture absorption, which means water won't soak in, freeze, and crack the tiles during freeze and thaw cycles. So they come with a 50-year warranty. On our roof, one of the main challenges is keeping the moisture from leaking in at the valleys between the gabled dormer roofs and the main roof. They've used 16-ounce copper flashing to protect each valley from moisture. They cut the tiles with a diamond-tipped blade to match the angle of the valley, and they nail them in flush with the groove in the center of the valley flashing. The tiles come in 5 different shades of green, terracotta, gray, and brown, but each contains traces of colors of the other. And this is through a unique manufacturing process where the concrete is colored as the tiles are made at the factory. Then the roofers spread them out in random patterns, and this keeps it looking like a slate roof. Our masons, Tim Tusek and Mike Jameson, have been moving right along here on the fireplace. They built a plastic tent around the scaffold. In case we get a cold snap, it'll keep the materials dry so they can keep on working. Why don't we take a peek inside? Well, it is relatively cozy in here. Now, one thing they have to take into consideration when building a fireplace is the fact that the logs will be settling around the mortar. So basically what they have to do is build a fireplace that's completely freestanding. I'll show you what I mean. Where are those guys? Oh, they made some pretty good progress.
they had to keep the field stone and masonry separated from the logs. So they built in a 2.5-inch gap between the two and stuffed it with insulation. This way, as the log wall settles, the logs can move down along the fireplace and they won't get bound up on anything. Another thing to take into consideration with settling logs is the roof flashing here. The roofers laid down first a piece of copper flashing that comes up underneath here like so. And they took a second piece and cut that in directly to the logs. This way, as the log settles, the top piece comes over the top of the first. It works out great because the two operate as separate independent units. We collected all the field stones from our own property. We could have had them trucked in, but we like the idea of using stones from our actual site. And it's in keeping with trying to recreate something that could have been built, oh, let's say 80 or 90 years ago. Well, we're starting to frame up the stud walls here on the second floor to form 3 bedrooms and a hallway here coming through our opening. Now, what we're doing is cutting out notches here in the log walls wherever a partition intersects one of those log walls, basically the same way we did downstairs, except up here, we aren't notching out quite as deep for the stud, but we are making a fairly deep groove here for the 3/4-inch paneling that goes on either side of the partition. So all we have to do now is stick in our slotted studs here on either end. Well, we're raising up our first stud wall here underneath this purlin, which should be a pretty good surface to nail everything to. Now, the overall height here is about 11 feet between the floor and the purlin. But we're going to start out here with a standard 8-foot wall and then work our way up from there. Get this up over the top here. All right, now we're all set to extend our wall up to the purlin up here with this piece of framing. Now, you notice we cut these cripples just a little bit short. That's to create our slip joint. What we want to do now is trim this up. Okay, I got this. Get this other side of the shim in here. Okay, now you notice that we're leaving our gap here. That's so we can nail this piece of framing directly to the purlin. All right, so the gap here forms our slip joint. Once these two areas are paneled, we'll nail on another piece of trim to this member right here. And as the logs settle, that piece of trim will come right down over our bottom section. So the next thing we want to do is lag bolt up to these members to keep the wall in line, and then we'll move on, notch out for the next partition. Meanwhile, the roofers are making progress on the concrete tiles, but it is taking a while. The tiles are pretty heavy, so part of the job involves elevating them. They've got a nice setup here, though, with a ladder and a power hoist. After laying out enough piles over the back porch, they start laying that part of the roof. Well, the roofers definitely have a little bit of work left to do before they're done up there, and we have a little bit of framing yet to finish up. But on next week's show, we'll start paneling our partition walls. We'll also start installing some kitchen cabinets. And like anything else on a log cabin, they require some slightly different installation techniques. So we'll go through those. Plus, Joanne will be back next week. So we'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you compact vans and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Stay tuned, because we are going back to finish up the interior of that gorgeous log home. And you could be the owner of just such a dream home if you stay tuned, because we have the rest of that coming up, and we also have the video cassette. All of the ways how to have that very same log cabin is here captured on video cassette, and it's our way this morning of saying thank you to those of you who join with us here in the studios this morning by becoming a member of Georgia Public Television, a supporter of this kind of program. We hope you'll make a pledge at the $60 or perhaps the $120 level. Those have been very popular levels throughout the Home Time special this morning. Lots of people calling up and say, yes, send me that video cassette with all of how to build a log cabin. I've got my own piece of Georgia, my own piece of the woods already picked out, and I want to have that beautiful log cabin, and it's always been a dream of mine to build a log cabin. Well, you need the help of Dean Johnson and Joanne Liebler if you're going to have it reach the height that that log cabin has. I don't think I've ever seen such a spectacular log cabin, but it's really not that hard. It's really pretty easy if you know the right way to do it, if you know how to plan, how to start from the beginning and assess exactly what your objectives are, how the budgeting process is a part of the planning process, what are the materials you need from start to finish. It's all right here on the log cabin video cassette. So let us thank you with that. The most important reason, of course, for you to join with us this morning here at Georgia Public Television is because you care about public television. It's because you recognize that it's only on public television that this kind of program is brought to you commercial-free. 99% of the time, interruption-free. It's only about 1% of the time that we are here asking, instead of having commercials every day, interrupting your program several times every hour, instead we have these pledge intermissions just a few times a year to ask for you, the people who we are really here to serve, unlike other television services who are really there to serve their commercial advertisers. We are here to please you, and we hope that you'll tell us, we hope that you'll let us know that you're a pleased fan and viewer of Georgia Public Television in a very important way, which is calling in with a pledge here this morning. We have a terrific group of volunteers. They're here from MARTA. Let's give them a big round of applause. A wonderful group. And they've been taking pledges like crazy this morning. We have a goal of $2,000 that we want to raise during this break. We hope to hear from 10 people at that $120 level. 10 people who will let us thank them with not only the log cabin video cassette that I've been talking to you about, but also the flower gardening video cassette, so that you'll know just how to landscape that brand new log cabin of yours. $120, 10 people at that $120 level. I did hear one bell already, so that means 9 left to go here in just a few minutes before we go back to the continuation of Home Time. I want to ask Clay to come up and stand with me up here. He's modeling this terrific looking t-shirt that we have. It's this lush turquoise color, and it's got the Home Time logo on it there. You can see with the Palladium window and the clouds in the background, it's a spectacular looking t-shirt, and you're going to look just as handsome as Clay here when you receive your very own and sport it around the house as you fix up things and do it yourself, building your log cabin. It's a great way of showing off that you're a Georgia Public Television fan. This t-shirt is not available anywhere else. You have to make a pledge to Georgia Public Television during Home Time this morning to be able to sport this handsome t-shirt, one of your very own. 1-800-222-4788. Thanks very much, Clay. We hope you'll join with Clay. Everyone here at MARTA right now, $60, $120, $240. People even contributing $1,000, $1,500, $2,500 every year to Georgia Public Television, because they recognize that public television wouldn't be here without individuals. It's a grassroots movement that makes public television work, and we hope that you'll rally around, just like in the old days when communities rallied around together to build a barn, to build a church for the community, to do things as a community, coming together to make things happen for the community that were important to the community. Well, think of public television as an essential community community resource that's really unlike anything else in terms of how many people's lives it reaches out and touches. The power and magic of television is at work here today and every day on Georgia Public Television for you and your family. But it takes the support of you and your family, so think about how much you can afford. If that's our $35 basic membership, we welcome that. Be as generous as you can right now at 1-800-222-4788. Now over to Gerald Bryant.
Amy, in addition to that lovely T-shirt that Clay was modeling, we have some other thank you gifts for those of you interested in home time and those of you interested in supporting Georgia Public Television. One of them is a home video cassette of flower gardening. That's at the $60 level. So if you would like to call one of our operators and send in your pledge for $60 or more, you can get that great flower gardening cassette. Also at the $60 level. Okay, there we have. Is that the flower gardening? I can't see that well. That's either flower gardening or the log cabin. Both of those are available at the $60 level. If you would like to receive both of them, we add those numbers up quickly. And for, voila, $120, you get the flower gardening cassette and the log cabin cassette. Now, if you see those little symbols down there on the left-hand part of your screen, are the Visa and MasterCard symbols. If you would like to pledge $60 or more on your Visa or your MasterCard, you would not only get, say, either the T-shirt or one of those cassettes, but we are also going to send you a home time coffee mug. That's just as a little extra thank you gift. Now, we don't mention this a lot, but there's another plan we have called Easy Gift. That's where we arrange to have the amount deducted, as some people do with their utility bills or their insurance, a certain amount deducted from your checking account every month. It can be as little as $5 a month or $10, $20, whatever you can afford. And in exchange for that, as a thank you gift, for Easy Gift, we will send you a lovely large golf umbrella with the GPTV and Peach State Public Radio logos on it. So just some ways of saying thank you for supporting Georgia Public Television. I wonder if on those video cassettes they give you their secrets of how they can do all that hard work, never break a sweat, never get their hair messed up, and never get their clothes dirty. Somehow they manage to do that. I have a suspicion that between those segments there are like 100 guys who come in there with hammers and nails and do some of the real work. As a matter of fact, we've been talking about Joanne Liebler leaving and Suzanne Egley coming on board in the new season. I don't know when we will show it next, but there is a great episode of Home Time, which is a farewell to Joanne, in which they show a lot of the bloopers and stuff you don't normally see on the air. So you see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff there. Home Time, just one of the terrific how-to shows which have been so popular on public television across the country, and especially popular here in Georgia. I guess this old house is kind of the grandparent of all these programs, and a lot of people have gotten ideas from that. Dean Johnson himself was sold building supplies when he heard so many people talking about do-it-yourself projects that he decided that people needed a television show to assist them in their home do-it-yourself projects, and so Home Time was born some 6 years ago. We will begin a new season of Home Time in January here on Georgia Public Television. Now, you say, well, what difference does that make to me? You're going to show it regardless? No, that's actually not the case. Because we don't have commercial advertisers, we regularly require the assistance of our viewers to help to continue to bring you the type of programs that you have indicated to us that you like. So, yes, there will always be a Georgia Public Television, but the amount of new programs and the renewal of current programs that you like is contingent in great part on your support of Georgia Public Television. A lot of people watch Georgia Public Television, but only 1 person in 20 has become a member. If you're one of those 19 out of 20 watching right now who's not a member, Amy, I encourage him to pick up the phone and call us right now.
Absolutely, and you've done a wonderful job, Gerald. Your whole side on the phone right now. Wesley just put up his phone. Shirley just put up hers. But we've had this whole side very busy for the last 3 or 4 minutes. We're very excited about that. If we can keep this momentum going, if we can get just a little further, we are reaching for $2,000 during this break. We have already heard from 4 people at that $120 major gift level. We hope to hear from 6 more people. We have got just about 3.5 2.5 minutes, and we're going to go back to the conclusion of Home Time's Log Cabin Special. We've got Wesley on the phone now, Judy down at the end, about to get on the phone. This is wonderful. Let's go over to this other side. Things are a little bit slower. Madison Henderson back in the back row still needs to hear from somebody. Bo here in the front row hasn't had a call yet. There we go. All right, terrific. One by one. Let's see, 2, 3. I'm counting at least 3, 4 people right now. If we can get 4 more of these MARTA volunteers on the phone right now this morning, we will have a complete phone bank full of calls. What a wonderful way of you, the viewers of Georgia Public Television, you, the people that care about programs like Home Time, standing up and applauding. This is a standing ovation, really, for Home Time, and this is what we like to hear because we can report back to Kent Steele and Karen Fritz, the people who make the decisions every week, every month. What's going to be on Georgia Public Television? What's going to be on Sunday nights and Monday nights? What are we going to have on Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons? One of the most important ways that they have of determining what programs are going to be on our air is the kind of response that we generate during these very important but very brief pledge breaks, these very important pledge campaigns. So let us know right now. We have made a great commitment to Home Time. We certainly want to continue that. But those of you out there who care about Home Time, it's in your hands. 1-800-222-4788. The log cabin video can be yours for an investment of $60. 2, the flower gardening video cassette as well for an investment of $120. We have had 2 more calls at that $120 level, so we are up to 6 major gifts. 4 more is what we need at 1-800-222-4788. Every time that we have a call at the $120 level, here we have the bells, and we ring the bell on the set. You can hear the big round of applause that issues forth for every $120 pledge. Things are quieting down now just a little bit, so if you called a little earlier and the lines were busy, get back on that phone right now. 1-800-222-4788. Things have opened up and you'll be able to get through. Gerald?
Home Time, one of the most popular shows in the last few years on Georgia Public Television, showing you how to do everything from landscaping your garden to, in today's special episode, how to build a log house. When we return, I think we're going to see some of the interior finishing of that lovely log house. If you like programs like this, or if you're just a regular viewer of Georgia Public Television and you like our news and public affairs programs, perhaps you like the science programs that we have on. We don't have a shot of it now, but our whole set is decorated with the names of different the favorite Georgia Public Television shows, the McNeil-Lair News Hour, Nova, Mystery, Masterpiece Theater. Those programs that you have indicated to us over the years that you really like and you want to continue to support. If you do, pick up the phone, give us a call. Right now, we're going to see how to finish the inside of that log home. We'll be back in a while.
If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check today to Georgia Public Television, Post Office Box GPTV, Atlanta, Georgia 30392. And thanks for supporting GPTV.
Bringing you the best, GPTV on Channel 8, WGTV Athens, Atlanta.
Home Time is brought to you by the Electric Cooperatives of Georgia and Oglethorpe Power Corporation, committed to energy efficiency through the Good Sense program. Whether building a new home or improving an existing one, Good Sense features bring savings, value, and comfort to your home.
Welcome to the Hometime Log Cabin in miniature. Actually, this memento was given to us by the log builder who designed and handcrafted our cabin.
We set it out here to keep the birds coming all winter. Now, we've gotten a little bit of snow, but work on the log cabin's been coming along real well, and we'll continue more of that on today's program. We're going to start out with paneling, then later on we'll show you how to put together a log sauna.
We'll also be tiling the bathroom floors and installing the cabinets in our country kitchen. I also brought our tennis rackets so we can try out those indoor courts at the lodge.
Well, that's something we haven't done for a while, huh?
That'll be good for us.
That's how to do it.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you compact pickups and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Our masons, Tim Tusek and Mike Jameson, finished the fieldstone chimney they've been working on, and it turned out nicely. So I guess it was worth it collecting all that fieldstone.
Well, Tim and Mike will be back later on in the week to keep working on the fireplace here inside. I'll tell you, we are really happy with the way this fieldstone's turning out. Right now we have a little fire going in here to help temper the masonry. And all the framing on the first floor is done, so we moved ahead with the paneling. Now we're using 1x6 tongue and groove knotty pine, and we're taking it up as far as a slip joint here, which again helps protect the wall when the logs start settling. Later on, we'll cover up that gap with a piece of trim.
Upstairs, the framing's all done, and the plumbing and the electrical runs are all finished. Now, in the bathroom, we used stud walls to run the vent pipes up to the ceiling, so we didn't have to cut away any logs. Now, these are for the toilet and the bath and the fixtures downstairs, and they all converge into this 3-inch PVC pipe, which then turns the corner. From here, it goes up this wall where it merges with the vanity vent, and then the whole thing goes up through the roof to vent outside. We cut through the ceiling board, the insulation, and the plywood to let the vent through. Roofers provided watertight flashing and cut the concrete tiles to fit. We've also gotten the tub in and hooked up its drains. Now, this one is obviously less than full size, which is actually a better fit up here where floor space is at a premium.
Here in the bedroom, we did some paneling once we were done with the framing. Now, we incorporated our slip joints in here, but what's interesting is we extended this wall all the way up to the peak, and we did that by cutting 2x4s at the angle of the roof and then nailing this extension to 2x4s that we have attached to the ceiling.
We're doing the bedrooms in the same 1x6 knotty pine that we used in the kitchen, and we still got a ways to go, so we're going to get back to work.
Here's another one for you. Now we're starting to work our way up from the bottom. We've allowed 3/4 of an inch for the finished floor. Now we're putting the paneling up perpendicular to the studs here, so we're forming these horizontal seams. And the paneling goes in groove side down. So this groove goes over this tongue here. Then we installed this 1x here in the corner to give us a nice tight fit.
Nailing through the tongue into the studs secures the boards.
And we keep the nails high so that the groove of the next board hides their heads.
The ends of these boards slip into the notches that we cut where the stud wall joins the log wall. So this gives us a smooth transition from the paneling to the log wall. There we go. To secure the ends, we nail into the studs, but not to the logs, which would create problems with settling. The stud is nailed to the logs, but through slotted holes, which will accommodate log settling. Did you originally figure in those vaults in the estimate?
Oh, I'm sure I must have. This is way too much square footage for this 8-foot ceilings.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we must be okay then.
That's a good double check.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting closer to the peak as we move up the wall here. Some of these cuts are getting a little more difficult as we're running into the slope of the roof. And we're finding that we have to scribe some of the paneling here to match the contour of the purlin. We also cut in a shallow groove here with a chainsaw so the paneling fit right in there. All right, we pieced together this section and cut out the back groove of our bottom board here. It's really about the only way to get this up here. So we slide it up like so, and then with this done, we can go ahead and start paneling the bathroom.
Took us most of the day to finish off the paneling, but that gave us some time to do a couple of other projects. For instance, we nailed up some backer board around the tub here, and we sealed the joints with tape and thin set mortar. Now, the nice thing about backer board is that it provides a real solid surface for ceramic tile. It doesn't deteriorate when it gets wet.
You all done there?
Yeah, I'll give you some room.
For our tile floor here, we'll be pouring a mortar bed, which is a lot easier to level out than backer board. We have builder's felt down here on the floor to protect the plywood from water, and this mesh will help strengthen the overall floor. Now we'll be pouring this floor the same depth as our finished floor out here in the hallway. Get this out of here. As in any tile project, we trowel the mud under the mesh and pack it down firmly. Now this is a combination of Portland cement, water, and sand. Now we're spreading it right up to the logs. The logs will shrink as they dry, pulling away from the mortar and creating a small gap. That shouldn't be a problem on the edge here, where there won't be any traffic.
Say, we still want to get that mud bed down on the first floor bathroom, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll get going on that. Oh, still on for tennis tonight at the lodge?
Yeah, if I'm not too tired. Okay.
Here in the basement, we framed for a third bathroom and an area for the sauna right back here. We had a plumber come and run all the necessary drain pipes before we poured the concrete floor, and we've gone ahead and tiled that floor. We chose a preset pattern of 1x1 mosaic tiles in midnight blue with rosettes of jade and almond. A few days ago, we used thin set mortar to secure the tiles to the concrete, which provided a level surface for tiling. This pattern comes in sheets pre-spaced for the proper grout line, so laying the ceramic tile was pretty straightforward. After letting the thin set dry overnight, we finished the floors with grout, working the mixture into the grout line and wiping the surface clean of any residue. We chose a mushroom-colored grout here to highlight the darker background tiles. We laid this rosin paper down to protect our new tile floor, and we got this jetted tub in place before finishing our framing. Nailed up some backer board, and then we tiled over the backer board with 4x4 tiles. And these match the almond-colored tile that we have in the floor. Later on, we're going to put paneling all over the walls, and it'll match the wood that's in the sauna.
The sauna itself doesn't require insulation, but we're going to install R19 on all the basement walls because we plan on heating the entire basement. We wanted to get this insulation up before we began the sauna installation. So with that up, we can go ahead and start. Now, because this is a prefab unit, we should be able to put it together in about 90 minutes. The 2-inch boards we're using here are Nordic white spruce, and they're known as logs. That's because they're notched out here on the corners and go together pretty much like a log home. The first thing we want to do is lay out all of our baseboards and get those leveled in. The baseboards are unique because of this notch here, which later on we'll use to pull all of the boards together. Go.
Put these together pretty nicely, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
You want your base frame to be level. Well, that looks good. And if your floor's off a little bit, you can just shim underneath the base.
Hey, that looks good there, too.
All right, well, you ready for one?
Yeah. Take that end. Now we start putting on the rest of the logs. They've got tongue-and-groove edges for a snug fit.
The logs are all cut to size at the factory, and the long ones form the sidewalls, and the shorter ones are going to frame the door opening in front. This one has 3 vent holes that are cut into it. They go just above the base. From here, we just work our way up.
The sauna measures 80 by 80 inches, which is large enough for 6 people sitting or 3 reclining. There's no problem setting it over tile, since heat rises during a sauna and the floor stays cool. After the 3rd round is in, we install the threaded stabilizing rods in the holes provided. The following logs then slide down over the rods. In the 5th round, we lay in the wall log with 3 holes for the 2nd vent. Putting it there provides good ventilation.
Adding more logs takes us up to the top of the door opening, which is capped off with a full-length log. From there, we continue up to the top of the sauna. It's 79 inches high to fit under most existing ceilings. The last logs are planed flat on top. Here we go.
With the walls done, we tighten nuts down over the top and bottom of the threaded rods. That draws the logs together and secures them firmly. There is some settling, so you should retighten them after about 4 to 6 weeks.
To support the ceiling, we screw cove molding into the logs 2 3/4 inches below the top. These should be level. We laid a strip of insulated tape across the top of the cove molding, and now we're ready for the ceiling panels. They come in 2 halves, and they're insulated as well.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah. Now, once we get it in position and all squared up, we'll be securing both halves by screwing into the cove molding.
You over there in the corner?
Yep.
Okay,
There
set
we
it
go.
down.
You bet.
The edge of the 2nd ceiling piece interlocks with the 1st,
There
and
we
they
go.
both drop into place. Now that the walls and ceiling are done, we can go ahead and set our benches in place, secure our heater, and hang the door in its opening.
There we go. We've nailed up some interior trim around the door here, laid in a couple of accessories, and that is going to do it for the assembly of the sauna. Now, pretty soon, we'll be able to hook up the heater and start enjoying this Finnish national pastime. Right now, we're going to finish the walls.
The manufacturer of this sauna provides Nordic white spruce that matches the sauna exactly. That's what we'll be using in here. Now, we waited till the sauna was in position before we finished framing and paneling around it. That's what we're all set to work on now.
Like the paneling upstairs, these are also tongue-and-groove boards, which we start at the bottom with the tongue up and nail in perpendicular to the wall studs. But these are 1x4 boards to match the size of the sauna logs. Redwood and cedar are also common in the construction of saunas, but this lighter Nordic white spruce brightens up both the sauna and the surrounding area. We're covering all the walls in this area with the paneling, so it's definitely going to take several more hours down here in the basement. Well, we worked late into the night and finally finished all this paneling this morning. We're just kind of cleaning things up here. The next step down here is going to be to install the fixtures, so that'll come later.
Well, today, Joe and I are going to split up duties. She's going to go upstairs and tile, and I'm going to go up to the kitchen and help Dr. Doyne relieve the walls getting ready for the kitchen cabinets. In fact, hopefully we'll even get some installed today.
Well, I've made some pretty good progress up here on the 2nd floor. The 4x4 wall tiles are all in, and I've started on the floor tiles. Now, these are 1x1 mosaic tiles, and they're in the same jade and almond color as the tiles we used in the basement. And since the log surface isn't perfectly square, I've had to scribe along here and nip all these tiles so that they'll fit. I'm setting the edge tiles just short of the logs, leaving a grout space in between to avoid settling problems. The sheets we're using are pre-spaced for an 1/8-inch grout line, and they go pretty quickly over the main part of the floor. This pattern is a classic style from the turn of the century, and it enhances the rustic feeling we're trying to achieve here in the cabin. Well, that does it for this floor. Now, it's on to the first floor.
Now, we've shown you several ways to avoid problems with the settling of logs. Now we're going to show you one more way as we install kitchen cabinets on these 2 log walls. Now, you can't screw the cabinets directly into the logs because they do settle. So instead, we'll attach the cabinets to this plywood buffer that's attached to nailers, like you see right here, to remain stable as the logs settle. Now, we have this wall done already. We'll show you how we did this one on this wall here. Now, the nailers get put into notches that we cut out of the logs every 2 feet on center. Plumb, and it looks pretty flush. All right, for nailers, we're using 2x4s that are ripped to the correct width to keep all the front edges flush. And we're using this string line here to help determine what the width of each one of those 2x4s should be. Then we're lag bolting the nailers to the logs. But before we do that, we're cutting a slot in here so the logs can settle without binding on the nailers. Okay, with all of our nailers up, we can now go ahead and install our plywood on this wall like we did over here. We want this up perfectly plumb, so we'll double check it with level as we go and shim where needed. Put that back there. We're setting the plywood on top of a 2x4 we have nailed into the subfloor. That's to keep the cabinets at the same level as the mortar bed and tile we'll have in the rest of the kitchen. Now you notice that we've stuffed insulation in between the logs. It'll act like interior chinking and also beef up our R value a little bit. Now, to prevent a binding problem when the logs settle, we'll be screwing through the plywood directly into the nailers and not the logs. And once we have all of our plywood up here, we can start installing the cabinets. Say, Joe, you going to be ready to help out then?
Yeah, I got just a little bit left here. For our master bathroom floor, we've chosen a mix of Raven and Adobe mosaics. These are going to match our fixtures. The design, however, varies quite a bit from our others, but it's still reminiscent of the late 1800s. Just line up the tiles, push them into place, and set them. There. Now we'll just let the tile dry overnight, and tomorrow it'll be ready for grout.
So you're all done, huh?
Yeah, what do you think?
Oh, it looks real nice. I like your timing, too. Now you can help out in the cabinets.
All right, I'll be there in a second.
We'll begin by installing the upper cabinets, starting with this corner unit over here. Now, the cabinets are made out of birch, and the shaker style we've selected, along with some of the doors here with these wire mesh grills, gives it a real country sort of look. The first thing we want to do is pull all the doors off here so we don't have to worry about banging those up.
And we're pre-drilling holes in the cabinet backs for securing them. To keep the cabinet straight, we drew in this level guideline, and this is where the bottoms of the upper cabinets are going to hit. And the way we found this measurement was we measured up 84 inches from the highest point in the floor. And from there, we measured down 32 inches, because that's the height of the cabinets. And that is where they're going to hit.
You all set here?
Yeah. Get this in place.
Get this up here on the line. Hold on just a second, one.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, it's right there. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 2 screws will hold it up long enough for us to check it for plumb here. If it needed a little adjustment, we could shim it. But with the plywood up here, we're just fine.
Here you go.
We're using 1 5/8 inch screws. They're short enough so they don't go into the logs, but long enough for good support.
We use the level line to position our next cabinet, which is deeper than the first. After securing the back, we screw through its side into the first one's face frame. Then we line up the plate rack unit, which is flush with the second one. Wood clamps hold them in position while we secure the backs and the frames. All right, well, we've set in a couple of more cabinets to get us to the end of the row, and these all went in pretty much the same as the first one. However, we did leave a 4-foot gap right here, and that's to accommodate the range in the vent hood we're installing later.
I cut in a vertical notch here through the logs along the plywood, and that should help hide our nailer later on. You all set there?
Yeah.
Now, we special ordered this cabinet with an extra long return here along the backside, which should fit right in here and hide everything nicely.
This cabinet is 16 inches longer than the others, which means that its bottom is going to rest on top of the counter. And since we may have to adjust it later on because of this, we're just going to secure it temporarily right now. What do you say we screw this in and break for the day?
Oh, I could go for a real nice dinner. How about you?
Oh, that would be great.
All right, all the tile's dry, so we're grouting the tile in this bathroom and the one upstairs before we move into the kitchen. We're using a toast-colored grout in here, which would go real nice with the adobe-colored tile here in this pattern. What I'm doing is just working it into the lines between the tile here, like so, and then scraping off the residue.
Here in the upstairs bathroom, we're using the same mushroom gray-colored grout that we used down in the basement. And I'm being very careful to fill in any gaps between the logs and the tiles. Well, I'm all done upstairs. Are the shims ready?
Yeah, they're all set to go. Here, grab me into that guy. Got it? Okay, here, I'll go backwards. I went ahead and installed our 2x4 nailer here to bring the height of our base cabinets up to what will become the height of our finished floor. And the frame of the cabinet we're installing here will form a 90-degree angle with this cabinet underneath the window. So we ordered it with an extended face frame to form that joint. Now we want to shim our cabinets up to the level line that we drew here earlier. Okay, let me get that underneath here. Can you push that up one?
Sure.
Okay, that's perfect there. Let me get this one.
And we secure the back to the plywood through the fastening rail. Now, this cabinet arrangement leaves us with a dead space in the corner, but that'll be covered up by a countertop. Well, now we're ready to install the 2 narrow cookie sheet cabinets that are going to go on either side of the range. Then we'll just work our way down the row. Should give you an idea of the steps it takes to install cabinets against a log wall. Now, we still have some plywood showing here, but we're going to cover that with ceramic tile later on.
We'll also be installing cabinets underneath the windows over there on the other log wall against our partition wall, and we'll be setting our center island. Next week on Home Time, we'll wrap everything up here in the log house. We'll be installing flooring, window trim, we'll be setting our plumbing fixtures and doing interior chinking.
So because we're going to be working overtime. We'll see you then. I'm Joanne Liebler.
And I'm Dean Johnson. Thanks for watching. Okay, we are looking very nice.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you Blazers and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
And stay tuned, because we are going back to more Home Time special with Building a Log Cabin. We're going to learn how to build some furniture to furnish that log cabin. If you're interested in building your very own log cabin, if you've got a piece of the woods, a piece of the mountains, or a piece out by the lake that you have had in mind building your own log cabin, well, we hope that today's presentation of Home Time has really been beneficial to you. And if you would like to have the privilege of seeing this again at your own convenience, perhaps you let us thank you. A $60 pledge level with this video cassette. It's all here on this one video cassette. All of the 2.5 hours of the log cabin special that we've been seeing here this morning is here. You can watch and rewatch it, and if you didn't quite get what was that galvanized flashing, where do I put that, you can zip back and watch it 3 or 4 times till you finally get it down right. If you can't quite if you kind of missed the part of how they got from just beginning to nail in the siding and then within 5 seconds it had all been put up, well, maybe you can figure out, if you have your own video cassette, just how that happened. It's quite a trick that they have. It's the magic of television. And if you find out how that works, give us a call, because we'd like to know. 1-800-222-4788 is our telephone number. We are joined this morning by a wonderful group of volunteers. They are here from MARTA. Let's give them a big round of applause. What a terrific group. From Wesley and Shirley, Ethel and Judy, the whole crew over here, Bo and Hakeem, have been taking pledges fast and furious this morning. We've had a wonderful response from those of you out there who care about Home Time and have been learning about how to build a log cabin this morning, and we thank you. We have just one more opportunity for Home Time fans to become involved with GPTV during this mini membership campaign. It's just 2 days long. This is the first morning. We're going to wrap things up before you know it tomorrow night. So help us out here. We're getting ready to wrap up our fiscal year. So our financial year is coming to a close in just a few weeks, and we've got quite a little ways to go to make our goal and to ensure that we are able to launch into a new financial year right on track. And you can help us do that. You can help us do that by going to your phone right now, dialing the numbers on the screen, 1-800-222-4788, and making a very generous pledge. When you do that, you recognize that it's only through the care and support of people like you that these programs are possible. There's just not another home for so many programs that you see on public television. Despite the expanding array of cable services, public television still remains a very unique service, different in many very important and fundamental ways from any other television service that you have out there. First of all, we are committed to you, to the people who watch us. We have no one else who we are committed to serve, no other customer that's no more important. Other television services have, of course, as their customers, commercial advertisers, but that's not how it is. We have somebody we think is much more important, much better than that. That's you, a member of Georgia Public Television. So join with us right now. We can't do it without you, and you know what? It's a very gratifying feeling when you become a member of Georgia Public Television. Get rid of that nagging little guilt that you may have had kind of hanging around because you knew that you should have become a member. You watch all the time. Well, get rid of that. You can just take care of it right now. One phone call, 1-800-222-4788. Don't forget about the video cassettes. Last opportunity for these. Flower gardening, a wonderful landscaping guide so that you can get that impatient patch. You can get that patch of petunias looking just like they have it at the office parks, just like they have it at the apartment complexes, that huge, thick bed of flowers. It's all right here on Flower Gardening. $60 pledge. You can choose this or the Log Cabin video cassette, or both of them for that $120 pledge. And we made our goal. I'm very pleased to share with you, we made our goal of 10 major contributors during our last break. And so we have a new goal this time. We have raised it just a little bit since this is the final break. 12 folks at that $120 level. 12 people who will let us thank them with both of these, and perhaps you'll use your Visa or MasterCard and let us thank you also at the $60 level or above. Every gift at $60 or above on Visa or MasterCard, just a little extra bonus. This wonderful Home Time mug is yours. So lots and lots of good reasons to become involved with us this afternoon, this morning. Let's see, what time is it? It's one short phone call away. It's all it takes, and we're counting on you right now. Aren't we, Gerald?
Yes, we are. Somebody was commenting, Amy, about your incredible energy before we started. I am intimidated by that. It must, in comparison, it must seem like I've been dead a couple of years. From all this energy on a Saturday morning that she generates for the programs here. The incredible Dean and Joanne building a log cabin. Next, they're going to build the furniture inside of it. And probably earlier, they built the mountain that the log cabin was built on. We just had another major pledge. How many major pledges is that? Like 2, 3? 3 so far. That means of $120 or more. You know,
9 to go.
and we only got, we got 9 more to go. If you would like to put your pledge on Visa or MasterCard at the $60 level or above, we have an extra little thank you gift for you. Of course, you would get one of the tapes or the T-shirt or the combination, depending on how much you pledge. We also have a Home Time coffee mug if you would like to put your pledge on MasterCard or Visa. Again, that's at the $60 level or above. The phones are really beginning to pick up right now. This show is really pledging, as we say, very well. A lot of people interested in this program. And of course, when you see them build virtually a house from the ground up, it's fascinating. They have done a wide variety of topics, though. They did landscaping one time, how to terrace your garden with stone walls. I've seen them do how to build a back porch, an extension onto the back of your house. They go from small projects to very large projects. Home Time, beginning its 6th season here on Georgia Public Television in January with a new co-hostess. And, of course, with Dean Johnson, who has been with the show since the beginning. And he was kind of the founder of the show as he was selling building supplies and found that there was a tremendous amount of interest out there in how-to home improvement projects. So he started this show. You have been supporting it now for the last 6 years. If you want to continue to support it, pick up your phone right now. Call one of those numbers you see right below me there on the screen. 1-800-222-4788 if you're outside the metro Atlanta area. It's a toll-free call. It'll take only about 45 seconds, maybe a minute and a half, for one of our operators to talk to you and find out how you would like to pledge. If you want to do it at the $120 level or more, that is called a major gift, and we are trying to get about 9 more of those during this current break before we go back to Home Time and show you how to furnish that log house. We have a studio full of volunteers here from MARTA. Most of them are busy right now, but there are still a few phones that are unoccupied. So pick up your phone right now and just take that small amount of time out of your life to tell us that you enjoy and support the programs on Georgia Public Television. We tell you this all the time, but only one person in 20 who watches GPTV on a regular basis is a member of Georgia Public Television. We could enhance things and buy even more great programs like Home Time if we could double or triple that amount. Amy, there was another major gift.
That's right. That's 5 so far. Wonderful. 7 more is what we're reaching for. Just a few minutes, and we're going to be going back to more Home Time. So help us out right now this morning. Second to last opportunity for you all Home Time fans to come through for Georgia Public Television and to come through for Home Time. We have got a new season coming up in a few months. This is the 6th season right now that we're in with Home Time. 6 years that you have had the benefit of learning about how to do it yourself around the house, how to be your own handyman, and to do it right, because that's what Home Time strives to do, is to help you at home, an amateur, do a professional job with the projects that you have in mind for improving your home. 1-800-222-4788. We have got very close to the entire bank of volunteers here, the entire group from MARTA this afternoon. afternoon, very close to all of them busy. We need to get Judy's phone over there ringing right now. We've got both Jim and Dewey in the back. That's wonderful. They're both on the phone. We've got Bo and Nisa right here just hanging up. Hakeem, John needs a call. Let's look at the back row here with Jeffrey and George and Madison all on the phone. This is wonderful. 2 more calls here, and we'll have this entire side of the studio on the phones taking pledges. It's really exciting when the momentum begins to build, as it has here this morning for Home Time. 1 call after another coming in, and before you know it, thousands of dollars have been raised for Georgia Public Television to go out and buy more programs like Home Time, This Old House, New Yankee Workshop. We take these dollars that you send us, and we invest them in research and development and in developing more programs just like this. This is the way that Home Time got started. 6 years ago, public television stations took the money that people like you had contributed in mornings just like this one, and we invested with Dean Johnson. And we said, yes, we believe in this dream of a program that you have, and we know from the responses of our viewers already that this is the kind of program that they that they want us to invest in. So help us to continue that tradition of serving you and of responding to you by going to your phone right now and being as generous as you can. Right now, I want to walk down to the first row here and introduce a very special guest. This is Paul Smith from the MARTA Group, representing the MARTA volunteers with GPTV. Thanks for joining us, Paul, this morning. Tell us why y'all came down.
Well, as MARTA employees, it's our goal to serve the community, and we all are aware how public television does do that as far as your educational programs, your documentaries. It's all-around full entertainment for the whole family, so we're just happy that we were asked to come down here and help participate in this.
Well, thanks. We know that there's there's representatives from a lot of different divisions across MARTA, and those include, I know, facility maintenance, engineering, communications. Which other ones?
Police department, personal relations, public relations, construction, contracts and procurement department, the track department, and transportation department. So we're well represented here.
Very good. Well, thanks for coming down, Paul. We really appreciate all of your support. Let's give MARTA and Paul, the whole group, a big round of applause. Our hats are off to them for being so committed to educational television, to public television here in Georgia. Join us right now, won't you? 1-800-222-4788. Let's go now to the conclusion of this log home special on Home Time. But no, it's only with your support that GPTV continues bringing you the best.
If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check today to Georgia Public Television, Post Office Box, GPTV, Atlanta, Georgia, 30392. And thanks for supporting GPTV.
Bringing you the best. GPTV on Channel 8, WGTV, Athens, Atlanta.
Home Time is brought to you by the Electric Cooperatives of Georgia and Oglethorpe Power Corporation, committed to energy efficiency through the Good Sense program. Whether building a new home or improving an existing one, Good Sense features bring savings, value, and comfort to your home.
Hi, and welcome to Home Time. This is the final episode in our log cabin series. You can tell by the junk pile here, we've got a lot done inside. I'll tell you, there's a lot more to go. In fact, I don't think we're 100% sure we're going to get it all done in this program.
We had planned on building log furniture in this show, But we had delays and there just won't be time. We will show you the main elements of finishing a log building and creating a rustic decor with log railings, antique flooring, pine doors, and a lot of other features. We'll get started right after this.
Want a cup?
You bet.
Home Time is made possible by Chevrolet Motor Division, who brings you full-size pickups and other trucks for personal and business use. Today's truck is Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. And brought to you by the Stanley Works of New Britain, Connecticut. For generations, Stanley's been committed to building quality tools and other products to help you do things right.
Okay, we've been working on the railing here for the stairway in the loft. The log cabin manufacturer fabricated the stairway in Michigan, then provided these logs for us to assemble the railing.
We've got one stretch of railing left here along the basement stairs. Now, we've already attached the shoe rail to the newel post using dowels. And we put more dowels here in the shoe rail. And the spindles, which have been pre-drilled, just fit over the dowels.
Yep.
When those are in, we glue on the handrail, which we drilled to go over the dowels and the spindles. Now we move the assembly into place against the log stringer. We'll finish the last two spindles after securing it. We also plan on building a railing around the back porch here and the front entryway, but we're going to wait until spring to do that.
One key to building a log structure is staining the logs to seal in their natural beauty and color. Now, we've done most of it downstairs, but we do have a little bit left to go here upstairs. Now, we've sanded all the logs already and brushed and vacuumed off all the dust that tends to accumulate on the logs. We also covered up this window here to protect that. Now, if you don't want to spend hours shampooing your hair, it's a good idea to cover up your head. So we'll just start working from the top and just come right on down. We're using a low-pressure garden sprayer to coat the logs. The exterior was stained with the same light natural shade last fall. This is a different formula. The exterior stain has a fungicide and a mildewcide, which will make it unsuitable for use inside. After spraying, we brush the stain in to eliminate runs and to really penetrate the wood.
We finished staining the logs here in the great room a couple of days ago. And as you can see, the masons have finished our fieldstone fireplace. And they used rock collected from the site here. Now, one concern was to separate the stones and the mortar from the logs to prevent binding as the logs settle. So, we can get a look back here. They nailed plywood to the logs through slotted nail holes, and then attached the masonry to the plywood with brick ties. The slots will let the logs and the nails slide down freely as they settle, while the masonry stands firm. And chinking will later finish off this edge.
Finishing the window trim is another part of the project. The first step on each window is bringing the jamb out even with the 2x8 bucks. All right, now we've notched off the side of our logs here flush with the bucks. And our 1x4 trim gets nailed to the bucks and the extension jambs, but again, not the logs. That could cause binding as the logs settle. We're not countersinking the nails, since some of the trim may be taken off temporarily when the windows are chinked. On top, the trim covers the settling gap between the buck and the log, and we're leaving a 1/4 inch reveal on the extension jam. Right there. Well, we can start on those doors in the master bath now.
Okay, we'll let the rest of the windows wait till later.
Okay, well, that takes care of that one. Now, along with the trim work, we're also hanging the doors. Now, we have these doors made using the same 1x6 pine that we use for our partition walls. And the hinges that you see on here are made out of black iron. It's the same type of hardware you'll see throughout our log cabin. We're also using black iron screws here to attach the bucks to the front of the door.
The door jambs go in the stud walls the usual way, but it's a little bit different on this log wall that encloses the master bedroom. For one thing, we installed a 2x6 buck to support the jambs, And we left this gap up here to accommodate any log settling. Now we can just hang the door.
Okay, left. Well, that was a full day.
Yeah, head for the hills, huh?
All right. There's plenty of work left at the cabin, but there's also plenty of recreation year-round in this part of northern Wisconsin. So we've set aside time for activities like downhill skiing just a few miles away.
Hey, how goes it?
Well, not too bad. Well, I'm not very good at this. This morning, we've been working upstairs on this antique white pine flooring, which will really add to the rustic style. Now, the wood's age makes it very dry, so it's been airing out for over a week, acclimating to prevent problems after installation.
This wood's unique because it's taken from old buildings and then milled into random width tongue and groove boards. We know this wood comes from a couple of 19th century barns, one from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and another one from Frederick County, Maryland. In fact, if you look at the back side of the boards here, you can still see the old paint. Evidently, this one was white at some point in time. We're using a rented floor nailer to secure the tongues of the boards. We've got rosin paper below to limit squeaking. To account for seasonal swelling, we've left gaps at the log walls that'll later be chinked.
Over the next few days, we're going to finish up the wood flooring in the bedrooms and the dining room and the great room. And we've got a mortar bed in place here in the kitchen for another unique material, terracotta squares. Now, these should be delivered over the next few days, about the same time as we get our granite countertops.
And that's when the chinkers, who did the exterior, will come back and finish the inside of the logs. They'll cover up all the wires underneath here that Dan Perrin, our electrician, has finished running up from the basement. And installing these receptacles was no small job. For each one, he first drilled 2 holes in the log, and he chiseled the corner square. For the first floor outlet, he drilled up from the basement after measuring to make sure it hit the opening. He fished the wires up from below and threaded it through the electrical box, which was then screwed into the log.
He also hooked up the sauna, so that's ready to go. And we've got heat in the house now that the furnace has been hooked up. Now, this four-stair model is powered off a propane tank that's buried outside. And we're keeping the basement heated to about 40 degrees all winter, even when we're not here. And that's so we won't have to drain the basement pipes every time we leave to keep them from freezing and bursting. We will drain the upstairs pipes, though.
We'll be insulating heavily down here in the basement to conserve fuel. We'll be using fiberglass insulation between the ceiling joists and in the wall. And we'll be installing this as soon as we get some of our junk cleaned up down here. And on the outside of the foundation, prior to backfilling, we installed this styrofoam insulation. So this way, when we go home and we shut all the heating vents upstairs, we'll still be able to heat the basement, but conserve fuel at the same time with all this insulation taken into consideration. Well, now we can move on to the plumbing fixtures.
This is one of the last steps in the basement, installing the bath fixtures. We chose a traditional style for the tub, pedestal sink, and the toilet, but they're not old-fashioned. The toilet is a water saver, only using 1.5 gallons per flush. And the Whirlpool tub has controls that you can set to automatically fill at the depth, temperature, and time that you want. We've got several subcontractors coming in the next few days. So our plan is to finish all the plumbing fixtures today and most of the lighting fixtures and hardware tomorrow, before the subs start coming.
In our upper bath, we chose the same style toilet as in the basement. But here, the tub and vanity hardware is finished in brushed chrome with ceramic handles. For the vanity, we had a great idea. We thought, why not get an antique washstand, cut a hole in the top of it, and then I can get this out of here, place the sink right in the hole. Obviously, we've got our sink, but because we've been pretty busy, we haven't been able to go antiquing. So I'll have to wait a while.
But that's why it's nice having a couple extra bathrooms in the place.
For the master bath, we chose new fixtures with antique styling. The Victorian tub is cast iron with polished brass drain, faucet, and handles. The freestanding installation let us bring the plumbing through the floor and avoid cutting any logs.
The tank for this old-fashioned pull-chain toilet gets attached to this wall here. And of course, we don't want to attach it directly to the logs because when they settle, they could crush the plumbing that goes underneath here. So instead, we notch this log into the wall, and then we'll attach the tank to this plywood that we put up here. Okay, this way the logs can settle around it, and we don't have to worry about anything getting crushed. Okay, just a little bit more. Good. Well, we wrapped up all of our plumbing fixtures yesterday, so we can start hanging our electrical fixtures today. The electricians ran all the wiring when they did the electrical rough-in, so we're all set to go.
We chose fixtures of antique brass, handmade in Maine, with the look of old-fashioned lanterns. In fact, the glass on this onion globe is a style that was popular in colonial New England.
On the back porch, we put up a pair of teardrop-styled lamps modeled after the street lights used in Brooklyn 100 years ago. This cottage light will eventually be hung from our porch ceiling out here. Unfortunately, the electrician hasn't roughed it in, and we don't have our ceiling boards up anyway. And once we get our junk pile cleared out in front, we'll stick a post in the ground and attach this Cape Ann light. We'll use this as an approach light. But again, that'll just be one of those projects we'll have to do later on. Now, it's a little high up here. We've had a bit of a challenge installing these ceiling fans in the vaulted area in the great room. Both fans have this rustic verdigris finish and pine blades, so they fit in here beautifully. The electrician did a real nice job in hiding the wiring by running it along the top of the purlin, drilling down into the fan fixture.
The fans will be controlled at ground level. They'll keep the cool air circulating in the summer, and in the winter, we'll reverse the direction of the blades to blow down and keep the warm air from rising into the vaulted ceiling. We're putting a third fixture up in the vault. This large onion globe lamp will light the stairway area. In the dining room, we're hanging a colonial tavern chandelier. And we're mounting colonial wall sconces in the hallway upstairs.
Well, now that we have all of our ceiling fans up, we can install some more hardware. The hooks back here are for our fireplace tools. Now, these are hand-forged black iron. It's an early American style that we're using throughout the cabin.
After the hardware, we had a few hours left in the day to work on the antique flooring in the great room and dining room. It's slow going, but we made some progress.
Well, now that we finally have heat in the cabin at night, we can start staying here. We aren't quite ready for furniture yet, but the sleeping bags will work out just fine. Oh, it's gonna feel good.
How was your drive up?
Long and snowy.
Oh, that's too bad. You'll appreciate the fact that there's heat now then. Yeah? days have passed now, and Greg Numador and his partner have returned from Michigan to finish chinking the interior logs. They're using the same techniques as they did on the exterior logs last fall. First, they fill the gaps between the logs with strips of backer rod. Then they squeeze the flexible chinking material over the backer and smooth it out with trowels. It'll take them a couple more days to do all the logs, so we'll check back when they're farther along.
Well, we moved ahead here on our terracotta floor. These are thick, hand-molded tiles from Italy, and they're heavy clay and not exactly recommended as a do-it-yourself project from the manufacturer. So we had our tile setter, Joe Kerber, handle this job. He spread a thick layer of thin-set mortar, combing in 3/4-inch ridges. He set the 12 by 12 squares with a 3/8-inch grout space, and he beat them into the mortar with a mallet. Now, the surfaces are irregular, so the trick is to keep everything level.
On the walls, we set ceramic tiles, and this job was a little more straightforward, so we handled it ourselves. The tiles are hand-painted in Spain, and they feature the design of fruits and vegetables that you might find in a typical country garden. The full tiles are framed by smaller border tiles. Organic mastic is used to secure them to the plywood under the cabinets. And we laid them out with enough room below for the countertops and the backsplash. Well, I'll go finish in the entryway.
Okay. Now, for our wall tiles, we're using white grout, but for the terracotta here, we're using a natural gray. We're just working the grout into all the spaces and then sponging off the excess.
In the entryway, we also have terracotta squares on the floor. They're unglazed tiles, which can absorb moisture. So we've mixed the grout fairly dry and applied sealer to protect them from the grout and from stains.
After grouting, we covered the floor to protect it as the countertops go in. Now, we ordered granite, and we've gotten some help with the installation from Larry Eisenschink, Dean Doyne, and Jeff Villers. Now, this is a traditional black granite flecked with green and polished to a glossy finish. It was fabricated in Cold Spring, Minnesota, using cardboard templates we scribed here.
To secure it, they first spread glue over the base cabinet. Then they set the sheet in place. We had to remove the taller end cabinet here to get the granite in. It's heavy, but it's strong and stain resistant, which minimizes upkeep. It's tough to get an exact fit, so some maneuvering is needed. The granite backsplash is set over the top and glued to the plywood, fitting right under the tile. Then the cabinet can go back in. Now, this will take several hours, so we'll do some other work for a while.
Well, we've moved along on the pine flooring here. We're now working in the master bedroom area. We should be finishing this up fairly soon, but we won't actually be working on the last step for some time, and that's the standing in the ceiling. By mid-afternoon, the chinkers had finished the fireplace area and began moving along the great room walls. Now, they're covering the wiring as they chink the gaps, and they're boosting the R value between the logs by adding backer and the chinking.
And in the kitchen, they finished the granite countertops along 2 walls and started on the island. There's an opening cut in the first piece for the island sink. The second piece rests on a set of legs, extending the top of the island for a small eating area. All right, we're done with this part of the floor, so we can cross that off our list. And the countertops are done, so we can finish up in the kitchen. Our next step there is hooking up the sinks.
We set a double stainless steel sink into the opening under the windows. We've equipped this one with a combination single control faucet and pull-out sprayer. The island bar sink is black enamel cast iron with a high arc polished chrome faucet and antique styled handles.
The Tinkers finished the great room yesterday. This morning, they've begun working their way through the dining room.
little bit of help, we got our range positioned in the spot we left here in the cabinet. We decided to go with a low-maintenance stainless steel finish. This is actually a commercial range adapted for residential use that literally could last generations.
This is a great stove for a gourmet chef. In fact, we'll have more time to do that kind of cooking here at the cabin than we would at home. In the dining room, we'll be hooking up this black enamel cast iron stove.
Now, the stack for this wood-burning unit will run up.
It's back to the town where he was born 61 years ago, Texarkana, Texas.
A million happy memories here. My dad planted all these trees.
And this was all what?
This was,
Pasture land?
well, this house was here, this house was here.
The first stop, his childhood home on a tree-lined street where he used to roller skate.
Right over on the other side is the living room. And we spent many happy hours sitting out here on the steps.
His father was a cotton broker, his mother a homemaker. Young Perot and his older sister Betty grew up and went to public school in this small town of 30,000 that got its name from the fact that it sits on the Texas-Arkansas border. Perot was an Eagle Scout, and he delivered newspapers on horseback in this poor neighborhood.
Everybody was afraid to deliver the papers here, so I got 17.5 cents, and the paper got 7.5 cents.
This was your first taste of big business here?
Yes, I guess this is it. Everybody.
He made so much money, the newspaper tried to break the deal. Perot had never seen an ocean, but he decided to go to the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis. After graduation, he married Margot Birmingham, whom he'd met on a blind date. Together, they raised 4 daughters and a son. Perot made his fortune by offering individually tailored computer systems to go along with computers. In 1984, he sold his company, Electronic Data Systems, EDS, to General Motors for an estimated $2.5 billion. 2 years later, in a highly publicized disagreement with GM, Perot was bought out for another $700 million, adding to his growing reputation as a maverick billionaire. By then, Perot had already made headlines by trying to get food and supplies to American POWs during the Vietnam War, and by staging a daring rescue attempt for 2 of his employees who were imprisoned in Iran.
Good to be back home, thank you.
During this homecoming, Perot took us to Bryce's cafeteria, where he used to eat as a kid. The word got around, and many of his former classmates turned up.
Here's another boyhood friend of mine, Jack Boyd.
Good to see you, Dan. We're so proud of you. Come on, we all want the thug roll.
Now, wait a minute.
Always wanted to know a president, you know.
We're a long way from there, but it's good to be home. Oh, no, he became a lawyer so he could keep me out of trouble.
On the way back to Dallas on his plane, we began our interview by talking about a recent controversy. What did you think of the Anita Hill Clarence Thomas hearings?
I thought it was reprehensible the way the senators treated Dr. Hill. They were willing to destroy her for partisan reasons. I thought it was a sad day for our country and really damaged the credibility of the Senate with the American people.
Would you have voted for Clarence Thomas?
I would vote for a Supreme Court justice without regard to color. I'd rather vote solely based on ability. I have serious questions about his ability.
So you would not have voted? Yes?
Well, I'd say in that case, I would have urged the president to come forward with a more capable person. They're busy.
We continued our talk on the back porch of the house the Perots have owned for 24 years. You have talked a great deal about your idyllic childhood. What are the qualities that you got from that childhood?
Well, we lived in very modest circumstances, but I've always said when people ask me how it felt when I was first rich at 38, my reply was, I was born rich. And I was born rich because of my parents. No child could have had better parents than I had. For example, the blacks that worked for my dad in this East Texas area, which was not a kind place for blacks to be when I was a child, Each one of them carried his business card with the understanding that if anyone was ever rude to them, to show them my father's business card. And my father, even though he was a very modest man in the community, was very respected. Then Sunday after church, he would go into the homes of the people who were too old to work for him. He had continued to pay them even though he didn't have any money because they had to live too. And they had nothing after they quit work. Now, he never said, Ross, I love them. He never said, son, this is the way you should be. He just did it. And my mother, God bless her, was the same way.
Would you say in your deepest heart that you're a man without prejudice?
I hope that I have absolutely no prejudice in my heart. And I have said publicly, and I will be saying again and again, between now and November, if you hate people, I don't want your vote.
Well, you say that you're a man without prejudice, and I believe that what you're saying you feel. Is it true that you belong to a club that excludes Jews?
Well, I did. And then once I started this, I resigned because it was obvious that this was, you know, not the right thing to do.
Didn't you know before that it wasn't the right thing to do?
Well, interestingly enough, they don't exclude Jews, and they were very sensitive when I resigned. They don't exclude blacks, but they don't have any.
Well.
So what difference does it? You know, it walks like a day. So the point is, it was improper. Now, the reason I rarely went to those clubs. When my children were small, it was a safe place for them to swim. That was my incentive to join, since I don't play golf, don't hang out there. It was a nice, safe place for them to swim when they were small.
When you made your announcement with my colleague Larry King, did it just come into your mind then, or had you really been thinking about it, looking around at this country and saying, heck, I can do it as well, if not better?
I had never wanted to be in politics.
You've said that often.
I don't want to be in politics. Thousands of fine, decent people have written me, mainly handwritten letters, urging me to run as either a Democrat or Republican. My classmates and friends from the military had given me a bad time about being too soft and too lazy to go up there for a few years. Is that if anybody in this country ought to go do a dirty, thankless job, I should, because I have been so blessed all my life.
Is that how you see the presidency, a dirty, thankless job?
It is a brutal, dirty, thankless job that just puts an awful penalty on every member of your family and people you love and care about.
Any misconceptions about you want to clear up? A lot of stuff's been said.
Well, none of it. Most of it is just absolutely untrue. And I wouldn't dignify it because, to me, these are just like little spitballs. But isn't it interesting that the more they throw, the better we seem to do in the polls?
Well, the biggest criticism about you, the one that's said again and again, because you're a businessman, is you're an autocrat. Someone even suggested you could be a dictator.
I love it, because that was not my image until 2 months ago. Look at everything that's been written, printed, and shown on television about me for the last 25 years, and it's just the reverse. I work very closely with people. I give other people the credit. I stay in the background as things get done and build consensus. And I do know that Congress would be my equal, and I do have enough everyday common sense to know that if two equals have to get something done for the benefit of the people, they'd better link arms, not throw rocks at one another all day, every day. Now, isn't that a simple little observation from a guy who's an outsider?
Ross Perot's idea, which he has expressed, is to have televised town halls. He, as president, members of the cabinet, and Congress would explain major issues to the public, who would then respond to their congressmen. The government, he says, would pay for the television time.
Now, but here are all these wonderful checks and balances. Congress can still vote their conscience. The president can still veto it. It's not as though we have this demonic thing that some of the columnists like to write about.
Mr. Perot, you are really using television now to revolutionize the process, aren't you?
Well, I don't know a better way. The purpose is to make sure that people really understand what's happening in their country.
You have said that the people are not that interested in your positions on this and that. But last week, a CNN, USA Today, and Gallup poll all showed that the majority of the people really did want to hear some of your answers. Are there any issues today that you are willing to put yourself on the line for?
Well, I've put myself on the line on all kinds of issues. And I will put myself on the line on any issues that anybody wants to talk about.
The deficit. What are your thoughts on it? How do you clear it up?
Number one, we need a real Graham-Rudman. Graham-Rudman doesn't work. It started out as a good idea. It's got holes and leaks in it. Second thing you've got to do is then just turn the world upside down aggressively, getting rid of the waste. And there is a lot of waste. And in a few weeks, I will be able to go down my detail list of where the waste is so that we can get in very, very specific. But you've got to get rid of the waste. You've got to stop the bleeding.
So the first thing you'd want to do is to have a congressional act that limited spending.
Yes. Then, the next thing we need to do is replace our current tax system with a new tax system.
Okay, any ideas? Sales tax,
Well, step
gas
one.
tax, income tax?
Step one, we
Yep.
start with a blank sheet of paper. Then the way I'd like to operate, I would sit down with the congressional leaders and say, now, these look like the best ways to me. What do you think the best ways are? We would work all this through together, see, as opposed to the confrontational operation that goes on now. Then we develop these systems, then we go to the town hall, we explain them to the people. We build a consensus first in Congress, then we build a consensus with the people, then we put it in, we go on to the next problem.
Bottom line, somehow or other you feel we have to raise taxes.
No, I am absolutely against raising taxes, but now stay with me. We have a declining job base, and I guess if there's one fascination with me, maybe this is it.
Perot says that it's urgent to have a growing, expanding job base, which will then produce a growing, expanding tax base. He says start with the small businessman who badly needs credit and help them get it from the banks. Next, he says you have to tackle the big companies.
Our real problem is our giant companies like IBM are downsizing. General Motors is downsizing. We want them growing. Now, more than anything else, you got to have the words, made in the USA, the world standard of excellence. Now we're down to what I do for a living, and that is, see, the businesses I'm involved with are first and best. If you're looking for me after November or January, if I get stuck up there, you'll find me buried in meetings with people on subjects like this night and day. I'll be like a mechanic who's under the hood working on the engine because sound bites won't fix this.
You have said again and again, and this is so important in this country now, that the most important thing is to have a strong family unit. You said it's the need for a father in every home.
Well, you can't force a father in every home by law, but you can certainly make it an issue and talk to the American people about it. We should not create a new life unless we want a new life.
So therefore you are what we would call pro-choice, right? You've said this before.
Well, but I'm basically, it's more significant. It's finally the woman's decision in terms of abortion.
Then would you say that government A would fund abortions for the needy, and if a child is born, the government would help the needy family?
Well, I've been helping people like that all my adult life, so I think the answer is pretty obvious how I feel. I'm a great believer personally in first contact with the mother should be while she's pregnant. Make sure the child's the mother gets proper nutrition, proper prenatal care. Make sure the child gets proper nutrition.
Government funded if necessary.
It costs nothing compared to putting that child in jail as an adult or keeping him on welfare.
Do you feel there should be a parental approval for abortions?
We're saying a 15-year-old girl? Sure. I think her parents should have a voice in that.
Let's talk a little bit about foreign policy. How do you feel about giving financial aid to Russia?
I think the most cost-effective thing we can do is to help Russia get through the transition successfully. We should do it in a hard-minded way. Now, the Japanese give money, and they say, but you have to buy Japanese products. We give money and say, rot's a rock, fella, just buy whatever you want anywhere. And they take our money and buy German, Japanese, French, and English products. Not too smart, Barbara.
You have said about the State Department, if you ever depend on the State Department, you're fresh out of luck. How would you change the State Department if you were president?
Well, first off, the embassies are relics from days of the sailing ships. At one time, when you had no world communications, your ambassador spoke for you in that country. But now, with instantaneous communication around the world, the ambassador is primarily in a social role. If some American walks in with a problem, at least in all my experiences, you're just treated sort of a nuisance. And I would recommend we redo the whole embassy structure. I don't think it has any relevance anymore.
You have said that your vice president would also be your chief of staff, an entirely new role for a vice president and one that takes some management skills, right?
I would not consider a person that could not step in as president of the United States.
And would he be your chief of
if
staff?
he is chief of staff or she is chief of staff, then they know everything that's going on. I think that's just silly land, that you pick the person based on appealing to some group or some electoral vote.
I want to ask you a little more about some of your personal values. You have said that you would not permit a man you knew was unfaithful to his wife to work for you. You've said, if your wife can't trust you, why should I? Does this disqualify John Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, Franklin Roosevelt, all of whom we have heard had been unfaithful to their wives?
I put a very strong store on strong moral values.
Would you hire someone who'd been unfaithful to his wife?
Not knowingly, no. Have I ever? I don't know. For example, anybody that has Secret Service around them that feels like they can bring just women in for swims and so on and so forth, if any of that ever occurred, obviously something happened to the person's mind. It's just like a switch went off. It doesn't make any sense. Now, the American people deserve better than that. No, I wouldn't have people like that. Certainly.
And then we asked a question which, in fairness, neither Governor Clinton nor President Bush has been asked. Would you have an admitted homosexual on your staff?
It would all depend. We'd have to be far more specific in what job.
There is a very good person. He's going to be working in the White House.
Doing what?
Maybe even on a, maybe even on a cabinet level.
Well, let's assume there are certain places, I think, where it would be, very difficult. If you had somebody with that background that you were trying to make Secretary of Defense, where you have a structure all up and down.
Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of Education.
None of this has anything to do with fixing the problems we've talked about. These are the kinds of things we love to, just dig around.
Yeah, but it has to do with values and emotions
Yes.
and the kind of, thinking.
No, I don't want anybody there that will be a point of controversy with the American people that will distract from the work to be done. And don't limit it to that one area. See, as far as I'm concerned, what people do in their private lives is their business.
What about gays in the military?
I don't think that's realistic.
You've also said that you won't just live in the White House, that you're going to get out and around. How are you going to do that the way, realistically, the country is?
Well, you've got to do that. See,
what about the danger?
Hiding in the White House would be like having a general that's afraid to go on the battlefield. Wouldn't make any sense. I want to do everything I can so that the American people look on me as their servant, not as their king.
What about the danger to you?
I've been exposed to danger on a number of occasions in my life, and the best analogy I can give you, it goes with a job. And it's like a general that says, gee, I won't go on the battlefield. I'll hide up here in the bunker and send privates out on the battlefield.
What about a motorcade?
No motorcades.
What about hail to the chief? You're going to have hail to the chief if you get into the White House?
No, none of it. We don't have a regal presidency. It should not have a regal presidency.
So you just walk out to regular music?
If there's any music at all.
Do you have any flaws?
Oh, sure.
Name one.
I could be a lot better looking.
That's not a flaw, that's physical.
I could have a better nose.
No, personal.
See, this nose has been broken too many times.
Personal.
Bad ears.
Not physical. Not physical. Come on, one
this
personal
is television.
flaw.
I thought we just...
No, one personal flaw. One thing you want to change. You're almost too good to be true.
No.
Okay, give me one flaw.
Well, you can ask Margot. She'll give you some.
Shall we ask Mrs. Perot to join us?
You bet.
Pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
Great.
Nice to be
Now,
here.
I'm going to leave y'all for a frank conversation, and I'll see you in a little
So we can really talk about
Girl to
it,
girl.
right? Girl
You
to
bet.
girl.
Great.
And when we come back, Mrs. Ross Perot.
Trouble with heartburn? Well, you could change your lifestyle. Or better still, reach for Rolaids. It works fast to bring 100% relief to millions. So maybe you can't change your life, but you can get relief. Rolaids spells relief.
Some of you lucky people are getting new calling cards from AT&T. There's just one little hitch. That easy-to-remember card number you've always had? It's history. But don't worry, you can still have a card with your home number plus 4 digits. The new phone card from Sprint. Call now, and it even comes with 100 minutes free. So, which phone company's calling card would you rather have now?
There's more than new looks to the '93 Ford Escort. There's a whole new way to buy an Escort, because these 4 Escort LXs all share one low price, $10,499. The 3-door, 4-door sedan, 5-door, and wagon all have air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, power steering, power mirrors, and more. 4 Escorts, 1 price. Now buying an Escort's as easy as owning one.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Dixie wants to remind you, not all paper plates are as strong as Dixie. But then, he already knows that. Super strong Dixie paper plates. Dish it out. We can take it. Of all the things around your house that need batteries, there's one thing that needs a good, fresh battery most of all. See your Allstate agent for a free home fire safety brochure. And please, check the battery in your smoke detector often.
Saturday, ABC Sports unfolds the map and hits the road. First stop, the Pacific Northwest. The spring tour gets rolling as bowling's best battle in Seattle. Then it's down to Phoenix as ABC's Wide World of Sports returns with a gymnastics showdown. East meets West as the top young American talent takes on Japan's best in the Dodge Challenge. And then we'll race off to the Big Apple for some real road racing excitement. The world's top female distance runners take to the streets for the Advil Mini Marathon from New York City. It's all Saturday on ABC Sports.
Saturday, Julie's got her own show.
I'm hoping to move to Sioux City.
And a new family.
No, you're not as tall as I thought you'd be. It's probably because I'm sitting down.
Julie Andrews and James Farentino star in the premiere of Julie. Saturday after Who's the Boss?
More than ever before, the wives of presidential candidates find themselves in the spotlight. It's said that First Lady Barbara Bush is more popular than her husband. Hillary Clinton quickly emerged as a controversial figure. But for the wife of Ross Perot, the slate is clean. Margot Perot has never before been interviewed until tonight. A former school teacher, Margot Perot graduated from Goucher College near Baltimore, Maryland. Her 4 daughters and 1 son have given her 5 grandchildren. Another is on the way. We began our interview by asking her the question her husband couldn't answer. Just between you and me, does your husband have any flaws? And if so, would you just name one?
I don't think so. And of course, I don't like to look. But I suppose the only flaw I can think of is he brags about his children a lot.
And bores people with that, you think?
Probably. But
did your husband consult you about this decision of possibly running?
no. No, he didn't. It was as much a surprise to me, really, when the Larry King show was on, as to anybody else. I was in a hotel room in Washington, and I was sitting there peacefully watching, and it was all very interesting. And then toward the end, as you probably know, Larry King said, "Are there any circumstances under which you might run?" And Ross said, "Well, if all the people put my name on a petition, I think maybe I would." And I was stunned. And that night he came back and I said, I was so surprised. And he said, "Oh, don't worry, you know, it's not going to happen. It was just a hypothetical sort of thing." And I said, "Well, I'm not so sure." And a few minutes later, an envelope came under the door of the hotel room. And it had $5 in it. And the next morning, there was another with a message from a relative of a man missing in action. And she said words to the effect that she was so pleased. And then it began to sink in that this could be a reality.
How do you feel about all this?
Overwhelmed in one way, but I think it's just a wonderful outpouring of faith in Ross, and I'm happy for him.
You're a school teacher.
Yes.
What did you teach?
It was all elementary school.
Mm-hmm. And it was your money from school that was the first check that enabled your husband to go into business?
That's true. We always saved my salary. It was that money that he used when he started EDS.
How do you see yourself, your role as First Lady?
I see myself as having a supporting role. I say that because my first priority is the family and creating a happy home life for Ross.
It's sort of expected these days that First Ladies have to have some project, even if they have to manufacture a project. Do you have a specific interest? Is there something that with the power that you might have that you would be able to accomplish?
I've been involved with the Salvation Army and their work in Dallas for the last 8 years, and I like the way they deal with the problems of the inner city. And so I think I would be wanting to continue. I worry about the children who are born into poverty, children who are victims of violence and incest, homelessness. I think this is what probably touches me more than all the other serious problems. So I'd want to see if I could do something there.
Barbara Bush, of course, says that the most important thing is the family, and she has not worked. Hillary Clinton has a child and feels family is important, but she has worked and is very active in a career. Which woman do you feel is more like you?
Maybe in the middle.
Because you have worked and yet you live more like Barbara Bush today. Would you describe yourself as an independent woman?
Yes.
In what ways?
Well, I think I read and I think and I have my own opinions. And yes, and Ross has encouraged that with me and with all his daughters. He wants us to be self-reliant and independent. He admires that.
Do you give your husband advice ever?
No, he doesn't need my advice.
Never? There's no area?
No, we discuss everything. We talk a lot. But I wouldn't say that I say seriously that I'm giving him advice.
Do you share your husband's views on pro-choice, on abortion when necessary?
Yes, I do.
Would you imagine that you might, as some first ladies in recent years have, want to sit in on cabinet meetings, be involved in any of the government decisions?
I can't imagine. I've never sat in a boardroom with him when there were problems or any other board meeting. I don't think he needs me to do that. And no, I would not be breathing down his neck.
Will you campaign?
I don't think Ross really expects me to campaign. I don't think he needs me. I'll support him 100% and do whatever needs to be done. I take it a day at a time. We're new at this. So I hope I can help.
What about the whole fishbowl life that you're now entering? I mean, even having to do an interview like this. Is this your first, by the way?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. You're doing very well.
Thank you. People have warned us about that it might be brutal, and I hope that it isn't.
What do you think is the biggest misconception about your husband?
That he's thin-skinned. I read that a lot. I think they're trying to build a persona that I wouldn't recognize at all. He's very warm.
They say.
Well, he may be impatient with some of the questions that they ask him, but I find that that's not the man he is. Certainly not at home.
Your husband says that he doesn't look forward to being president, that in that sense that it's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. Do you feel that way about First Lady?
No, I don't. I think it would be a tremendous honor, the finest honor of all, and a great challenge. And I've always wanted my days to count for something, and I'd certainly do my best and to do a good job.
Near the conclusion of our interview, we asked Ross Perot to join us once more, and we talked about their meeting on a blind date in Annapolis. Was it love at first sight?
I loved being with him, and my affection grew and grew and grew. It's still growing, but probably not love at first sight. Not quite.
Was it love at first sight?
Absolutely, even though she was a Yankee.
Where's home?
Pennsylvania.
How do you hope that history will remember you?
If they just put on my tombstone that he created a lot of jobs and a lot of taxpayers, that's good enough for me.
Mrs. Perot, how do you hope that history will remember this man you've been married to for 35 years?
I think they'll always remember him as a great patriot and a courageous man, a man of principle and integrity. And whether he makes his contribution in Washington or here won't matter. I think this is how they'll remember him.
I'd keep her if I were you.
Well, I work awfully hard at it.
That's true.
I work awfully hard at it, and as I say, all my friends and everybody that knows us both will say that I'm way over my head here with Margot.
Now, You've seen the interview, and you heard what the Perrots had to say to Barbara when she was with them. And all day, the press is focused on one facet, and that's the hiring of homosexuals. And in headline form, at least, they didn't always get that right. Here's an example. The New York Daily News said, has him no way on gays. That is not really what he said.
No, in this new fishbowl life, as Mrs. Perot said, this is new to them, and he speaks out very straightforwardly. He was talking about certain cabinet positions. In general, he would be against any discriminatory laws. He says everyone's personal life is their own business. You know, we keep hearing, we want to hear about the issues, jobs, taxes, federal funding. And yet, such is the nature of our business that you can ask all those questions, and what comes out is the most...
It's focused on one thing. Yeah, I think that doesn't serve the truth, and it really doesn't serve the public. And it's better to watch the interview that you just did. Thank you, Barbara. Well, when we come back, why your daughter may be better off attending an all-girls school. What is it about boys in the class? She did, too. That keep girls from reaching their potential. John Stossel has examples that you might not believe if you didn't see them. Right after this.
Feel free to eat and help yourself to a donut.
To find a name that really describes the Saturn Coupe,
Visigoth.
we asked the people who might buy one to help us out.
Flamex.
Considering its modern styling,
The Adora. The Lucaros. The Symbio.
its advanced technology.
The Futurian.
But when we thought about it, we settled on a name that simply describes what it is. The Saturn Coupe.
If you buy dry dog food, there's something you should know. They're pretty much the same. Right, Jake? Most of them start with ground corn as the #1 ingredient, even a fancy brand like Science Diet. But Purina One Dog formula is different because it starts with chicken. Chicken, corn, wheat, and other wholesome ingredients provide high-quality nutrition and a naturally good taste dogs love. To me, Purina One is the only one.
Purina One, also available in new lamb and rice formula.
I own 2 stores. We have a lot of people we deal with. They're vendors, they're suppliers. The phone bill is getting astronomical.
Introducing Friends of the Farm, the 20% extra savings of friends and family for small business.
I had several friends who were MCI customers, and they were satisfied, and I called MCI. They're willing to do something for your business. What Friends of the Firm did for me was allow me to call these people anytime, and then I would get the additional 20% savings, and it's been terrific. I think it's worth it.
Popular Mechanics gave it the 1992 Design and Engineering Award. Popular Science gave it the Best of What's New Award. Yet it's not mechanical. It's not electronic. It's a tire. Goodyear AquaTread. The all-season radial with a major difference. Aqua Channel, the advanced deep groove design that channels water away as you drive. AquaTread, only from Goodyear. Another reason we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Girls and boys in school. Who gets more attention? Many girls say boys.
It's always been expected that guys are just have a better opinion.
Are all girls schools the solution? John Stossel reports, who needs boys when 2020 continues?
Saturday, the killer stalks the homeless.
This guy mutilates dead bodies.
There's no way to prove it.
I think there is. Sometimes the truth lies under the surface.
I don't like where this is going, Tom. The Commish, Saturday.
This is a Channel 2 Action News Update. Coverage you can count on.
A nurse's aide at this Cobb County nursing home is arrested for allegedly battering this 96-year-old patient, and police are investigating other allegations of abuse.
Hall County authorities get a break in a string of suspicious fires. 2 teenagers are charged with arson and murder.
Likely presidential candidate Ross Perot takes a jab at critics and President Bush as he talks to thousands of supporters via satellite. I'm Monica Kaufman.
And I'm Richard Belcher. Join us on the Night Beat.
Toyota deals are getting hot.
Toyota's hot, hot.
Right now, you can get really big savings on the economical Toyota Tercel, America's lowest price sedan. Plus, big factory-to-dealer incentives could save you even more.
Toyota's hot, hot, hot.
Another hot deal? You can get option package savings plus factory-to-dealer incentives on the reliable Corolla. That adds up to $2,300. See your Toyota dealer now. He's got what's hot.
Toyota.
You have no idea what deluxe American tastes like? Take a leading American slice and some cheddar. Put them together and, now you have an idea what makes deluxe deluxe. More cheddar makes it better. More cheddar makes it deluxe.
On the next Oprah, why you marry a man who's just like your dad in all the wrong ways?
Well, we've just met a woman who could be the next First Lady. But one wonders if we'll ever see a woman elected president. For all the gains made by women in recent years, they still hold relatively few positions of real power. From the executive suite to the halls of Congress, it remains pretty much a boys' club. Some people still hold to the notion that men are the born leaders. But now researchers have uncovered more evidence that from the earliest age, the deck is stacked against women. As John Stossel reports, it has to do with our nation's schools and what goes on there.
The trend in schools in recent years has been co-education. Boys with girls, mix it up. Together is better. But lately, more people are saying that, for girls at least, single-sex schools were better.
Recently, a major study of co-ed schools was released. It confirmed what some previous surveys had said, which is that, in general, at co-ed schools, the boys get the better deal. They talk more in class, get called on more in class, participate more in extracurricular activities and demonstrations. And for the most part, the teachers pay more attention to the boys. This surprised a lot of people, but came as no surprise to the girls who go to school here at this high school in Baltimore.
Western High is one of the last all-girl public schools in the country.
Here, you have to be a leader. There are no boys to be class president. There are no boys to head the newspaper. It's a girl editor of the newspaper. It's a girl class president. We have to make the decisions. We can't sit and wait for some boy, oh, well, he can make the decisions. He should know best. No, it's not like that.
All these girls used to go to co-ed schools.
When I was in middle school, I didn't thrive as much as I did here for the reason that I knew that if I raised my hand and he raised his hand, he would get caught on at least first.
The teacher was just biased in favor of the boys?
I don't think it's necessarily that they were biased, but it's always been expected that guys are just have a better opinion.
But the girls get the best grades. Why would the boys have the best opinion?
I have no idea. I'm not a teacher.
It is hard to believe that, after all the publicity about favoritism toward boys, after the law was passed requiring equal treatment, that things wouldn't have gotten better for girls, especially since most teachers are women. But Catherine Krupnick, a researcher for the last 20 years, has been studying co-ed classrooms, says boys still dominate. Krupnick spends hours watching tapes of classrooms, meticulously cataloging who raises their hands, who talks most, and by the second, who gets most of the teacher's time. She's concluded that the main reason boys dominate is that they're the first to raise their hands.
Krupnick also coaches teachers who want advice on how they can avoid favoring the boys. On this day, she's working with high school teacher Ann Kafalis.
What I used to do before was call on the boys much more often than the girls in my classroom without realizing it.
Krupnick's advice to Kafalis, wait, even 5 or 10 seconds before calling on someone.
I have to be on guard at every single moment in every single class, just to make sure that I'm giving every student a chance to be heard.
Why would a teacher who cares this much about equality think she favored the boys?
It's just that they're louder. They tend to answer quicker. They tend to be very impatient with a girl who might take a few minutes to think about what she's going to say before she says it. The boys will answer in place of the girls practically 95% of the time.
It starts even when they're little. Look what happens when I read The Little Mermaid to some first graders, including one of my kids.
She was the girl who...
I picked this story because it features a girl. Surely this would make it more interesting to the girls in the class.
He was angry.
Yet look what happens. This boy comes from the back of the class to make a point. Soon there are 3 boys in my face commenting on the book. The girls stay seated.
Sit down and face me, okay?
I get everyone to sit down and try something else.
Who gets the most attention in class? Boys or girls?
boys.
Why boys?
Because they talk more than the girls. The girls don't really get called on too much into class. Boys.
What?
I don't know. They have so much energy, and they're never actually that quiet.
And this girl had a theory as to why boys are quicker to raise their hands.
The boys, like, they just very loudly say what they think, and if they're wrong, they don't care.
This boy agreed.
The boys just, like, really don't care, and they want to do it. They want to get all of their answers wrong. They try to get it
Just
wrong.
to get the attention?
Yeah.
Is that what you do?
They just raise their hand.
Is that what you do? Watch what happens when I ask about politics.
Who knows who Bill Clinton is? Yes. Okay, yes, tell me again.
I forgot, actually.
Boys raised their hands even when they didn't know the answer.
Governor, what's he in? Okay, what?
I forgot.
Boys often are very hard to control if they're not the centers of attention. So they wiggle and they squiggle and they raise their hands like this, and girls have their hands like that. And they move into the teacher's physical space. They move into the teacher's lesson plan. They threaten to unwind the entire class, and they agitate to be called on.
So as a teacher, I would not know how to deal with that. I mean, when the boys were in my face, I felt I can't just ignore them and call on a girl in the back. It would almost be rude to ignore them.
If you're a teacher and you set down the rules early in class, which is that people who are wiggling and squiggling will not be called on, then boys will comply.
Which isn't the natural thing to do. You naturally want to go to the person who's getting your attention.
That's right.
Jordan.
This is American. It's a very nervous culture, and silence makes us uneasy. So when a teacher sees one hand go up, she calls on him.
Take care of everything.
A diplomatic way that a teacher can avoid calling on the same old student is to say, we need to hear from somebody from the right-hand side of the room. Just refer to the sort of neighborhood in the classroom, and then wait.
When teachers don't call on a quiet part of the room, she says those students get into the habit of not speaking. Krupnick calls it the silence ghetto.
And you call it a silence ghetto because the more days they're silent, the more they wall themselves in?
Exactly. The more firmly they are silent. They're isolated from the rest of the class because if they're never called on, they never raise their hands. If they never raise their hands, they're never called on.
And studies show this reluctance to speak up stays with them in college and in careers, where quiet people are less likely to get noticed and get promotions. And most of the people in the silence ghetto, say the experts, are girls in co-ed classrooms.
You know this one?
Many girls at Western High say they were much less likely to speak up at their old school.
This is Formosa.
And what's the other name for this one?
Madagascar. I didn't really want to raise my hand that much because there goes that stereotype that, an aggressive, women are supposed to be the passive ones. They're not supposed to take an aggressive position.
And here you behave differently?
Yeah, because you have the freedom to, to speak out, and you don't have to be inhibited by the guys being there.
Do you think of yourselves as strong women?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you're portraying yourselves as victims who can't learn without special protection.
We need to be cultivated into feeling leadership. Growing up in a society that tells you that the woman is always supposed to take the back seat.
Yeah. This is such an anti-feminist argument. It really, you make girls out to be so weak.
They are.
Definitely not weaker, just less aggressive.
And here they say they learn to be aggressive.
We go into a room with our head high and our shoulders back. And when someone does that, you automatically have a leader.
And if there were boys around, you couldn't walk into the classroom with your head high and your shoulders back?
Well, if you're when life is already complicated enough when you turn a teenager, your hormones are developing and
Oh, yes, hormones. That's the reason, say the experts, that this problem becomes worse during adolescence. About 10 years ago, Harvard and the all-girls Emma Willard School of Troy, New York, undertook what, surprisingly, was the first extensive study of normal adolescent girls. The researchers observed and interviewed boys and girls 3 times a year for 4 years. They concluded that the physical changes of adolescence are much harder on the girls.
For boys, those physical changes are very positive. They're getting bigger. Their voices are getting deeper.
Robin Robertson is the principal of the Emma Willard School.
Watch the movies. These are becoming a man is a positive thing. Girls, on the other hand, undergo changes that create a great deal of uncertainty. So that you see girls at 11 fairly confident and ready to go out and swing the world around by its tail. By 16, they're uncertain.
Many girls who like themselves at age 11, said the study, like themselves much less by age 16. The researchers also found differences in the way each sex learns.
Males learn better in an environment where it's like competing and competition.
So the normal classroom, with all the desks in a line, suits us men. Girls learn better in groups, collaborating.
If you tell me something, I'll tell you something, we'll learn from each other. It's not that we're weaker, it's just that that sort of environment benefits us better.
At this girls' school, most tables are circular, so everyone faces everyone else. Many educators say single-sex schools are especially useful for girls around high school age because of the problems that come up during adolescence. But single-sex education has become passionately important to some older students, too. Recently, the board of all-female Mills College in California, desperate for more tuition money, met to consider going co-ed.
After extended deliberations and discussions, it voted to admit men beginning in 1991. We spent many hours carefully considering the benefits of a single-sex education.
Clearly, many young women get something from all-girls schools that they do not want to give up.
I like myself, and I've taught to like myself for me, because I'm around people who tell me, you can do it.
How will you react when you go out in the real world and you have to deal with boys?
I think this is the real world. We don't live in a bubble. Every day when we leave school, we interact with guys. This gives us a foundation. This gives us self-esteem. This is such a nurturing environment.
Yeah, we've got it. We are not used to having males in charge of us, and we're just going to bulldoze right in there and tell them our ideas, and we're not going to be scared of them.
And now I think I've gotten to the point in my life where I'm ready to go on and show myself off to the rest of the world. And show myself off to all those boys who think they can do the best. And I'm going to show them what I've learned here, what I've learned in self-esteem and self-confidence.
2 weeks after Mills College said it would admit men, the trustees announced that in response to the student protests, they would vote again.
Here's one for you.
The result was released in the form of a banner.
Amazing. Is there any evidence now, John, that going to an all-girls school could be detrimental to a girl?
We couldn't find any.
Now, girls' grades in co-ed schools are by and large good. Now, doesn't this lead some people to say, what's the big deal? Where's the unfairness?
Well, it does. It's a reasonable argument for that reason. In fact, their grades are not very good in math and science. Overall, they are good, but grades aren't everything. And if you're in the silence ghetto, if you don't speak out in life, good grades don't help much.
What would you do about your own daughter?
Well, she's now in a co-ed school, and I asked her, she's 7, and would you like to go to an all-girls school? And she said, no, Daddy, why? But after doing this research, I now have to wonder if I'm doing the wrong thing.
Barbara went to an all-girls school.
I went to Sarah Lawrence College, an all-female college, which is now co-ed, and I think it did give me some confidence.
Look where you are now.
How shy I am today, right?
Right.
We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the elegant new J30. A classic luxury sedan in an infinity kind of way. A driver's car with 2 airbags, soft leather appointments, and tasty wood. Hey, pal, don't you even think about it. The new J30 from Infinity. For a few short weeks at Red Lobster.
Wait till they taste this.
We're putting together lobster, crab, and shrimp.
This is gonna be really special.
Ordering.
We're cooking to order sweet lobster, succulent shrimp, and Alaskan snow crab, and serving them all together. Don't miss our best combinations ever. They're just for a limited time. So hurry in tonight for lobster, crab, and shrimp.
Only at Red Lobster.
He's in Manhattan on Wednesday, Frankfurt on Thursday, Paris, Rome, and Vienna after that. He believes it's better to do business across a table than over a fax machine. This year, he'll fly more than 100,000 miles with us because he knows nobody understands him better than we do. At Delta, when we say we love to fly and it shows, this is where it shows.
Ever tried Plaque's Before You Brush? It's the only brand clinically proven to help loosen plaque and break it up. And when you break up plaque first, then brush, you brush off more, leaving your teeth cleaner, smoother, and brighter. Before you brush, break up the plaque with Plaques.
Sunday, it's Eastwood and Reynolds.
Make a pretty fair team. Yeah, I suppose so, Shorty.
Clint Eastwood and Burt Reynolds turn up the heat in City Heat Sunday.
Do me a favor, don't save my life anymore.
My pleasure.
Richard Pryor will do anything to stay out of prison.
I'm looking for justice.
Even become a doctor.
It hurts all over.
Richard Pryor and Bob Saget are in critical condition Monday.
You know, I've been wondering about Ross Perot, who said that he would run only if he got on ballots of all 50 states. What if he comes close to that but doesn't get on all 50? Do you think he'll run then?
Well, we had some time when we were riding around, just the two of us, for us to talk about things like this. He said it would depend on which states he did not get on, and I guess if they were very important states, it might make a difference. But his goal is 50 states.
He also said that he didn't think the public was really interested in issues, but he intends to get onto town hall meetings and discuss the issues. How does he reconcile them?
Well, that may be unrealistic. You know, if there's a great movie of the week or something, I mean, we see sometimes when we do town halls and people just don't watch. Well, okay, he says right now people are interested in the principles. But if and when he is in office, they do care about issues. He says everybody says that they do want to know, and he thinks it will work.
He thinks it will work.
Who knows?
We'll be back in a moment.
Once in a great while, a car comes along with such timeless beauty, such intrepid performance, you can't help but make predictions. What do you do when you think something is destined to be a collector's item? You put one away for safekeeping. The new MX-6 from the new Mazda. Then again, who can wait that long?
Salsa Cycles wasn't saving what they'd hoped since leaving AT&T. Johnny Rockets was waiting longer for long-distance calls to connect. So they've come back to AT&T, and we want you back. Come back with AT&T Partners in Business. AT&T quality and 20% discounts to the 20 numbers you choose or the area code you call most. We want you back. Call 1-800-222-0400.
Next on the Channel 2 Action News Night Beat, a nurse's aide fired from this nursing home. She's accused of slapping a 96-year-old woman. You'll hear some of the dramatic 911 emergency tapes from a triple shooting in DeKalb County. And local police look for the mother who abandoned her newborn boy in a trash can. The Action News Night Beat is next.
Monday, 850 pounds of pure TNT.
I don't think we can disarm him.
The man who blew up armies on FBI, the untold stories. Then, from the streets to the house next door.
I have never seen anything as bad as this.
American Detective. Who will be tomorrow's hot new music stars?
Join your host, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
With special guests.
Victoria Jackson, David Faustino.
And Jenny Garth.
As we search for the hottest new talent.
The USA Music Challenge.
Tuesday.
Tonight on Nightline, Ted Koppel is off, and Forrest Sawyer is sitting in. Forrest, what do you have?
Hugh, tonight on Nightline, they are assaulting the bastions of male power. Women are running for office in record numbers. And in a year of voter discontent, they are running as the ultimate outsiders. Are women on the verge of a political breakthrough? Hugh?
Okay, that's Nightline after your local news. And that is 2020 for tonight. We thank you for being with us.
And remember, we're in touch, so you be in touch. I'm Barbara Walters.
I'm Hugh Downs.
And for all of us here at 2020, have a good weekend and good night.
I'm David Brinkley. Is it all that bad? Is our Earth in danger? Next week in Rio de Janeiro, a conference to save the Earth from us. We'll hear from its leaders Sunday.
"2020 is a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
America's watching ABC.
Sprint's new business cloud is so revolutionary, we've brought in a leading economist to tell you about it.
Actually, Candace, anybody familiar with the sigmoidal logistic response function can attest to the elemental nature of cloud.
He says it's simple.
Cloud coalesces the telecom expenditures of multiple small enterprises, thus achieving unheard-of economies of scale.
In other words, you save more than 20%.
Any questions?
Just one, Glenn. Why don't you get a life?
Rocky, the last meal's here.
Domino's? I wanted a special order.
Fine. Then what do you want on your tombstone?
Cheese and pepperoni.
Good. Tombstone special order.
I can't stop you from handing in your resignation, Mimi. But I very much wish you would.
Oh, you're a con man, Dimitri.
No. I admit that I withheld crucial data from you. But it was private data. Or so I thought until tonight.
The only business I do is on the up and up.
The same with me. Now, obviously, my personal life is in shambles right now, but business-wise, I am completely trustworthy. Now, I thought you realized that about me. I thought you knew me.
I don't think anyone knows you.
Mimi, you are a valued employee to me. Now, please reconsider.
Look, Mimi, maybe this isn't the right time to make a decision.
Things could look different in the morning.
Yeah, I'll sleep on it.
Thank you.
Good night.
And thank you for telling me about Natalie.
Good night.
Love me, Natalie.
Of course I do.
There is nothing as magnificent as beginnings.
I think of life as sort of a series of journeys. We're always starting out and we're always coming home.
Well, when I met you, I felt I'd come home.
I felt the same way.
Say it again.
I love you. I do. give Dimitri serious thought before I write him off as finished business.
Is that such a nutty suggestion?
From you, Trevor? Yes.
Okay, it was hard to say. I mean, you know what my true opinion of Merrick is, but even so, yesterday, Nat, you didn't agree with me. Yesterday, just 24 hours ago. And no matter how much I'd like to see you give Merrick the old heave-ho, I think for your own sake, you need to give it another look-see.
You surprise me.
Well, too much change in a short amount of time is not good.
Have you changed?
Have I changed? I hope so after all this. But you went through a real shockaroo. You need to be careful. Take it easy. Just don't do anything that you regret later. That's all I'm saying.
You have changed.
Grown, is what Brooke would say. I've grown.
May I ask you a question?
Shoot.
What good have you seen in Dimitri that makes you stand up for him?
Not much, just one thing, actually. He loves you. I mean, I can see it. I can feel it. And real love is nothing to sneeze at.
Well, there really is no such thing as real love without trust.
Well, you're just saying that because you're hurt and you're angry. But love conquers all, Nat. The only real question is, do you still love him?
Now there's a new way to lose weight and feel great.
Slim Fast has big news for you. Eat food you love and lose weight too.
Introducing delicious new Ultra Slim Fast Foods.
When you're losing weight the Slim Fast way, you're eating right throughout the day.
A shake for breakfast, another for lunch, a sensible 3-course dinner, and 3 snacks a day.
You're losing weight and feeling great. It's the Slim Fast way of life.
I want to show you why my Dirt Devil is the world's best-selling corded hand vacuum. Okay, Sam. Now, the toughest test for any vacuum is bed hair. So I gave my Dirt Devil a strong motor and a revolving brush just like an upright. And if it's powerful enough to clean up this mess, imagine what it can do with a dirty carpet. You could say Dirt Devil is man's best friend. Well, almost. So get a Dirt Devil and put the power of an upright in the palm of your hand.
We're offering a $1,000 reward to anyone apprehending a box of Raisin Nut brand cereal containing wimpy regular raisins posing as Raisin Nuts. Yes, somehow puny ordinary raisins have passed themselves off as Raisin Nuts and gotten into 100 boxes of Raisin Nut brand. They're out there and they're easy to spot because they're nothing like the plump, juicy raisins you'd expect in Raisin Nut brand cereal. Find a box containing these imposter raisins plus a winning certificate and claim your $1,000 reward.
Ooh, let's get out of here. Come on, baby.
Start looking today.
With 5 cleaners in it instead of just 1, Fantastic not only outcleans all others on greasy kitchen dirt, it's the perfect do-it-yourself cleaning kit for almost every surface in your kitchen and bath. 5 Cleaner Fantastic. More power, more places.
Tribe, a fragrance uprising.
Tuesday. Good angel, bad angel. Who do you trust?
What do I do? What do I do? Be good. Party good.
Full house. Then,
What was that?
it's getting in touch with nature.
I heard this awful howl.
Couldn't find any leaves, had to use a pine cone. Home Improvement Tuesday, all starting at 8, 7 Central.
You know, when you're in a bad relationship with somebody, I think what happens is you just reach a point where you can't tolerate any more abuse. And I've reached it months ago with Will. I just shut the door. And I can't feel guilty when he tries to attack me. And I cannot get angry when he tries to make me mad.
Opal calls it tough love.
But Opal's not his sister. You know, she's his step-aunt. I'm his sister. We went through childhood together.
You and Will have an incredibly strong bond, I know.
What makes it even worse is that when I look at him, I see Mama. And I think about how much she loved him and how much we all loved each other.
It's okay.
It reminds me of Pigeon Hollow and the good times. I can't cut him off. No matter how much pain he causes me, I'm just not the kind of person who can turn my back on somebody. I'm an idiot.
No, you are not. You are the sweet and sensitive and forgiving person that I fell in love with.
You wanna know the worst part? No matter what he does, I still love him.
I can't tell Dixie. I can't do that to her. It would crush her.
You're awake. It's dawn, Angelique. Dawn of a new day. Did you sleep? No? That's all right, darling. Shall I brush your hair? Your hair is beautiful. No one would ever know you'd been sick. Isn't this nice? Doesn't this feel right? Both of us here in the house with Dimitri. Everything will work out. You'll see. Angelique, sweetheart, I'm sorry last night was difficult, but you were magnificent. I was so proud of you. And it was worth it, wasn't it? You will return to your rightful place by his side. My daughter, Mrs. Dimitri Marek.
I thought I loved Dimitri. I thought I had everything all figured out.
Well, you thought you'd found Mr. Right.
Well, he seemed safe. He was kind. I had every reason to believe life with him would be wonderful.
He went through big trouble to give you everything that you wanted. I mean, even I saw how hard he tried to give you the life. He's good to Timmy.
He has many fine qualities.
How about some breakfast?
Trevor, you've helped me because I trust you. I really do.
Well, who could it be at this hour?
I need to see Natalie.
Congratulations! In recognition of your achievements, sitting up, babbling, eating solid foods, we award you our highest honor, Carnation Follow-Up Formula, made especially for older babies developing senses. So it smells fresh, tastes good, and no formula is more nutritious. It's also priced up to 20% less. Go ahead, you've earned it. Remember, future graduates are looking up to you. Carnation Follow-Up Formula, the right formula at the right time.
From Walt Disney Home Video, they're going wild. Yeah. They're going crazy.
Crazy.
And the Jungle Book cassettes are going fast. Soon, Disney will no longer be selling the Jungle Book, so buy it now before it's
solid gone.
Presenting the 8-calorie cookie, the 8-calorie ice cream scoop, or an entire dessert that's 8 calories. Sugar-free Jell-O gelatin with 100% NutraSweet. There's always room for sugar-free Jell-O.
Running my own business is great. Especially when I'm planting these beauties.
You'd think he was planting stinkweed.
Presenting Ultra Gain.
Lucky for me, I got this green thumb.
Lucky for him, I've got this little scoop.
Ultra Gain's concentrated power gets clothes so clean, they'll smell like they were dried in the sunshine.
I know he lives for his work. Now I can live with him.
Ultra Gain, the clean you can tell by the sunshine smell.
Yeah.
This is Joan London. Tomorrow from New Hampshire, a look at the winners and losers in the nation's first primary. Also from Hollywood, the announcements of Oscar nominees. And Thursday, a happy reunion, the cast of Happy Days on Good Morning America.
I never saw the child support.
Join Channel 2's John Alston for a special assignment on ex-husbands and ex-wives who aren't paying child support, forcing you to pay it for them. The X Factor, tonight at 5 on Channel 2 Action News.
Sylvester
inside Sly's Malibu Beach home.
On the next Oprah.
Today at 4, followed by Channel 2 Action News at 5. It happens every day.
He put on the doggone show. He had $2,600 in his pocket.
Across Georgia, fathers are neglecting to pay child support. But the problem doesn't stop with Daddy.
I never saw the child support. I thought that she didn't care.
Join Channel 2's John Alston for a special assignment on ex-husbands and ex-wives who aren't paying child support, forcing you to pay it for them. The X Factor, tonight at 5 on Channel 2 Action News.
Come on and nutricize your body. Come on, nutricize your body.
Towering majestically as if to link heaven and earth, the snow-capped Alps provide man with a never-ending source of adventure and challenge. And during this Olympic fortnight, the French Alps are ringed with excitement. From across the border in Italy, Alberto Tomba has arrived to pit his skillful skis against La Fosse du Belvard. 4 years ago, Tomba took Calgary by storm. Now he attempts to become the first alpine skier ever to defend an Olympic gold medal. Also, from out of memory's haze, speed skater Dan Jansen. He failed in his quest for a medal in the 500 meters. Today, another shot at Olympic redemption. Without outside expectations, success is ever sweeter. A no-name goalie has pushed Team USA into the spotlight. And tonight it opened the medal round as a top seed, only 3 victories away from gold. But the Olympics are about more than winners and losers. They are about those who make the noble effort. For it's often determination more than raw skill that enables one to become faster, higher, stronger. The ideals of these Olympic Games. Everybody. I'm Paula Zahn.
And I'm Tim McCarver. Good evening, Paula.
Hi, Tim.
Day 11 of the Winter Olympics, a big night for the U.S. hockey team in its chase for another Olympic miracle. Team USA has defeated France to advance to the semifinals of the medal round. And an Italian champion who is no stranger to miracles went after another one today.
The results, though, only tell just part of the story. Even by Olympic standards, this has been an extraordinary day of drama and emotions. It all began on the hazardous slopes of the Roc de Fer in Maribel. And we'll take you there for the women's supergiant slalom as our coverage of the 16th Olympic Winter Games continues right here on CBS.
The 16th Olympic Winter Games on CBS are sponsored by Subaru, the official car of the U.S. ski team. Subaru is truly what to drive. Visa, official card and traveler's check of the 1992 Olympic Games. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. New Lady Power antiperspirant from Fabergé. It won't let you down. Listerine antiseptic helps fight plaque and gingivitis.
It is germ killer, plaque slayer, and now Listerine antiseptic battles the gum disease, gingivitis. Gingivitis, you have met your match.
Who wants Trident?
I do.
I
do. Cinnamon, fresh mint.
I do. I do. Who wants Trident?
I do. Who? I do. I do.
Good for your teeth, great taste, too.
Who wants Trident? I do.
This is Sylvie Dangler, Canadian Olympic speed skater. Over the years, she's skated over 100,000 miles, done over 1 million sit-ups and 2 million leg lifts, almost all of it before most people get out of bed. But if you think she's tough, wait till you see the guys at the ticket window if you don't have your Visa card. Because once again, the Olympics don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
My
My stepfather and I used to have this argument. I always say dancers worked harder. He said football players. It's as physical as you can get. You use everything. You don't stop. You don't sit. You don't get your breaks. You're on your feet. So you work hard, you sweat. New Lady Power. It works. I mean, I've tried a lot of deodorants because I'm a dancer. And this one really, really worked. You can dance and then still hug your friends and be okay.
New Lady Power from Fabergé. It won't let you down.
A car is a car. It won't make you handsome or prettier or younger, and if it improves your standing with the neighbors, then you live among snobs. A car is steel, electronics, rubber, plastic, and glass. A machine. And in the end, may the best machine win. Subaru, what to drive.
At the women's alpine competition in Maribel, 2 gold medals have been awarded. Superstar Petra Kronberger won the combined event. Canadian Karen Lee Gardner upset the field to win the downhill. Today, the challenge comes from French favorite Carol Merle, new Italian sensation Deborah Compagnoni, and American downhill silver medalist Hillary Lynn. A stunning day in the Savoie awaits the women of the Super G. Standing on the women's supergiant slalom course at Maribel. And if you're not familiar with this event, the Super G is a hybrid of downhill and giant slalom, combining the speed of the downhillers and the technical abilities of the giant slalom skiers. Joining me as usual is our Olympic silver medalist, Kristen Cooper. Kristen, you've been up on the course this morning. Give us a picture.
Well, I just came down during the racer's inspection, and this thing really turns. As you can see above me, there are 3 gates set, where in a normal Super G, there might only be 1. So it looks really more like a giant slalom course.
Sounds like you're favoring, then, the technical skiers against the downhillers.
And in that case, you better look out for France's Carol Merle. She won the last 3 giant slaloms coming into this race, plus she's the reigning Super G queen on the World Cup.
And I guess when we're talking about favorites, we can never leave out Petra Kronberger.
Kronberger is a threat on any day. The only woman in the field who's won in all 5 disciplines, and she's coming off her first gold medal in the combined.
Among the Americans, Hillary Lynn, the silver medalist in downhill. But off what you've said, sounds like you would lean more toward the American gate skiers.
Yes, and Diane Roth-Steinrotter is #1 out of the gate. Means she'll have a smooth course and it's hard conditions the way she likes it. Also, Eva Twardokins and Julie Parisian could be factors today since it's such a turny course.
Another huge crowd on hand on this perfect afternoon for ski racing. Our Olympic bronze medalist Cindy Nelson is on her way to the top, and she has a special perspective on this event. She won the first ever women's Super G race. Cindy?
I love Super G and would love to be racing today. The course was set by American coach Ernst Hager, and one of the strategies in ski racing is to set a course conducive to your team's style of skiing. But this strategy has backfired on the American team before, so they choose rather to have a philosophy of setting a course that's most suited for the slope. Today's course is 46 gates and will challenge every skier.
Willie Steinrotter, husband of Diane Roth, anxiously awaiting the debut of his wife at these Olympic Games, is joined by some other members of the U.S. Olympic team and staff.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Diane has made it clear that she would have preferred not to be #1 today. It's tough to get on the course first, not know how it runs, not know what kind of speed you're going to carry down there, but she is such an aggressive skier, and her mind is for these Olympics, and she is here to get a medal. She said, I'm not here just to have a good result, to have a good time at the Olympics. I've screwed around with my talent for too long, and what talent she has. She is a beautiful, aggressive skier.
Across the top of this super, down she goes, Diane Roth. What a mistake. Kristen, that didn't look like a real difficult turn. What happened?
Oh my gosh, all she did was lean in. It's a little bit of a fall away turn. That's an unbelievable mistake. Take a look at her coming in here. She'll be turning to the right. The hill falls away to the left. And she simply leans in a little bit on that hard snow and slides right out of the course.
Diane Ruff in her first appearance at these Olympic Games, and she is really distraught. Well, let's talk a little more about this course.
Well, the infamous Rock de Fer downhill course fell right out of the sky. The Super G starts well above tree line, too, and snakes in wide, sweeping turns down towards the valley floor. The track narrows to go through the trees before opening up onto the final pitch where difficult high-speed turns take the racers to the finish. Your first shot is your last in Super G. There are no training runs, and the key, anticipating and absorbing terrain at high speed.
Well, all of France awaits this effort from Carole Merle. She is one of the favorites here. She failed in the downhill, and they want gold for France.
And she was a real pre-race favorite in the downhill, too. She admitted that she threw it away. She didn't want to take the risk because she wanted gold in Super G and GS. She's really gearing on these two races, and this is her first chance. Merrill has owned this event in recent years. She's a three-time overall World Cup champion in Super G. But despite that fact, she's only won one Super G so far this year, so she doesn't have all the confidence that she'd like, but my God, does she love this course. She just can't seem to do any wrong when she gets on this hill.
The Maribel course is home for Carole Merle, and no one else will have quite the support that she will hear from this French crowd. They know she's capable of gold.
She's looking a little bit cautious to me in here, though. The thing about Super G is you've just got to let them go as much as possible. She's making very safe turns in here, very clean turns, but I wonder if she's taking the risks necessary.
Merrill is onto that final pitch, the same finish area as for the downhill race, just more turns in it. And that's good for Merrill.
Now she's letting them roll, Tim. On her edges, on and off them, much quicker.
To the finish line, Merrill. And there will be the time to beat. She is into the lead. And all of these French fans give her a roaring welcome. And now Merrill will await the challenge of the racers coming down behind her. And they include the downhill champion from Canada, Karen Lee Gartner. And our Mary Carrillo had a chance to visit with the new downhill champ earlier.
Such an emotional moment for the both of you at the bottom of the hill. Can you describe what it was like?
I had a lot of emotions at that time, and I got on the radio and was asking where he was, I think, for 5 minutes before he finally showed up. And he was somebody I wanted to share the medal with so badly and share the moment with. It when he wasn't there, it wasn't very nice. And when he finally showed up, I think that showed how much emotion and how much I shared it with him. You can't really grasp the feeling that you've won the Olympic gold, and I think we both had trouble realizing that I had done that. I think we're still realizing that I've done that.
Well, the Canadian has another shot today in a good speed event for her. Can she have the same kind of emotional drive and preparation today, do you think, Coop?
Well, she knows that when she gets back to Calgary, there's going to be a lot of partying to be done there. And, you know, now that she's got one gold medal in her pocket, she's got nothing to lose today, and she might as well let it all out. She's such a fine technician, too. There's really no reason why she shouldn't be as great a Super G skier as she is a downhiller. So far, that hasn't been the case, but as you can see in her technique, she makes really nice, clean turns, and she has the ability to not sacrifice speed in order to stay on line. She won't worry if she's a little bit ragged. She just wants to be fast, and that's really something you can't buy.
Karen Lee Gartner approaching the second half of this run and went right through that gate.
Well, a little bit of trouble there. She made a double turn. She started too early, had to let off her skis, and then get on them again to finish the turn, and that's going to cost her some time.
That's split time on the left, and you can see she's over half second behind Carole Merrill. Onto that turning final pitch.
More work for Lee Gartner down here than on downhill day. She's got to be clean in these last turns. 5 knee operations between those two legs there, and she is still going strong.
Merrill's time to beat, and to the finish line into second place and well back of Carole Merrill. more than a second. But what a week it's been for Karen Lee Gartner. She can only hope now to hold the spot for silver as the Canadian flags meet her. And Carol Merrill says one challenger down, several good ones still to come. Diane Roth Steinrotter is not among those. She's now down at the bottom. You can see with her husband Willie there. She is really unhappy about her fall as #1 out of the gate today. But tomorrow is the GS, her strongest event. Meanwhile, Katja Seitzinger, this exciting 19-year-old German from Eberbach, she is a threat. And the mascot of the German team awaits her at the bottom, along with Melanie Meyer, the daughter of Austrian skier Ulrike Meyer. Here comes Seitzinger.
Katja has been called the future of the German team by her own coaches and by her own teammates, believe it or not. And watch her ski and you'll see why. Beautiful technique, a very instinctive skier. She's able to let her skis run well and still be precise just enough. Talk about someone who never sacrifices speed. She seems to know just how much she can get away with.
Seitzinger across that scenic ridge on this Super G course. She has a third-place finish in one of the World Cup Super Gs this year.
Whoa, got a little wide there, but as I said, she never panics. She just lets the line run out. See how she does down in here. It's a very icy, turny section. Beautiful, back in her tuck.
That's the split time of Merrill's. And she's ahead of it, but a little bobble there.
Oh, that's going to cost her. That's going to cost her coming on to the final pitch. She was doing beautifully until there, but really threw her skis sideways. She's got to ski perfectly down here, more than perfectly.
Seitzinger nearly fell down on that miscue. Now she's got to let him really run down to the bottom. Merrill's time to beat on the left. And not good enough. Seitzinger moves ahead of Lee Gartner, but Carol Merrill of France still stands in the lead, and Seitzinger is really upset. Meanwhile, Mary Carrillo is with Diane Roth Steinrotter.
Diane, what happened?
Well, you know, starting #1's not the easiest thing to do, but, you know, it was an all-out run for me, and I don't fall often, and when I do, I know, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. One thing happens, and it's over. But it's a disappointing day for me, but, you know, I still have tomorrow, so I'm skiing well, and, you know, it's frustrating with all the work that you put into it, and then something takes it away from you, but all I can do is keep looking ahead.
And so the pride of French women's skiing, Carol Merrill, stands atop the standings to this point. Seitzinger, Lee Gartner follow.
He fought the storm as long as he could. And then there was nowhere else to go. There is a place where the lost can find refuge.
Storm really nailed this little guy.
It's SeaWorld, an Anheuser-Busch company. Here they've rescued thousands of marine animals and returned them to the sea. 251 in the last year alone.
This guy looks pretty beat up. I didn't think he'd make it when he first came in. His name, we called him George. He was great.
This program, though, is just one of the many Anheuser-Busch supports to preserve wildlife.
Come on, come on, come on.
Why do we do this? Because we believe the world we share is only given to us in trust. The continuing Anheuser-Busch commitment to preserving wildlife. That's our pledge and promise to you. And to the Georges of the world.
Light. It is the first element of creation. Nothing brings it more elegantly or shapes it more beautifully than Andersen windows and patio doors. Come, live in the light of Andersen windows. Come home to Andersen.
If you're about to buy men's briefs, socks, pajamas, or T-shirts someplace other than JCPenney, hold your horses. Right now, they're all 25% off at the JCPenney Jockey Sale.
Learn how to cook. Buy a rare book. Give Europe a look. Do it all with an 800 call. To get the 800 numbers you need, get the AT&T 800 directory. 1-800-227-3231.
Good evening. After a couple of gray and chilly days, a change in the weather pattern is finally at hand. Looking at this evening's weather map, we see rain to the east of Atlanta, rain and thunder showers in the Gulf of Mexico, but back to the west. Finally, clearing skies beginning to move into the air. With those clearing skies, temperatures have been jumping up dramatically to our west and to our south, and that warming trend is expected to move into the Atlanta area during the midweek. We're going to have a complete forecast for you, including the weekend forecast, coming up tonight on Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock.
The Boys of Twilight, premiering Saturday, February 29th.
Tim Ryan with Kristen Cooper, Cindy Nelson and Mary Carrillo back here for the Women's Supergiant Slalom event in Maribel. Carol Merrill leads the quest for gold, but strong challengers remain, like combined champion Petra Kronberger of Austria.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Petra is skiing with renewed vigor, but boy, she has not had even anywhere near a good Super G result so far this season. Imagine that she won 6 of the first 7 races last year. This year she's won only 1, and it came in downhill. Nonetheless, she comes to the Olympics and steals the first gold of these games. It shows the kind of potential that she has.
Kronberger capable of winning in all 5 Olympic events, and she would seem to be made to order for the Super G because she knows how to go down the hill fast, and she's also a great turner.
Oh, she dumped a little speed there. Did you see the tail slide out sideways, and some snow was thrown there? But Petra's a hard read because even when she's skiing very well, there's some more dump speed, she looks ragged. Her technique is a little bit unrefined. She kind of lets things fly. But it appears to me like she's dumped some speed up there.
And still, she is ahead of the split time of Merrill. And that's a perfect example of just what you're talking about.
Kronberger has always won on guts and composure, and that's what she can do right here now. She doesn't do it perfectly, but she does it.
She just missed a medal in the downhill. Can she get one here? Kronberger into 3rd place. 3rd place, more than a half second behind Merrill. So Kronberger hopes she can stay there for a bronze medal here in the Super G. And Carol Merrill knows she has disposed of one more contender. Still up the hill remains the exciting young Italian, Deborah Compagnoni, just 21 years of age, and she has a victory in the last Super G race of the World Cup before coming in here. The young woman is being compared in style to Alberto Tomba, with whom she is trained.
Compagnoni watched Tomba's first run of giant slalom across the hill in Val d'Isère this morning to get psyched for her run in Super G. Her style is so like Tomba's. They're both very compact, incredibly powerful, and Compagnoni takes a more direct line at the gates than any other woman on the circuit.
Here's a young woman who suffered with a stomach disorder last year, missed some events, missed the World Championships, missed the '88 Olympics with a knee injury. She's come back from nowhere and is a force.
And I'll tell you what, so far she has tucked through more of those gates on top than anybody else that I remember. Beautiful skiing through there. She let herself get bounced a little bit low, but again, in Super G, line is not of the essence. The idea is to let the skis run. Remember, they've never been, wow, look at how fast she is. 1.2 ahead at the split time. She is letting them roll.
Compagnoni is on that final pitch through these giant slalom-style gates on the Super G course and tucking her way through most of them to the bottom. Merrill's time to beat. Compagnoni is going to do it. She's there. Deborah Compagnoni takes the lead. And a disappointed Carol Merrill sees that goal disappear in front of her French fans here in Maribel.
Well, Merrill may have lost the gold right here entering the woods. Both racers enter this gate at about the same point, but on the left, Compagnoni has her skis pointed directly downhill, while Merrill has already thrown on the brakes Her skis are pointing across the hill, and there's a big plume of snow which indicates speed being dumped. Now the result of that, watch Compagnoni. She hits the next red gate now. Merrill isn't even close. Compagnoni is well on her way to the gold, and Merrill has fallen behind.
Well, yet another American ready to go. Eva Twardokins. She's a long shot at best here, and starting number 23. Her first race of these Olympic Games. A big hope in GS as she got a shot in this event.
Eva Twardokins has a shot in any event she enters, as long as it's got some turns in it. She is a beautiful technician. She's strong. The biggest challenge for Eva Twardokins is getting herself to seize the day. She just tends to be satisfied with top 10 results. Eva has so much talent. So far, she hasn't realized that potential on the World Cup Tour, but she has been getting better and better leading up to these Olympic Games.
4 top 10 finishes in giant slalom, including a 3rd place at Biancavallo. Hasn't done anything significant in Super G.
In fact, she's never made the top 10 in Super G before. Throwing her skis a little sideways there again as you see the plumes of snow being thrown up. That means speed being lost. Let's see how she does at the split time.
Compagnoni split time on the left of your screen, and she's well back, nearly 2 seconds.
Compagnoni, of course, left everybody behind at that split time, but Eva quite a ways back of Merrill even there, and very round down here at the bottom. She must take a much more direct line than she's taking.
So Eva Twardokins will be no threat to Compagnoni. Let's see how well she does. Into 8th place, a respectable spot for Eva Twardokins. And so it was a technical skier who won this event. Deborah Compagnoni from Italy in an upset. Hillary Lind of the United States finished 17th, and Julie Parisienne was disqualified for leaving this starting gate early. Mary Carollo is with the top American.
How did you feel out there? How'd you like what you did?
It was a good race. It's my best result place-wise of the year in Super G. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm a little disappointed how far ahead Compagnoni is. I can't wait to see the video to see what she did because, man, she skied really fast. And but it was a good race, and it was good to get that first start out of the way. I was pretty nervous.
So tomorrow, Deborah Compagnoni goes for her 2nd gold in the most competitive race of these women's alpine events, the giant slalom.
Over the summer, Deborah Compagnoni trained with Alberto Tomba. So after the race today, she got hit with a lot of questions from journalists wanting to know just what kind of advice did this guy give you? And she said, hey, he helped me, but I knew how to ski long before I ever met him.
She knew how to ski very well, too. And you mentioned Tomba, and still ahead tonight is Val d'Isere, a bed of roses for Alberto Tomba. The dashing Italian has blossomed into the world's best. And we'll see him in today's giant slalom. Another Olympian who had hoped to be on a roll is speed skater Dan Jansen. He failed to medal in the 500, and tonight we'll see him in the 1,000. And who is that masked marvel? Red-hot Ray LeBlanc has Team USA on a breakaway toward its ultimate goal. Those stories and more when we continue at the Winter Olympics.
Every sports sedan is supposed to do well in the fast lane. But what about these lanes? At Lexus, we've achieved extremely tight tolerances between all major body panels. So not only does the ES300 look like it's put together well, it actually is put together well.
They ate the same lunch, got the same heartburn, but his antacid is very different. His Tums has calcium. Most antacids don't. Regular Rolaids uses an aluminum salt. This uses aluminum and magnesium. So does this. Of all these, only Tums helps wipe out heartburn and gives you calcium you need every day.
Something my body needs anyway. I like that.
Calcium-rich Tums. That's the one you want.
Enemy on the open. Moving up on your right, 502. Fire!
I'm 30 miles from the action, but I'm responsible for a digital communication link between headquarters and brigade.
Enemy tank, checkpoint 1.
If the data isn't programmed right, 5,000 troops could be cut off.
Enemy forces scattered.
But I'd never let that happen to my brigade.
Op 4 is eliminated.
Be all that you can be. You did it, sir.
Outstanding.
When you run for mayor, get cooperative volunteers.
What do you think for the podium, huh? Royal blue or aquamarine?
It's a debate, not a cotillion.
It's back, and it's all new Northern Exposure Monday.
And now for tonight's winning Medals and Millions number from Coca-Cola. If this complete number exactly matches the complete number on your game piece, you've won $1 million. If not, keep collecting your game pieces because the game continues with $1 million giveaway each night during CBS coverage of the Olympic Winter Games.
This is CBS. Back by popular demand. Sonoma's hot off the line with special shipments to your Atlanta area GMC truck dealer with cash back and value package discounts just $10,586. Buys a new 92 Sonoma SLE equipped with a strong 2.8-liter V6 engine. Plus air, stereo cassette, cruise control, power steering, power windows, power door locks, and more. Sonoma just $10,586. Popular pickup, popular price. See Bert Smith, Greaser, Carmichael, Tom Burns, or Steve Raymond.
The 16th Olympic Winter Games have arrived, and in honor of them, the Kodak Commemorative Olympic Watch. Get yours with proofs of purchase from these Kodak products, plus $350, which includes shipping and handling. Look for the Kodak Commemorative Olympic Watch display at these retailers: Fox Photo, Wolf Camera, Drug Emporium, Winn-Dixie.
Where to find the jobs of the future. Thursday at 6.
At Courchevel, the land of the rising sun rose up to capture the Nordic combined team competition. Japan won its first Winter Olympic gold medal since it hosted the Sapporo Games 20 years ago. For the United States, 17-year-old Ryan Heckman of Winter Park, Colorado, who had done so well in yesterday's ski jumping, barely had enough gas left to cross the finish line. Still, the Doogie Howser of Nordic Combined led the U.S. to an 8th-place finish and an improvement over 1988 when Uncle Sam's troops finished dead last. The Norwegians claimed the silver medal, and once again, the Austrians were not to be denied a spot on the winner's platform. But the Japanese owned the day. Elsewhere in the world of cross-country, it seems that every time we check in at Laces Eve, Vegard Ulvang has a medal in his sights. And as Al Trafwick reports tonight, not even a Hollywood scriptwriter could do justice to the way Ulvang has seized control of these games.
On day one, Vegard Ulvang became the Terminator. In the sequel, no one could stop him. In Terminator 3, no pain was too great. Right now, T4, the next chapter. In Laissez-y, there has never been a more beautiful winter day than this. There he goes, and here they come. Vegard Ulvang's chase to 2 golds and a silver is an exploration of his limits. Where he lives in Norway, the old Soviet border is just down the road, and just another chance to push things as far as they can be pushed. It's the Ulvang way.
Not far from that spot, the Jakobs River forms a natural border between Norway and what was the Soviet Union. When he was growing up, Vegard used to go fishing there and overcast his lure to the opposite bank, taunting the Soviet border guards. This is clearly a man who can find amusement wherever he goes, as long as the only roof over his head is the sky.
It all goes under the heading of training. A simple kayak trip turns scary. Vegard Ulvang gasping for breath, unable to make a bad situation right. flirtation with the dark side simply makes the Terminator smile. When he climbs a mountain, it's the highest on the continent. It's part of life on the edge and life on top.
It's maybe the same things that makes me competing. It's the anxiety, yeah, it's that makes me doing it. I like it.
We did it! Yeah, we did. Boys did it!
Today, Vegard and the boys tried to do it again in a four-man relay. In the second leg, Ulvang led a Scandinavian trio into the woods. You just knew the Terminator would come out alone. Big mistakes are sometimes unspectacular. A Swedish slip and Ulvang was gone. Almost instantly, he gave his team a 25-second lead, essentially winning them the race. Teammate Bjorn Daly held back no excitement as he neared the finish of the race, then put some mustard on the moment by backing into goal.
I think we was leading so much, so I had to do something funny.
You understand the American term hot dog?
No.
A desperate charge to the finish. Finland on the left, Sweden right. Winner gets the bronze. In the NFL, this gets you penalized. In Laissez-y, Finland gets a medal. Norway got the royal treatment again, but in skiing, Ulvang is king. As he smiled, all was quiet at the Moroccan team headquarters. Faisal Sharadi was heading home. In 2 races, he had made several impressions, the kind that last. We smiled at his troubles, and he smiled back. Both times he raced, he finished, even if it was last. That is how Baron de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympics, meant it to be, he said. Under the torch, he came to participate, taking his private triumph from a very public struggle. He's heading to Spain to finish some schoolwork, and it will probably be some time before he skis again. While he was here, he met the best, and Vegard Ulvang wants to make sure Sharadi sticks with it when the Olympics come around again.
Take care, Faisal. See you in Lillehammer.
He marches on. 3 golds, 1 silver, but so much more to do. Saturday, a 30-mile showdown, an event they call the Race of Kings. Sounds perfect for the Terminator.
Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby.
Saturday, T5. Be there.
Later tonight, how they'll face off in ladies figure skating. And next, Team USA's battle in hockey. The 16th Olympic Winter Games on CBS are sponsored by Chrysler Plymouth, a division of the Chrysler Corporation, proud sponsor of the 1992 U.S. Olympic team. New advanced design Reach. Get your hands on one and feel the difference. Diet Coke, proud sponsor of the 1992 Olympic Games. There's just one, just for the taste.
When she was 7, she discovered she had a talent. When she was 9, she knew she had a gift. A gift Coca-Cola supports by sponsoring national Olympic teams in 154 countries around the world. A gift we celebrate as the Olympic spirit.
Can't beat the real thing.
Now, the first toothbrush created to clean your back teeth brings you advanced design Reach, with raised rubber ridges for a distinctly different feel, and a slimmed-down tapered head that cleans in even the hardest to reach places. Get your hands on one and feel the difference. Advanced design Reach.
Chrysler Fifth Avenue at $22,000, the perfect balance between self-indulgence and common sense.
Now get $1,500 cash back during Chrysler's Drive for the Gold.
Whoa! Next time, keep your weight on your left skate.
You a hockey player, mister?
No. Dave Lennox. I'm an inventor.
I'm gonna be a hockey player the best.
Well, you keep at it and stay warm.
You too, mister.
I'm working on it.
The best ideas in heating and cooling still come from the company that bears his name. One reason why, for nearly a century, must be a Lennox.
Fireworks in Maribel and fireworks in the hockey arena there. In the first medal round game tonight, Canada and Germany battled to a 3-3 tie through regulation and one overtime period. Then came the dramatic shootout from center ice, and it was this goal by Eric Lindros that put Canada on the edge of victory. But Germany's Peter Draisaitl had one last shot. Sean Burke deflected it, and the puck stopped just short of the crossing line. Canada had advanced to the semifinals. In tonight's second medal round game, both the French and U.S. fans were ready. But was Team USA ready after its bruising contest with Sweden Monday night? In the first period, it was France that forced the attack and drew first blood on an American giveaway.
And a steal by Barron. Score!
Then in the second period, a turning point. France appeared to score again, but the red light stayed off as the replay showed that the puck never crossed the line, and it was still a one-goal lead. Team USA found its legs in the second period and tied the game. Then took the lead on this play by Ted Donato. The goal turned out to be a gift. The puck was kicked in, but the officials let it stand 2-1 USA. 5 minutes later, Donato scored his second goal, and the Americans were on their way to hockey's Final Four.
McInnes with a shot. In front, backhander. Score!
Then things got ugly in the final moments. Defenseman Guy Goslin explained.
That kind of stuff's going to happen. I think they had their sticks up a little bit. We might have, but, you know, I got speared at the end of the game, and I got a high stick, and, you know, you can't sit back. You know, there are 2 minutes left in the game. We're up by 3 goals. We're not going to go around looking for it, but unfortunately it happened.
But at the final horn, as Team USA moved on to the semifinals, a melee ensued.
The Olympics, 3 teams get medals. Team USA is in the Final Four. We've got problems after the end of this contest.
But order was restored, and Marty McInnes sounded the note of triumph.
I think we're getting more confident as we keep winning these games. We got Ray LeBlanc. We got supreme confidence in our goalie, and our defense is playing great, you know. Who knows what can happen? Russia, Finland, you know, one game.
So Team USA advances to the semifinals and will play the winner of tomorrow's game between Finland and the former Soviet Union. That semifinal game will be on Friday. And now we're joined by Team USA coach Dave Peterson. Dave, your team has been embroiled in 2 very physical things the last 24 hours, huh?
Well, I think we had beaten Sweden in Chamonix, and they felt they had something to prove. They're the defending world champions. We're kind of pleased that we've played them twice now, and they haven't beaten us yet. But it was a physical game. We came back tonight, and I think the French, having had a day and a half off, felt that they wanted to make it physical and felt they could wear us down. And as it turned out, their strategy might have been good, but it didn't pay off for them.
Dave, what message were you sending last night when you walked out of the press conference after the game with Sweden?
Well, first of all, I didn't walk out of the press conference until after I had answered all the questions. And I wasn't sending any message.
As far as LeBlanc is concerned, did you think that he would be putting in this kind of performance 2 months ago? I mean, it took a lot for you to stay with him, didn't it?
Well, I think you have to give credit to Art Berglund, who is our international activities director and our player personnel man. Art had Ray involved with our Goodwill Games team a couple summers ago and was quite high on him. And we've been high on him. You know, he came in and had a 4-game tryout, and he played the Philadelphia Flyers to a 1-1 tie his first game and had 42 saves for us. So we've seen him do this prior to the Olympics.
And by beating France tonight, you will more than likely be playing the unified team on Friday, a very, very strong hockey team.
Well, they're extremely young, and they're one of the favorites, I think, at this point. But I wouldn't count Finland out. Finland has a very good team, and that's going to be a good match when they meet.
Dave, there was some criticism of you going into the tournament. Do you feel that your performance and your team's performance coming in has vindicated you in any way, or is it too early for that?
I'm not in the vindication business. I'm strictly a coach.
Okay, Dave, thank you very, very much. Good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you.
So Dave Peterson's Team USA, coming off 2 very physical games, gets 2 badly needed days off before the semifinal game on Friday. When we come back, the man who has brought the emotions of Grand Opera to alpine skiing, Alberto Tomba.
Luxurious new Chrysler LeBaron series starting at under $14,000. The perfect balance between self-indulgence and common sense.
Now get $1,000 cash back during Chrysler's Drive for the Gold.
As soon as I put Denorex on my hair, the tingle feels like it's taken away the dandruff. That's me taking the Denorex shampoo test. It was that tingling feeling that convinced me to switch from Head & Shoulders to Denorex. And Denorex works great on my dandruff. My hair looks great, too.
Extra strength Denorex with conditioners has strong medicine to fight dandruff and its itch, plus conditioners to leave hair healthy looking and manageable.
I'm a Denorex guy for good now.
Denorex with conditioners, the dandruff shampoo you can feel working.
Rehearsal, be up front. Hey, you're not thinking bees, you're thinking honey. New roasted honey nut Skippy peanut butter. Bet you'd like to skip to the Skippy right now. Yeah, a new kind of Skippy, made with real honey and roasted nuts. An awesome new taste. Hey, showtime. Better buzz back. Incredible. Why don't you skip to the Skippy, too? Everybody's skipping a new roasted honey nut Skippy.
You're about to see how Goodyear is changing all-season driving right before your eyes. Introducing AquaTread, only from Goodyear. AquaTread's advanced design channels water out of your way for dependable all-season traction, especially in the rain when you may need it most. AquaTread, the newest reason why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Are you an Olympic eater?
Number 12 is just out of the penalty box.
Don't miss Fat Madness, The Truth About Dieting. Begins Monday on CBS This Morning.
Next Tuesday, be prepared when you turn on CBS. The Grammys are coming with Mariah Carey, Nirvana, Natalie Cole, Clint Black, Amy Grant, Bonnie Raitt, Barbara Streisand, and more when Whoopi Goldberg hosts the Grammy Awards. Next Tuesday.
The legend of Alberto Tomba began 4 years ago in the Calgary Olympics with a flair rarely seen in the sport of alpine skiing. Since then, the legend has grown in 2 parts, Alberto the dominant skier and Alberto the character. His wit and charm has made him so popular worldwide that his skiing skills often are overlooked. But 4 years later, high in the French Alps, Alberto the skier can do what no man or woman has ever done in alpine skiing, repeat as a gold medalist in the same event. Not France's legendary Jean-Claude Killy. Not Franz Klammer, whose 1976 run made the downhill famous.
Nor even Ingemar Stenmark, possibly the greatest technical skier of all time. The 4 years since Calgary have only whet Tomba's appetite for more gold. His Italian teammates have set the table with a pair of medals, but few have Tomba's thirst for the spotlight, his sense of drama. Making skiing history, wouldn't that be an excuse to party? Tuesday in the streets of Val d'Isere. It's the day of the giant slalom. And a day of reckoning at the top. These fans know that today is something special. And so do they. They have all come to the mountain. We have a great day for the men's giant slalom. Hello again, everyone. I'm Dick Stockton, and this has to rank with one of the most anticipated events in Olympic memory for sure. And it's because of one man, and that is the great compelling personality and athletic force of Italy's Alberto Tomba. Just think about it. He won 2 gold medals 4 years ago, and now he remains focused again to try to do what no man, no ski racer really has ever done. Andy Mill, he's had a terrific year because he has been in the top 3 in every giant slalom he has finished.
The level of consistency is really quite remarkable, and I think the reason is last year he recommitted himself to the sport of alpine ski racing. He said that he realized how important it is to him. So what he brings to this event is power and grace and a heck of a head for big events, and he's obviously got one on his hands today.
Andy, when this World Cup campaign began, there was a keen rivalry with Switzerland's Paul Ackerle that may have faded as of late, but today, if not Tomba, who?
I still think Paul Ackerle, he's going to be skiing with a vengeance, and not only Paul, but his teammates as a whole. The Swiss are very strong in giant slalom skiing, as well as the Norwegians. They've got a lot of momentum. They've got success so far here at the Olympics, and they've got some talent that can win some medals today. But whenever you stick slalom poles in the face of a mountain with snow on it, don't count out Mark Girardelli from Luxembourg.
Competition will take place, of course, on the Fosse de Bellevarde with 47 gates. There'll be 2 runs, and the combined time will determine the order of finish. In the first run today, Alberto Tomba was out early, making sure he had just the right colored lens for his first Olympic defense. And on the course, Norwegian Kjetil André Omat, Sunday's Super G gold medalist, was out first and out fast.
A very clean run that he had. Not many mistakes, and obviously carried a lot of speed down through the finish. Very impressive skiing.
A fine opening run for Omat. But teammate Lasse Tjus was not as fortunate, losing an edge early and sliding to an early, unflattering finish. Meanwhile, Tomba was making last-minute preparations, yet that is cappuccino. While his countrymen were building to a frenzy, but at last it was showtime for Tomba.
Dick, a very impressive skier. Alberto Tomba has so many gears as a ski racer. I think this first run, he just wanted to get a real solid run. He skied pretty clean. He gave up some time on the bottom, but watch the power that he has in these big swing turns.
The massive thighs are what drives him, but you talk about the grace. This is a beautiful skier we're watching.
Well, what happens is there's certain moments in the course where you must use that power right towards the end where the centrifugal force builds. But then on the swing turns, he's nice and easy and gentle and carries the speed well. "26
World Cup victories for Alberto Tomba, who has already clinched the slalom title this season.
I like the way Alberto skis. He's a class act above everybody. He's just got so much talent.
As you mentioned, Andy, he lost a little time on the bottom, but certainly there was no disappointment for Alberto Tomba or his fans. And maybe just a sigh of relief that that first run was over. But up on on the course, a familiar challenger, Paul Accola. After disappointing outings in his first 3 races, he seemed to be back in form.
Paul Accola is really skiing with fire today. The first run showed moments of glory, but he had a few mistakes between those moments and kept him just a little bit behind Tomba.
Accola moved into third, just 3/10 back, certainly close enough to get Tomba's attention. So it was Italy, Norway, and Switzerland, 1, 2, 3. But the man from Luxembourg was about to get his turn, Mark Girardelli.
A very impressive first run by Girardelli. He drew 14 last night in the random draw. He knew it was going to be difficult to ski well because the course, obviously ratty.
He came into this event with the monkey off his back, finally winning an Olympic medal. That's silver in the Super G on Sunday.
His head is so strong, skiing with a vengeance. He carried his speed very well down through the bottom, had the line, the timing, he had everything going.
So this was Mark Girardelli of Luxembourg, and an outstanding time. But Andy, it could have been even better.
And Mark's run was not that clean. He felt that he could have skied even better, taking a closer look at the top section of the course. He's known to catch the inside of his hand going around the turns to his left. He catches it there, swings wide, have to apply the edges a little bit hard, and he loses more time.
A post-race father-son chat for Helmut and Mark Girardelli, just 13/100ths behind Tomba, while Omot held on to third. Tomba had few words to describe his first effort.
Great. I go for concentrate, feeling for the second run.
With the morning run completed, the attention now focused on the second and deciding run in the afternoon.
Referee has tossed him out of the game, and it should be.
When the aches and pains, the fever and chills of the flu get you, it's important to know doctors are recommending Tylenol 4 times more than aspirin for the flu. Doctors know there's more medicine in extra-strength Tylenol than regular aspirin. It's stronger relief for the aches and chills of the flu. Tylenol, the doctor's choice by 4 to 1, and the pain reliever hospitals use most.
And this winter, try new maximum strength Tylenol Cough. It's strong medicine for coughs.
For 3 days in August, the world waited and wondered. Moscow was a dark question. Most international lines were blocked or interrupted, except, that is, for Sprint. Now, Sprint didn't save the world or defeat the bad guys, but they did get the word out during a critical moment in history. And that in itself was quite a coup.
Golden Globe winner Brooklyn Bridge. When families spend time with this comedy series, they know why it brought home the gold. Brooklyn Bridge, Wednesdays after the Olympics on CBS.
Just like Lethal Weapon. Only a few years older.
I could have died. I had a 5-way bypass.
A few pounds heavier.
Fat gut.
But a lot more experience. Richard Farnsworth.
Heck of a punch for a kid.
And Wilfred Brimley.
Stop calling me kid.
The Boys of Twilight, February 29th.
Wish I could figure out which one of us was the sidekick.
This is CBS.
Dear Dave, how could I have known it would be even better the second time? Of course I speak of Wendy's chicken cordon bleu sandwich. I am in love with the whole chicken breast filet, ham, Swiss, Grey Poupon, Dijon mustard, and mayonnaise. All, as you say, on a toasted Kaiser bun. It was very different, very special. Au revoir, mon chéri.
Wow. Wendy's chicken cordon bleu. There's nothing else like it, anywhere.
This magic moment, so different and so new.
Introducing Seagram's Light Coolers. With 1/3 fewer calories, the taste could only be Seagram's.
took me by surprise. I knew that you felt it too.
Seagram's Light. Make it magic. Make it Seagram's.
Ted Turner expands his cable empire. Details tonight.
The 16th Olympic Winter Games on CBS will continue from Albertville, France.
We'll be going back to Val d'Isere for the second run in men's giant slalom with Alberto Tomba in the lead after the first run. But now we shift our focus to the Olympic Ice Hall in Albertville and ladies figure skating. For that, let's go to Vern Lundquist.
It was a spectacular day in the French Alps, but there was work to be accomplished indoors today. Christy Yamaguchi practicing her original program.
And all the women today appeared remarkably relaxed. If they struggled at the beginning of practice, by the end, they were skating very well, like this combination from Nancy Kerrigan. In the beginning, a lot of people thought it was a two-woman race, but now it's increased to 4. For Tanya Harding, she had a clean run-through of her original program today, landing the most difficult of combinations, a triple axel double toe loop. But towards the end of the session, she really started to struggle.
Tanya struggling with that triple axel. She was a late arrival here in Albertville. Christy Yamaguchi has been the center of attention for 2 weeks. We've had a chance to get out of the Olympic Ice Hall, stretch our legs a bit, enjoy the scenery, and think about the ladies' competition. It is the signal event of the Winter Games. We're a day away. How do you assess the field?
Well, it is the marquee event. It's also the last event to start in the figure skating. And I got to tell you, I think a lot of these ladies have really been around here too long. It's been almost 2 weeks since the opening ceremonies, and they've been practicing ever since. I think for Midori Ito, it's affected her the most. Japanese press has hounded her. They haven't left her alone. They follow her everywhere she goes. It's affected her concentration, and I think the Midori that arrived here and the Midori that's skating now are two different people, and it could affect her final placement. For the Americans, I think they're all skating very well. They seem very relaxed. Tanya Harding, I think once she gets over the time change and gets in sync with the competition, she'll be a factor as well. 3 Americans, Midori Ito, it's going to be incredible.
There's one element of this event that is missing, the compulsory figures. They were abolished a couple of years ago. And in recent Olympic Games, no two people have been more affected by the inclusion of the compulsories than Brian Orser and Linda Fratiani. Linda Fratiani will never forget that moment in 1980.
Standing ovation, the American flags were going. Everybody had thought I'd won, including myself. A couple minutes later, I came over the computer and I knew, and I was hysterically crying, just devastated.
Fratiani finished second, despite winning both freestyle programs at Lake Placid.
I didn't win the gold because I was third in the school figures, so it was really because of the school figures that it didn't happen.
The same thing happened to Canada's Brian Orser 4 years later.
Figures cost me the gold medal in 84 Olympic Championships. I won 70% of the event. I won the short and the short program and the free program I won. And then I was 7th in figures.
The compulsory, or school figures that sabotaged Fratiani and Orser, won't be a factor in Albertville. They were dropped from international competition in 1990. More than 100 years ago, competitive skating began as a contest to see who could draw the most elaborate designs on the ice. These were the figures in figure skating, demonstrating balance, control, and discipline. Standardized compulsories once counted for as much as 75% of a skater's overall score. The two people you might expect would have the biggest grudge against figures are still sorry to see them go.
I think the kids coming up today are going to miss a lot not doing the school figures. It's like doing a ballet class before going out there and doing double axels and triples.
You know, there's some skaters who go out onto the ice and you don't know what it is that they have, but they have it. You know, and a lot of times that's just from the compulsory figure training. They have it. You know, a lot of people can't pinpoint what it is. I mean, that is figure skating. That's how it all started.
Absolutely no question that it helps Midori Ito not to have to compete in the compulsories, but that could also be said of a French favorite, Surya Bonali.
Well, Surya Bonali is a really talented jumper, and she kind of burst onto the scene. When there's compulsory figures, they take so long to master that you cannot burst onto the scene. She's a great free skater, and she could be a contender, but she has to beat two of the Americans, and that's going to be really difficult.
Surya Bonali is coached by an interesting man, the irrepressible Didier Gaillaguet. We followed Didier while the men's competition was underway.
He move, he jump, he cry all the time. And if I want to stop him, he fight me and he say, "Stop it, I want to be myself." And he's very mad with me, always.
Well, no one's mad at Christy Yamaguchi. When we return, you'll learn the skating order for tomorrow night's original program for both Christy and her chief rival, Midori Ito, a young woman from Japan you'll meet right after this message.
This great moment in sports is brought to you by United Airlines, proud sponsor of the 1992 U.S. Olympic team. United, come fly the friendly skies.
Watch as he makes his final Albertville appearance. Dan Jansen skates 1,000 meters later tonight.
LeBaron convertible. Think of it as a Mercedes with a $78,000 rebate.
Now get $500 cash back during Chrysler's Drive for the Gold.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Call 1407 WDisney now.
Thanks for joining us, Susan. What's new tonight?
Nothing, honey.
Can't you make up something, darling?
Kellogg's Nut and Honey Crunch is new with a deliciously sweet new recipe.
Anything new?
Nothing, honey.
Anything changed?
Nothing, honey.
Anything different?
Nothing, honey.
See you tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
It's a whole new Nut and Honey Crunch, and you'll love the nutty sweet taste.
He just won't open up. Watch this. What's new, Pete?
Nothing, honey.
Like a brick wall.
New Kellogg's Nut and Honey Crunch.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. For real help finding jobs, keeping jobs, spotting job scams, testing your job security, and coping with all that stress, turn to a special Money Crunch series on you and your job. All this week on the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather.
Meet Scorch, a dragon with an attitude.
Has anyone ever told you you've got really great eyes?
Thank you.
I wonder how they taste.
Television's hottest new comedy premieres February 28th.
Those who will compete in the ladies' original program tomorrow night have been in Albertville for a long time. On the night before the opening ceremonies, the random draw was held for all contestants in figure skating to determine the order of their skating. Among the first to select her number, Midori Ito, one of the gold medal favorites. Tanya Harding of the United States was not here. She didn't arrive till last weekend, so a representative of the U.S. delegation selected for her. Christy Yamaguchi, another of the gold medal favorites, waited while her teammate Nancy Kerrigan found out in which order she would skate. Nancy didn't seem too pleased. And then it was Christy's turn. The order of skating can be significant, and here's how they'll compete. Nancy Kerrigan 8th, Tanya Harding 11th, Christy Yamaguchi 12th, and Midori Ito 20th. Midori Ito is one of the gold medal favorites. She first burst on the world scene at the Olympics in Calgary in 1988. She is barely 5 feet tall. But to the competition, Midori Ito is the big hitter, and the triple axel is her home run swing.
Maybe it's like a home run in baseball. It's like, gosh, I did it.
How can she do those 3.5 revolutions from a launching pad of only 98 pounds? With Midori, the trick isn't how high she goes, but where she comes down, as she painfully discovered at the '91 World Championships in Munich.
It was my mess that I jumped into the camera pad. I've always been told that I should do my jumps in the middle of the rink, but I'm used to jumping on the edge of the rink. So when I jumped into the camera pad, I thought, why am I here? I must go and skate.
She finished 4th. Pretty good for most skaters, but not for the 1989 world champion, who admits her explosive programs are a necessary risk.
I'm very short and just a little bit chubby. Joe Torneri and Christy Yamaguchi, they are stylish. I don't have that style, but I can do more powerful skating than they can.
Midori may not think she has style on the ice, but she knows where to find it off the ice. In her hometown of Nagoya, she prowls the department stores with her favorite partner, Machiko Yamada, who knows this 22-year-old better than anyone.
She has completed my family. She's like my daughter.
Yamada is called Midori's sensei, her teacher. The sensei-student relationship is revered throughout Japanese culture. But the Midori-Yamada relationship is unique, even by Japanese standards. Yamada also plays the role of Okasan, or mother. After Midori's parents separated when she was 10, Midori moved in with the Yamada family.
If I hadn't met Mrs. Yamada when I was little, I probably wouldn't be myself today. She's a mother first, then she's a coach, and third, she's my best friend.
And her second best friend is Yamada's daughter, Mikiko. Of course, they both know who's the favorite in the family.
We are more than friends. We understand each other like sisters.
If I were in her position, I would be rude if some other girl came into the family. But Mikiko accepted me warmly.
In a family with 3 women, Mr. Yamada is not exactly the head of the household.
Number 1 I'm number 2 number 3
Actually, numbers 1 and 2 are interchangeable. When Midori needs, Yamada helps. And when Yamada pulls, Midori pushes.
She says she respects me, but she still won't pick up her clothes.
She has done a few commercials in Japan, where female sports celebrities are virtually unheard of.
Laga. Kirin Lagabi.
Yamada helps her cope with being a role model to the Midori wannabes, and just being a young woman who spent little time away from the ice rink.
Midori raises more questions than my daughter Mikiko does. Sometimes we stay up all night and talk about things like boyfriends.
Yes, this is really difficult to predict, but if I can meet somebody nice, it will be my pleasure.
No, it would be his pleasure to meet the little lady with that home run swing. The delightful young woman from Japan was trying to hit home runs during practice this morning. Midori Ito, Christy Yamaguchi, Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan. They'll all skate the ladies' original tomorrow night.
And you'll see that tomorrow night starting at 8, 7 Central Time. Three-time champion, world champion, Kurt Browning says of Midori Ito, she's so good she can beat half the men. I think she can.
We just got a taste of what she looks like in a practice session. It's easy to understand why some of her competitors don't want to be in the same group as she is during practice. She pulls off those jumps almost effortlessly. Intimidating presence, Midori Ito. When we come back, the hard luck kid of speed skating, Dan Jansen, and what may be his last shot at an Olympic medal. And still ahead, the moment of truth for Alberto Tomba on the slopes at Val d'Isere.
Dave doesn't know about this, but Reebok gave me this top secret running shoe. It's called the Pump Graphite. This arch design makes them very light, supportive, and I have the only pair in existence. They won't be available to the public until spring, but I get special treatment because Reebok really wants me to win in Barcelona.
To be settled in Barcelona.
We're back with 70,000 miles on a Plymouth Acclaim and a Dodge Spirit, the lowest priced 6-passenger cars in America. Again, we asked 200 drivers to compare them with this brand new Honda Accord for comfort, performance, and overall superiority. 117 out of 200 preferred the Acclaim and Spirit overall. We were blown away by the results, and so was the Accord.
Ever tried Plaques? Rinsing with Plaques before brushing loosens plaque and helps break it up. So you remove more plaque than brushing alone, leaving your teeth cleaner, brighter, and smoother. Break up the plaque with Plaques.
A bowl of Quaker Oats costs about 1 nickel and 4 pennies. But the main thing isn't how little you spend, it's how much you get. You get enough hot, steaming nourishment to help keep you running strong all morning. Quaker Oats, it's the right thing to do.
First, Watergate. Now get ready for Murphygate.
You've been subpoenaed by the Senate.
Murphy's past comes back to haunt her.
Volume 1, the early years. Objection! I think they could really vote to send you up the river.
The baby can't be born in the joint.
All new Murphy Brown, Monday.
All those who love great comedies, say hi.
Win a cool million. Keep your Coca-Cola Medals and Millions game pieces handy. Watch the Olympic Winter Games tomorrow night on CBS, and you could win $1 million.
Good evening, Dan Rather, CBS News with the New Hampshire primary update. President Bush wins, but just barely. It's a stunner. The official White House spin is, oh, well, a win's a win, but check it out. Patrick Buchanan came very close to an outright upset and plenty close enough to deliver that wake-up call message from economically hurting New Hampshire voters. The message, President Bush, we're not sure you know what you're doing on the economy. More than 4 out of 10 Republicans voting tonight voted for Buchanan. On the Democratic side, Paul Tsongas, as expected, wins in his New England stomping grounds, but doesn't stomp Bill Clinton, who comes in a respectable, strong number 2. Way back in the pack, Tom Harkin, who won in his native Iowa's caucuses, Bob Carey and Jerry Brown. But again, the headline of the night, Buchanan comes on strong and thus won't fade away, at least not for now. Clinton finishes a strong second to Tsongas. Dan Rather, CBS News. More later, and we'll have a special report tonight, right after your late local news and before tonight's late night Olympics coverage. We'll see you again soon.
We continue now with the Olympic Winter Games on CBS.
When Dan Jansen entered the speed skating oval Saturday, he had visions of gold and the opportunity to move past the haunting memories of 1988. With the support of his family, Dan felt confident, but the weather wasn't as supportive. Fighting the wind and rain, Dan's time of 37:46 wasn't his best. And after crossing the finish line, Dan knew that both he and his family could only sit and wait.
Standing out in the rain with just one shadow, nothing to see or believe beyond myself. See my life going by, each moment I am alive. I keep reaching out, holding on, hoping somewhere in my life there's one light burning. I'm feeling like my heart beating inside, somewhere in the night there's one light burning.
I knew it wasn't good enough right away. Did the best I could.
Dan's fourth place finish was disappointing, and today he tries to rekindle the flame.
We're at the speed skating oval in Albertville, where today it's the men's 1,000 meters. Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler, along with Eric Hyden. Today it's the final sprint event for the men and a final chance for Dan Jansen of the United States to try to win a medal in these 1992 Winter Olympics. Of course, he came in fourth in the 500 meters on Saturday. The man that won the gold in the 500, Uwe Jens Mai of Germany, has withdrawn from the 1,000 due to illness. And Eric, I got to think that's going to help all the skaters' chances today.
It certainly will. For Dan, what he's got to do is really overcome what's got to be a lack of confidence, focus on this race. He's trained hard at the 1,000 meters. I think he's got a good chance.
Well, he's going to be in the 8th pair today, and that means that everyone with a chance at a gold, apparently, is going to have skated already, and that should help him, too.
Certainly is an advantage to step out on the ice and know what kind of time you have to shoot for. His biggest competition is probably going to come from Zelazovsky and from Kuroiwa from Japan. Kuroiwa is off to a great start, winning the silver medal in the 500 meters, and the 1,000 is his best event.
The 1,000 meters is 2.5 laps with a staggered start. The world record holders, Pavel Pegoff and Igor Shelazovsky, share that mark. Golyev has the Olympic record. Nick Thomas of the United States has the American mark. And the man that has the track record here in Albertville is Toshiyuki Kuroiwa of Japan, who's already won a silver medal in these Olympic Games in the 500. And he'll be paired in the outside lane with Alexander Klimov of the unified team.
Kuroiwa is one of the skaters we've expected to do well. Luckily, he's pulled that inner. He gets to chase his pair down that backstretch. Usually makes for a good opening 200 meters. Then he gets to finish on that tight last inner turn. It's kind of a psychological edge. Makes you feel like you're a little bit closer to that finish line when you're really dead tired.
Kuroiwa's already surprised some people with that silver medal in the 500 Saturday.
Start of this race is like a 500 meters, both arms down. You go as hard as you can. Once you get up to speed, you put one arm on your back, relax a little bit. Swinging both arms, you use too much energy.
Kuroiwa, the man that won the Olympic test event at this distance, so he has the track record, which is 1:14.95.
The opening 200 meters was 17.47. He's got some time to make up, and that's hard to do in a short race like this.
22-year-old Toshiyuki Kuroiwa of Japan in the lead as they get the bell lap for the final 400 meters.
Now's the time when the skaters really got to dig deep over that last 400 meters, and it's important that they stay low because there's starting to be a wind developing on that backstretch.
Final crossover. It's going to be a close one.
Kuroiwa had a little bit of a chance for a a draft.
He has the final inner. Toshiyuki Kuroiwa trying to get another medal for the Japanese sprint team.
And both skaters having a hard time with that last turn. You can see just how tired they were.
Kuroiwa comes across 1:15.56 for Toshiyuki Kuroiwa of Japan. And after that silver medal performance of Saturday, his fans and Toshiyuki Kuroiwa now will sit back and see if that'll hold up for a medal today. Next up, Guy Thibault of Canada, who will start on the inside lane.
Go to the start.
Paired with him on your left and in the outside lane, Yukinori Miyabi of Japan.
You're allowed one false start in speed skating. The second one, you're out. Dig that toe into the ice. Try to anticipate that gun.
And they're away. 2.5 laps around the 400-meter oval here in Albertville.
In the 1,500 meters, we saw Thibault get off to a great start over the first lap and 3/4. We'll have to see what he's got here. He's a great 1,000-meter skater. I suspect he'll do fairly well.
Thibault 17.06. He almost quit after a 7th-place finish in this event in Calgary. He says, I was so upset, I didn't want to wait another 4 years and then to be disappointed again. Let's see if he's disappointed today.
So once the skaters get up to speed, you can see they put that one arm on their back, allows them to relax a little bit, not quite use as much energy as when they're swinging 2 arms. Thibault with 2 arms down on the turn, that means he's having trouble with those corners.
Right now, Yukinori Miyabi looking fairly strong. He's the younger brother of Yasunori Miyabi of the Japanese team.
Starting to be a little bit of wind on the backstretch. It's going to be important that the skaters try to stay low. They're tired. It's hard to maintain technique. But with a headwind, you got to try to stay as low as you can.
Yukinori Miyabi, one of the rising stars for the Japanese sprint team, and he has really come on over the course of the last year, and he's got the final outer.
And both skaters are laboring around that last turn.
Time to beat 1:15.56, and Yukinori beats it easily. Yukinori Miyabi, 1:14.92. That puts Yukinori Miyabi in first place. So Yukinori Miyabi has come up with a very strong time on what appears to be fast ice today here in Albertville. And Dan Jansen of the United States still with his opportunity in the 1,000 coming up.
I love my Ford Escort. It's a 10.
Recently, an independent testing company asked 100 people like this to evaluate the Dodge Shadow. The result? More than 2 out of 3 chose the Shadow over cars they loved.
I don't know what I'm going to say to my car now.
Now get the world's best equipped cars with an airbag for under $9,000.
Filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its real draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
Remember, every time you breathe out...
And use smoked salmon.
Someone else may be breathing in.
Excellent.
Try Breath Saver sugar-free mints with the core of confidence and share them.
I definitely make the best burgers. I flip them really gently. Smells come up and the juices drip down. Wait, it's not done. Done.
A1. It's how burgers are done. Who is the world's greatest athlete, Dan or Dave? Dan is a champion decathlete. Dave is a champion decathlete. Dan wears Reebok. Dave wears Reebok. Okay, so who makes the most noise? To be settled in Barcelona.
This is CBS.
16th Olympic Winter Games have arrived, and in honor of them, the Kodak Commemorative Olympic Watch. Get yours with proofs of purchase from these Kodak products plus $350, which includes shipping and handling. Look for the Kodak Commemorative Olympic Watch display at these retailers: Eckerd Express Photo, Kmart, Kroger.
For 70 years, they've given form and substance to an automotive vision. Now, 4 generations of BMW engineers present their life's work, the 12-cylinder 850i. If a car company can have a soul, this is ours.
Are your glasses what the doctor ordered? Tomorrow at 6.
Dan Jansen of the United States, hoping for better than his 4th place finish of Saturday's 500. Peter Miller with some final words for his star. Enrico Flame looking on.